Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sydney Dragway for day 2 of the 2026 Golf Western Oil Nitro Champs. We're currently got our first pair sitting on the start line. Chris Buddha-Zammit and Dave McLean down there. Buddha-Zammit dialed in with an 1162 to a 1066 for McLean. We're into racing, John, first round.
Yeah. Finish line racing there. Both guys were out of the gas. And Dave McLean takes the win.
That he does.
Tex Griffith takes a win at 10:39. Right, we have 1195 dial in the airflow lane and 1050 dial in the rocket lane. Oh, good light in the airflow lane. Rolls out of the gas so he doesn't break out. There's 1224 and 1195, and there's a problem with the car in the... Oh, there it goes. Obviously had a problem. Okay, we have a 10.10 dial in the airflow lane and a 11.11 in the rocket lane. Red light for the airflow lane. Automatic win.
Right, John, I think that's Rodney Balgowan down there in the airflow lane. He's dialed in an 11.94.
Yep.
And Troy Hutton down there in that beautiful black Holden utility will do the chasing, dialed in with a 10.79. We are round number 1 of Super Street here this morning. Been some certainly some butterflies in the staging lanes right about now, I bet.
First round is always the worst.
Yep. Very much so.
Throws it away with a red light.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's part of drag racing. The reaction time's certainly a lot more critical today than what they were yesterday. So Balgowan is going to take the win here. Test the dialing, goes a 11.90 with a 1.
I don't know many racers that liked the first round, Bushy.
No, I certainly didn't. I was okay after that. Once I got through, if I got through the first, I was always a lot more relaxed.
All cream after that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I was still stressed, but, you know. Mark Elborn and David Matasevich down there on the start line in the Cortina.
David has dialed 10.57 and Mark has dialed 11.41.
Yeah, so a pair of local racers here.
Yep. Run all the track rounds. Clean greens.
Got to race the Cortina. Chasing down the utility. Looks like he's drawing up alongside around the 1,000-foot mark. And will take the win. 10.61, 118 miles an hour to an 11.46 for Elborn. David Morton and Richard Matasevich now.
David in the BMW.
Yep, LS powered. He's dialed in an 11.43. And the utility a
10.55.
Thank you, John.
Just waiting on the BMW to come in.
Yeah, I know the procedures for some of these guys do vary. Sometimes they play games, they try and psych out the competitor in the other lane. Matasevich off in hot pursuit. Looks like he's drawing up alongside. And he'll take the win too, so both the Matasevich cars through.
Nice.
I'm not sure if Jack's run through yet.
I can't recall seeing him.
There he is, in the next pair.
There you go.
Corey Stutchbury, I think he's down there in the rocket lane in the VT, taking on the Chevy Camaro.
All the way from Queensland.
The Camaro dialed in 11.33. 10.57 on the tree.
Throws it away with a red.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be a long trip home.
Well, first round red light, hate that. Runs a 10.53 on a 10.57 to test his dial. You can do that. You can break out if the other guy's red lit.
All right, so that's Aidan Stutchbury down there in the VH Commodore taking on Jack Matasevich. The Commodore dialed in with a 10.52. Matasevich with an 11.33. Matasevich away clean, as is Stutchbury. Commodore talked up a little bit on the start line, chasing down the Falcon.
It'll be close at the finish line.
And Matasevich takes it, so all three.
Commodore breaks out. Yeah, all three family members through to the next round.
Yeah, 11.37 with an 8, 118 miles an hour through the top end. Third of the dialed in racing cars here this weekend in the airflow lane. Sammy Joe Johnson in the green machine, nitrous assisted, taking on the VH Commodore, I think, the Sedan station wagon, right? Oh, sorry, I'll get it right. The station wagon taking on the Sedan. 10.04 the dial in for Sammy Joe to an 11.08 for the wagon in the rocket lane.
Sammy, our top qualifier for the weekend.
As she did dip into the nines and had to bring it back just a fraction.
Gets the gift. Test the dial in.
Dialed in racing team.
10.07 on a 10.04, you wouldn't complain about that.
No, definitely not. Big speed, though, 133 miles an hour.
Yep.
And a 10.07 with a 2 for the driver in the rocket lane there.
Okay, first round of Super Street we are in at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. So this is racing for the Sportsman guys. The Group 1 guys will be qualifying today.
Yeah, that's right. All of our Sportsman categories qualified.
Yesterday, yep.
Yesterday they did 3 runs. They're trying to get, the idea of qualifying is they want to run 3 consistent runs to try and pick a dial in, which is what's going to self-nominate their handicap. The slower car will leave the start line first, and then the quicker car will chase them down. The idea being that it's neck and neck at the finish line, and we will certainly see that today. There'll be a number of races decided by thousandths of a second. There'll be joy, there'll be jubilation, there'll be also a little bit of disappointment at the conclusion of each quarter-mile race.
Okay, now we're into first round of Super Sedan. We have Chris Papadopoulos in the airflow lane in the XY Falcon, and Darren Edwards up from Hallam, Victoria in the LH Tirana. The Tirana is dialed 8.60 and the Falcon 9.87.
The Tirana not sounding too...
A little bit of a problem there in the
it
burnout.
sounded like something with the drive line there. Did a bit of a free rev start. It got up on the tyre, but I don't know when he went to hit second. Perhaps it sounded like it free revved, but I know the guys from Addicted Performance are pretty switched on with producing a fast race car. Papadopoulos dialed in with a 987. Edwards with an 860. That'll be in round numbers, a 1.2 second head start going to the Falcon in the aeroflow lane.
Throws it away with a red. 011 red.
Yeah, so he left 11 thousandths of a second too soon.
And breaks out for good measure.
That he does. Edwards will take the win, runs an 870, 157 miles an hour. So he's about a tenth away from the dial in. He has the opportunity, if he wishes, to adjust
Change
that.
his dial for the next round, yep.
To adjust it for round number 2. He can do that right up until he's at the tunnel. Our next pair will be Peter Villaris down there in the XT Falcon for Go Logistics from Oatlands in New South Wales. Qualified with a 930 with a 6. He's dialed in a 938 here this morning.
Yeah, you must think the conditions have changed. And in the rocket lane, we have Daniel Nasevic from Narre Warren in South Victoria, another Addicted Performance car. Ford Capri with a big block Chev on board.
Yeah, this car is very, very pretty looking car.
Yeah, good looking car.
Keep your eyes on, not to take anything away from the Capri, but if you like wheel stands, keep your eyes on the car in the aeroflow lane. It's on the big screen side.
They have tamed it down a little bit from what it was. Still doing wheel stands, but...
I saw a pretty decent one the other day.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah, it nearly dragged the bumper on the ground.
Each car's got a clutch pedal in it, so that helps.
Yeah, it certainly does assist with the wheel stands. Distinct lack of a wheelie bar there as well.
The bumper's the wheelie bar.
Yeah, that's right. All right, VLRS into full stage. Nezovic now in. Falcon away.
Oh, yeah. Gets away with the 051 light. Dylan goes 134, so Pete's got the advantage at the moment and takes the win.
He did. It was a little bit loose around the 500-foot mark there as well. Let's see if that saved on the replay. Car right of screen. No, the photographers would have got a pretty good shot of the undercarriage.
Yeah.
The bumper probably 10 centimetres, 100 mil off the ground, if that. Our next pair, Haley Vella in the aeroflow lane, taking on Joel Beatson. Beatson in that gorgeous XP sedan delivery. 2
Ford-powered Fords. Both Windsor-powered. Haley's is 434 cubes and Joel's is 363 cubes. Joel's dialed a 9.15 and Haley at 8.90. She was chuffed she ran her first 8 in qualifying.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? It hasn't been behind
Creeping
the wheel.
up on it. Yeah, she
hasn't been behind the whheel for that long, but certainly
12 months maybe, if that.
Getting quicker and quicker, more confident each time out. Beatson, unfortunately.
4 red.
Got aggressive on the tree.
Haley gets the gift into the second round. Runs 8.95 and 8.90. And Joel breaks out as well. Okay, next we have Ollie Kent from Wangaratta. XC Falcon, Clevo powered, and Daniel Rogier in the Mazda RX-3 13B rotor. I think it's the only rotor in the Sedan field.
I think it's only one of 2 we've got here in total this weekend.
Yep. All ran at the Jambo a couple of weeks ago. Daniel dialed 891 and Ollie 9.30.
Little Mazda hiking that left front. 056 on the tree has
500s up the sleeve.
Will it be a rotary win? Yes, it will.
Win. Nice.
9.05 with a 5, 135 miles an hour. Got there by 400ths of a second across the finish line, John. Kent tried his best, went 9.43 with a 9. Just gave away a fraction too much on the start line. Actually, that was the difference. If the Falcon had a slightly better light, that would have been a lot closer on the finish line. The margin of victory across the finish line, 400ths. The margin on the start line was 500ths.
Yep. That shows the importance of being able to be good at both ends.
Correct.
In the rocket lane, we have Jamie Turner up from Victoria. In the aeroflow lane, we have Luke Doty from Queensland.
At the Chevy Camaro, riding with an 860, away with a 1.34 light, but I think
Jamie's got a handsome advantage, 005 on the tree, and takes the win.
Yeah, the margin across the finish line, 0.16 of a second. He had 0.13 on the start line, so he did also run closer to the dial-in.
All right, next we have Harrison Dale from Victoria in this Toyota Hilux with LS on board with nitrous. Just saw the nitrous purge.
Yes.
And Jim Raptus in the 69 Dodge with the Hemi. Jim's dialed a 9.40 and Harrison at 8.70.
093 on the tree for the Hilux. Has a little bit up its sleeve to a 168 for Raptors. And the Hilux will take the win, goes 8.800 on an 870, so a tenth away from the dial-in. But I tell you what, the margin of victory, 89 10,000ths of a second across the finish line. Raptors ran a lot closer to the dial-in than the Hilux.
Okay, next we have Stephen Page from South Australia. It's HJ Monaro, who's dialed 8.53. Up against Sean Maher in the airflow lane. Sean has dialed a 9.20.
I reckon, just as a point of reference, the 89 10,000ths in that race wouldn't have been the tyre wall thickness across the finish line, I don't think.
Oh, good lights both sides of the tree. 006 for Sean and 010 for Steve. This is going to be tight at the finish line. Sean takes the win, 9209.
So that's what we call a breakout there, John. Steve Perch went 98 thousandths of a second too fast, handing the win back to Maher. So that the idea of the breakout is it stops the driver deliberately picking a slower time and just getting to the finish line first on the brakes and cruise on through. It makes a race out of it all the way from the start line to the finish line.
It was a nice 12th hour package for Sean as well.
Yes, yeah, it's pretty hard to beat on home soil, that's for sure. Our next pair, another pair of all Ford powered cars down there, John. Wayne Burke in the Ford Cortina, the green, one in the aerofoil lane, have to be more specific. 045 on the tree. Graham Blackman unfortunately went 5 thousandths too soon on the start line, handing the win to Burke before he even left the start line. And we will see the TE Cortina back for round number 2. Runs on through for an 8.96 with a 4 at 150 miles an hour.
Going through them fast, hey?
Yeah, there's no rest for the wicked, as they say here today.
Nathan Watt in the Rocket Lane has dialed 8.93, and Matty Forbes from Victoria has dialed 10.05. Both extremely tough races.
I don't think I've seen Matty in this car before, other than
he's
yesterday.
been driving a dragster, I think.
Yeah.
Ex-super gas racer, driven a lot of stuff, Matty. A14 red for Matt. A59 green for Nathan. Nathan can test his dialing. And goes 890 on 893, so can tidy that up for the next round. Next we have another really tough racer, Chevy Taylor from Freshwater. Has dialed 10.09. And Chevy qualified with a 10.099.
Sounds like Taylor's already up on the launch control. Sorry, yeah, Taylor's up on the... Which Taylor? They're both Taylors, John.
They are both Taylors, you're right.
The Mustang's was up on the two-step for a long time there on the start.
58 line for the Chevy Taylor, and the other Taylor went 628. That's a very poor line.
Yeah, I think Chevy Taylor might have...
very poor line.
Might have played a few games there on the start line.
Yep. Chevy normally really takes his time staging.
Yes.
And if you're racing him, you should be aware of that.
Gordon might not have raced him before, but in any case...
Win's a win.
Yep, the bubble top's back for the next round.
And Nathan Cowie in the Rocket Lane has dialed 9.14. He went 9.16 in qualifying.
Taking on it.
Oh, very close on the tree. 97 to Tyrell and 93 to Nathan. We'll see who does the job at the finish line.
Or 85 10,000ths of a second across the finish line. Jared Tyrell takes the win, gets there first, and that's the margin of victory.
8.5 thou.
Yes, absolutely nothing.
Seriously tough racing.
I knew that Commodore was going to have the top end, especially with the turbo LS on board.
Okay, next we have David Gruber from South Adelaide, excuse me, ACT. What am I bumbling about? Dribbler. David Gruber from the ACT. Jaden Plant from Queensland. The sharp-looking Dodge Dakota. LS powered. Dave's Tirana is Chevy powered. Those dialed a 9.30 and Jaden a 9.68.
Yeah, so the Tirana will do the chasing by nearly 0.4 of a second. One amber light on the Christmas tree will be the stagger to the naked eye. There we go.
0.31 for Plant, 0.48 for Gruber. Pretty close at the start line. It was really close at the finish line.
And it was, and Jaden Plant will take the win.
68 on a 68.
Yeah, so he was 9 thousandths over the dial in there, which is pretty much spot on for Dial Your Own Racing. Our next pair, Brett McNiff in the airflow lane in the St Mary's Engines VG Valiant, dialed in with a 9 flat. Taking on Niall Mitchell down there in the airflow lane, dialed in with a 990 in the Gemini. Both races into stage. The Gemini leading first with an 067 light. McNiff, unfortunately, a
Brett won't be happy with that.
No, 147 was his reaction time.
He's got to hope Niall goes under,
Which he does. Both cars go under there. Mitchell under by 0.2. That's
Way
a big,
under,
big breakout there for the Gemini. Handing the win back to McNiff, who also went under the dialing, but he went under by Lease John. So therefore, the computer does its thing and tells us that mathematically,
Brett won.
Yep.
Okay, now we have Simon Bonello in this Falcon in the Aeroplane lane and Naomi Dyson in the Rocket lane in the Pontiac Firebird. Naomi has dialed 9.04. Why wouldn't you? That's what it ran all through qualifying except the 9.05 at the end. And Simon has dialed 9.00, went 9.013 in qualifying, 9.017 in qualifying, 9.021 in qualifying.
Yeah, so both races
are on the money.
Pretty much on the money. Easy to pick a dial in for this morning.
0.11 light for Simon. Naomi just a little bit behind with 0.39. We'll see who takes the finish line. Simon takes the finish line 9.03 on a 9.0.
76 10,000ths of a second across the finish line.
Yep, 7th hour.
So that's like 4 races already, and we're only 2 categories in that have been decided by less than 10,000ths of a second.
It's just so tough. So tough.
Someone out the back pairing up all the like cars, are they? The blue Cortinas, the green Cortinas.
Plenty of Cortinas. So, Cortina in the left lane is from South Australia, Dimos Stephanopoulos. Cleveland powered, and in the Rocket lane, Jim Denaro. In the Ford Cortina, Windsor 363 powered. Jim's dialed 9.27. Did a couple of 9.27s in qualifying. Dimos has dialed 9.22. Went 9.22 in one of the qualifiers.
Yep, all his runs similar as well.
Yep.
No easy class in sportsman racing.
No.
A bit of a staging duel going on down there. Neither driver wanting to move forward. Starter moving up to say, come on guys. Oh, both in straight away. They must have been looking for the shadow. Denaro away with an 0.60 light and
6.95 light for Dimos with it all to do.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think he's going to make that up. Not against Denaro. Denaro will take the win. 9.28 on a 9.27.
Yeah, Jim's too sharp a racer to go under.
Mind you, he didn't give himself a lot of room on the dial in at the finish line.
No, there wasn't much there, was there? 100th. All right, next we have Peter Folignato from South Australia in the XY Falcon with a big block Ford on board, 598 cubes. And Jack Moreau in the Capri with the small block Chev on board. Jack with an excellent 004 light, beat with a 057.
Yeah, nothing wrong with either racer there, and it will be the Capri, John, that takes the win. 8.85 with an 148 miles an hour through the finish line. We'll see the purple Capri back for round number 2.
Some super tight packages going on here and there.
Sure is. Our next pair, Rowan Hudson down there in the Culprit Racing 55 Chev Bel Air. 540 cubes of supercharged big block in this thing.
Yeah, cool
and
car.
It's a street car. It's got a number plate on the back.
And a cool car in the other lane too. Rick
Yeah.
Feisner in this big block Ford-powered 67 Mustang from South Australia. A bit of South Australia versus Victoria action here. Ford versus GM. 004 light in the right lane and 033 for Rowan in the left lane.
Rowan gets there first, but goes too quick by 100th of a second, handing the win back to Feisner in the Mustang. He'll move into round number 2 with a 960 on a 959.
Start line deficit was too much.
Yes. I mean, if your opponent cuts a 004,
It's hard to beat.
it's hard to
Not
make
much
that
left
up.
on the table.
No.
All right, we have Tony Tedesco up from Victoria in the Holt Chimera small block Chev powered. And Victor with the small block Chev powered Tirana.
Yeah, Victor's car, one of those cars that used to like dragging.
Another straight car.
Yeah, very much so. Used to like dragging the bumper as well, but I think he put some weights in the front of it.
046 for Victor, 071 for Tony. 300s on the start line, so yeah, Victor takes the win. 9507 on a 950.
16 10,000ths the margin across the finish line, John.
One and a half there.
That's right. That would have been about the tread depth, I reckon.
Yeah. Just gets tougher and tougher, doesn't
Yes, it does. It sure does. I think you wouldn't pick that by the naked eye at the finish line. It would have just been send it, and whatever happens, happens. If the light comes on, it comes on. Our next pair, Graham Cooper in the Aeroflow lane. I think for APS Service Centre in the EH wagon. This thing has done a gazillion passes down racetracks in Australia in its racing life. 040 on the tree, taking on Les Wright in that 67 Chevy Camaro. The bricklayer with the advantage on the start
Coop
line.
goes under.
Yep.
Wow.
500s under as well, John.
Yep. That is unusual. Anyway, Les Wright takes the win.
Oh no, beg your pardon. He got there first by 500s and went sixth out too fast.
Yep.
Wow. Absolutely nothing in it. So that's Super Sedan round number 1 done. John, I think our next category will be a junior dragster. I can see them moving under the tunnel now for their first round. That's going to be a big field of junior dragsters. Will be a couple of rounds into racing before they seed them.
I think we got 46 or 48 of them here today.
Yeah, I think that was the number that qualified yesterday.
Races from all over Australia.
Yes, very much so. A couple from New Zealand. Of course, this category brought into racing nearly some 30 odd years ago in Australia, but the idea of it being to introduce kids into the sport, starting at the age of 8 all the way up to 17.
That's where you started, Steve.
Yes, it was.
How old were you when you first raced?
14 is when I first started. Not the only commentator here that started in junior dragster. Rusty Gregory, who will be on the mic a little bit later, he also started. We raced many times together.
Yep.
Mark Allen in Queensland is another commentator. He's also a very tough racer in his own right.
Yep.
Does get
race
on,
a modified.
yeah, races a modified dragster when he can. And certainly
lots of graduates out of the system.
Yes, well, we were talking yesterday with 4th generation in some in some cars now, 4th family generation, but 2nd generation in junior races. So the parents actually, one of the parents, or in some cases both the parents, raced in junior drag. So they've now got kids that are old enough to get behind the wheel and give it a crack. The sport is divided into, this category is divided into 4 subcategories. We've got a AA junior dragster, which is for the older kids. 760, the ET cutoff for that category in racing. 770 in qualifying. Then we go B junior dragster. A junior dragster is the next step. 8 flat was the qualifying time that they were looking for. They can run as quick as a 790 in eliminations.
Yep.
B junior dragsters an 860 in qualifying. And then C junior dragster, which are the younger kids, they can run as quick as a 12.0 in qualifying or an 11.90.
What's the age group for C? It's 8 to 10 or 12? 12, I think. Anyway, we've got Cody Sedmack on the start line, down from Queensland. Cody's dialed at 8.00, and Mary Jo Bunasev from Granville here in Sydney has dialed 12.97. So it's A junior dragster versus a C junior dragster.
Yep, so we do see a little bit of a handicap in this race, but that doesn't mean that young Mary Jo doesn't have an opportunity to claim the win over Cody. If Mary Jo cuts a better light, the car runs closer to the dial in.
So Mary Jo went 134. Cody went 154, so it's only a couple of hundred.
Yep, so at the moment, Mary Jo has the advantage. Will she keep it at the finish line? She does. She gets there first, 13.04 with a 2. She'll take the win. Moving to round number 2, Sedmack goes an 8.07 with an 8 on an 8 flat. And
a little bit off the number.
Yeah.
200 win margin.
Our next pair, Mia Ward in the aeroflow lane in the C junior dragster, taking on Sophia Kutschel. Kutschel from Victoria, Ward from New Beith in Queensland.
Mia was the one that took the money off the yank, wasn't she?
No.
Huh?
No, it was
can't think of a name.
Taylor Horton.
That's right. Yep. All right, we have Sophia Kutschel in the rocket lane, has dialed 8.0, and Mia Ward has dialed 12.0. Mia in a C, Sophia in an A. Sophia puts it in deep. 118 light. 2.8 light. Tenths behind on the start line.
Yeah, Kutschel with a little bit of work to do. Not sure if she's going to make that up. No, she does not. Mia Ward will take the win, 12.03 with an 8 on a 12 flat dial-in. Not a bad pass for her at all. So that's 2 senior junior dragsters taking scalps.
It just proves you don't need the fastest car necessarily and dial your own.
Correct.
All comes down to the driver and the tuner as well.
Our next pair out on the start line, we have Taylor Horton down there from Lethbridge in Victoria, dialed in with a 770. Was our number 6th qualifier yesterday, John. She was 7th out over.
Yep.
The perfect run, and that was only good enough for 6th.
There's dialed a 7.70, went 7.707 qualifying. Jaden Bunasev has dialed at 8.58. So we have a double A junior against the B junior in the rocket lane.
Jaden looks like he's dropped the dial-in down a little bit quicker than what he qualified with.
Yeah.
Running for Harricks 3D and the North Rocks Auto Centre. In the rocket lane. Jaden away nicely, but Taylor
nice 024 light from Taylor.
Taylor with the advantage at the finish line and will convert that to a win. Yes.
All
there we go.
Number 7s. Takes the win. 7.777.
That's it.
That'll be a time card to keep.
Yes, I think so. Very much so. If only the license number was...
Yeah.
Next up we have Jacob Schulz down there from Corona Downs in Queensland. Dialed in with a 796. Taking on Mason Kutschel. So another Queensland versus Victoria battle.
Mason dialed at 8.09.
So not too much in this one, John, on the tree. I don't think we'll see that handicap too clearly as the tree counts down.
They're just waiting on the racers to come in. Jacob puts his top light on, Mason puts his top light on. .017 light from Mason Kutschel.
Yeah, Schulz with an 065. The anybody's race at the finish line. And Kutcher will take the win. Goes 8.15 with a 5. 78.
809.
At 78 miles an hour to an 8.02 with a 6 for Schulz. Nothing wrong with the run for Schulz, just...
A little bit off the number, yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
Lily
now,
Horton now. She was our winner of, of Alan Reinhardt's money last night.
Yeah.
One of our commentators up here.
Yeah, for those that don't know, he put $100 of his money up for the first Triple O, and
yeah, like 2 passes later.
Yeah, Lily took the dollars, 100 American dollars.
Yeah. Lily dialed in with an 8.80 here for round number 1. Running for Pro Star Motorsport, Sparkle and Shine Housekeeping, and United Signage. Taking on Nixon Canuli over there in the Rocket Lane from Hope Island in Queensland. He's dialed in with a 7.68. One of the questions on the live stream, what engine capacity are these? Are they the quicker double A cars run around 550 cc's? They're single cylinder side valve.
Lily takes the win.
78 10,000ths of a second across the finish line. She's definitely one for low numbers, John.
Yeah, 7th hour win margin. All right, next up we have Tyler Jarvis, all the way from Western Australia, Pinjarra. And Michaela Reid, 4th generation racer.
Yeah, 7.73 the dial in for Jarvis to an 8.09 for Reid in the Rocket Lane.
Very nicely presented cars in juniors, eh?
Oh, they all are. The colour schemes, the polished aluminium, or the black anodizing, whatever they choose, they're all
proper race cars.
They certainly put a lot of effort into presentation, as do all categories of cars. They're not designed to be running up against each other, so you can put that effort into the presentation.
Yep. So Tyler's car is a 500cc engine, and Reid's car is a 472cc engine, single cylinder flatheads.
0.55 to an 0.58. We've got 3,000 the start line.
Very
Virtually
close.
heads up.
Oh.
And the winner is Michaela Reid.
Tyler breaks out, 9th hour win margin.
Yeah, Reid went under 2 by 4,000ths, but that was deemed to be less, so Reid will take the win. Move into round number 2.
Next up we have Chase Carslake, down from Ubanto in Queensland, against Carl Schultz, down from Queensland as well.
Yeah, I'm sure these two have raced each other plenty of times up at Willowbank Raceway.
You would think so.
They've travelled 11 hours or so to get here to race each other first round.
Always happens, you go interstate, you're going to race someone from your own state.
Yes. So Carslake dialed in with an 8.16. Schultz with a little bit of faster time, about 4/10. He'll have to wait on the start line. 7.65. Dial in for the yellow car. Jules into full stage now. Brought that second light on.
0.65 light for Chase. 169.
Schultz has slept on the start line. He's lost a 10th of a second, John.
Yep.
I think Carslake...
Well, ran well off the dial in Chase's car.
Oh, I wonder what happened there.
8.45 and 8.16, and must have had some sort of, something happened. But Carl takes the win.
We've seen this morning how tight the racing's been. It's not usual that the car would run 4/10 off.
A little bit of carnage in the juniors yesterday.
There was a little bit of carnage yesterday.
It wasn't, but munched up the chain on it. All right, we have Carlos Harvey all the way over from Auckland, New Zealand in the aeroflow lane, and Piper Bennett from here in Sydney in the Rocket Lane. Piper's dialed 8.08 and Carlos 8.01, both in A junior dragsters.
If you get the opportunity, go down and check out the paint work on the Bennett machine in the Rocket Lane.
It's paint.
No, it's paint. There's ghost flames going on there. There's all sorts of... take your time to look at it. It's really a nice piece of work.
Smith's Customs here in Sydney did the paint job. 066 for Piper Bennett, 053 for Carlos Harvey, so 100 or so on the start line.
And it will be Carlos Harvey to take the win. Bennett went a little bit too fast. She got there first, but broke out, John. Went 078 on an 080, so 2 thou too fast.
Yeah, and a 2 thou win margin.
Yeah. Handy the win, back to Carlos. Next up, Christian Canuli taking on Abigail Reed.
Christian in a AA junior has dialed 7.78, and Abigail Reed has dialed 12.15 in the C junior dragster.
So both races,
big weight for Christian.
Both weights on races on the start line. Family members of our professional series races here this weekend.
Yes, it's definitely a family sport, drag racing.
Canuli will have to be patient on the start line, as you said, John.
That's a big weight.
A bit over 4 seconds there.
Try not to look at the car driving away from you.
Just got to trust in the system.
Unfortunately, 016 red for Abigail Reed.
Unfortunately, Abigail's left it on the start line. Canuli wasn't shy, went 058 on the tree. And runs on through, tests the dial in 776 with a 4.
On a 78.
83 miles an hour.
If you don't go red occasionally, you're not trying.
Kyle Day down there in the airflow lane start line from Victoria Point in Queensland.
Another one of our Queensland visitors, Alicia Spinozzi.
Yeah, it's 500s in the start line.
Speaking of Group 1 dads.
Yes.
Emilio racing door slammer today, her father.
So a 772 the dial in for Day in the airflow lane.
And all 7s for Alicia. AA junior dragster. Both AA's.
She'll want Lily Horton's ET that she ran for sure.
Yeah.
I think they were all 7s.
Yes, they were. Waiting on someone to go in. Paul goes in first.
Spinozzi in there now.
058.
There's around 200ths of a second on the start line. Spinozzi with the advantage. Will she convert to a finish line win? No, she does not.
Ran a couple of tenths off.
778 with a 7. It's enough for Kyle Day to take the win. Moving to the next round. Our next pair of competitors on the start line. We have Zane Condello down there in the aeroflow lane.
And Joseph Marizzi in the rocket lane. Marizzi dialed at 10.85 and Condello at 8.00. Zane is in a A junior dragster and Joseph is in a B junior dragster.
Condello running for Harrick's 3D. Joseph in the rocket lane racing for Marizzi Civil, VP Race Fuels, Pro Signs, Viro Racing and Grudge Kings.
.058 light
Yes.
for Joseph. .072 light for Zane.
Current Australian champion has a little bit of work to do at the finish line here, John. And will convert to a win. Goes
802 on an 800.
And looking at the time.
Joseph ran a fair bit off at 99 on an 85.
Yeah, mile an hour down a little bit too. So maybe the car just running away a little bit at the finish line.
Super hard to tune these cars, eh? One cylinder. Siobhan
Harvey and Taylor Canuli now. Siobhan in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 771. If you ask for batteries and speed flow.
Siobhan over from Auckland, New Zealand. Taylor Canuli just up the road from London. Taylor's dialed at 8.50 and Siobhan at 7.71. Well, last minute adjustments on Harvey's car.
The crew's happy. Harvey's just about to move into full stage and bring that second white light on in her lane.
180 light for Canuli and a 075 light for Harvey.
Yeah, so Harvey with a 10th up her sleeve here. Should convert that to a win, and she does. 774 with a 6, 83 miles an hour.
Talon with a 3,000 breakout.
Trying his best to keep in front.
Right, now we have Jake McNamara in the rocket lane. Another Group 1 racer on the start line, putting him in, Brett White, his uncle. Jake sponsored by Bank of Banana Pop. All right, we have Declan McGregor from Victoria in the aeroflow lane. Declan's dialed at 8.61. Unfortunately for Declan, he red lights with an 032. Jake at 20 green, 104.
Yeah, fairly safe light there for McNamara. Goes through for an 804 with an 8. 797. But has the opportunity. He'll now move into the next round. Daniel Carabella for Lightstream Electrical down there in the aeroflow lane. 808 the dial in.
And Savannah Lucci in the rocket lane, 8.71 dial in. Both New South Wales racers. Race a fair bit at our track championship rounds. Savannah sponsored by Lucci Shivel and Naughty Boys. And Daniel sponsored by Lightstream Electrical.
Both races into full stage now. Lucci away nicely with a 101 light.
145 light for Daniel Carabell.
And Lucci will take the win, John. 875 with a 3, 75 miles an hour. Got there by a 10th of a second across the finish line.
Margin of victory, a 10th of a second.
Our next pair, Bailey Hawke in the aeroflow lane. Racing for First National Real Estate. Robust works.
And Marcus Princey in the rocket lane. Marcus is his first season in this car.
He's doing pretty well. He takes the odd round win.
Yep.
And Bailey, a very experienced racer. At quite a young age, has been in juniors, I think, from as soon as she was able to.
Yeah.
The rules allowed her to pull a helmet on, but she's dialed in with an 803 and a 1204 the dial in for Princey. So 4 seconds the head start.
4 second wait. Again, I reckon the fast car's got the advantage, but you sit there on the start line for 4 seconds. Keeping your focus.
Both the races in now. We'll see the car in the rocket lane leave first.
Nice 070 light from Marcus Princey. 082 light from Bailey Hawke.
Got 12th hour on the start line here, John.
This will be close. Oh.
Hawke with a much bigger top end speed, goes 8:03 on an 8:03. So
wow.
Spot on the dial in for Bailey
Dead
Hall.
on the money.
And Princey, not to be outdone, goes 12:10 with a 5 on a 12:04, I think it was. So Marcus did nothing wrong there. I just think that Hawkren smack bang on that dial in and pinched it from under him. Levi Nezovic down there in the aerofoil lane, dialed in with a 772. Running for Martini Racing Products, Tough Streeters and Addicted Performance. In the aerofoil line, he's taking on Johnny Lucci in the rocket lane. Running for Lucci Civil, Naughty Boys and BP Race Fuels. It's the car with the blue roll cage down there in the rocket lane.
Johnny with a good 044 line. Levi with a 285 with a lot of work to do. Johnny goes under. 816 on 820.
Disappointment there for the Lucci team. Had that one fairly comfortably, I think, but just went under the dial in. Knezovic will move into the next round. It looks like Alex Rafalo will be taking the solo run into the next round. I heard the Longo car roll out of the water, spinning the wheels, and I think it's dropped the chain or something in the drive line. There was a big free rev.
Okay.
So Alex Rafalo down in the aerofoil lane. He'll get a solo into the next round for Sydney Waterscapes.
Can't win if you don't make it to the start line.
No, I think the Longo team had some similar issues in qualifying, so maybe...
Oh, no, that's
that's a different car.
Yeah.
It's a shame that it's a solo pass, but I'm sure that Rafalo will be pretty chuffed to take it.
Good chance to test his dial in.
Yep. He's looking for a 778 till they're around.
Big red line. Goes 8010 on a 778.
The car didn't sound itself, but the car usually very consistent.
Still an 83 mile an hour, but yeah, something's amiss there.
Unless they decided not to run it out the back door, perhaps. But our next... Actually, I just noticed something. We called Zane Candello before. I think it's picking up the number 1 on the car. That was Ava Walker previously, because I think this is Zane Candello down here in the aerofoil lane. I did think it was a little bit weird that Lachlan Walker and Lachlan's father was out helping there, but I thought maybe Zane's grandfather, Joe, we see down there on the start line, maybe he was helping with Savannah's car, and that's why he didn't come out. Sorry about that, Ava, my apologies. So Zane Condello down there in the aerofoil lane, dialed in with a 799, taking on George Tsoukalis.
Dialed in with a 10.29.
Or that
might... Most Sydney boys.
That might be a problem for Tsoukalis, because he can only go as quick as an 1190.
Okay. Yeah, so junior dragster.
Yeah, so I think that dial-in's not been entered correctly or not been given correctly.
They've accepted the dial-in, so...
Exactly right, John. It's up to the racers to check the dial-in. Condello will take the win there. 8:39 with a 2 at only 64 miles an hour, so he's washed a good 20 miles an hour off the speed there.
So you've got to check the dial-in board before you put them in.
Yep. It's on the, there's a little set of readout boards.
Just where the firey's standing? Just
near the firey. You see the firey there in the yellow suits. And also on the scoreboard at the end.
Yes, that's right. And we have Zane's sister, Savannah, getting a solo by the looks of things.
Exactly right, John.
Savannah in a AA junior is dialed 7.69. Chance for her to test it. red light, doesn't matter on a solo. Runs through for a 7.701 on the 769 at 84 mile an hour. 84 mile an hour, what's that in kilometres? 130 or something?
2 seconds.
All right, we have Emma Leifting in the rocket lane and Lucy Hamilton in the aeroplane lane.
I said 85 is 136
Kilometres an hour.
Simple calculation.
Just fast, sitting 2 inches off the ground.
Yes. Simple calculation, the mile an hour times 1.6.
Yep.
It's not an exact number, but it'll get you certainly an approximation.
Emma Leifting has dialed at 8.65 and Lucy Hamilton has dialed at 12.10. .144 reaction for Lucy Hamilton, 090 for Emma.
So the car in the rocket lane has a small advantage racing towards the finish line and converts that to a win. Hamilton got there first, John, but went too fast.
Okay, now we have another Leifting in the rocket lane, Georgia and Luca Lamattina. In the aeroplane lane, Luca has dialed 7.95 and Georgia at 7.98. Last minute adjustment on Luca's car. Both races in. 0.51 light for Luca Lamattina. 0.102 for Georgia Leifting. And Georgia takes the win in a double breakout contest. 2th-hour win margin to Georgia. Okay, next we have Liam O'Neill in the aeroplane lane. Liam has dialed 8.58 and Lexi Lancaster from Queensland has dialed 8.606.
So around half a second head start going to O'Neill in the airflow lane, John. Running for MJ Clothing and Princey Motorsports. Liam was 0.045 away from the perfect run in his category yesterday in qualifying, so not much at all over the required time, and he's way back in 24 for qualifying.
Yeah. Proves how tough this category is.
It certainly does. The first couple of rounds won't be seeded, so it'll be this lane versus this lane, and you just line up, and whoever you come up against is who you race against. O'Neill
Liam gets away with an excellent 026 line. Lexi with a 152, and Liam takes the win. 864 and 858, and Lexi goes under 803 on an 806.
Riley Ito down there in the airflow lane. The Murphy Finance Solutions, ITF Hire and Pro Tilt Towing. 775 the dial in for the car in the airflow lane. Our current track champion in the airflow lane, taking on Blake Taylor from Wallen in Victoria.
Must be something in the water down at Wallen. There's plenty of drag races from that town.
There sure is. Taylor dialed in with a 915. in the rocket lane.
.192 light for Blake, 092 light.
Yeah.
So
Riley,
10th up his sleeve, Riley.
Yeah, Riley with exactly a 10th of a second. It's going to come in handy at the other end of the racetrack. 791, 779 with a 1 at 81 miles an hour to take the win. Taylor, a 921 with an 8. So by having a better reaction time afforded, Ito there was just probably able to roll off the throttle a little bit.
Yep.
Just make sure that only the front wheels has to be in front of the car on the other lane.
That's it.
One of the advantages of being the chasing car is that you can see the competitor all the way from the start line to the finish line.
Yep.
When you're being chased, you're relying on you.
Turn your head.
Yes, you've got to turn your head as you see or hear the car in the other lane, and then try and judge the speed differentiation. And sometimes when you've got a AA and a C junior dragster, there can be 30 miles an hour or 50 kilometres an hour difference.
Yep.
It'd be a bit tricky to pick that gap at the finish line.
Okay, we have Dakota Brain at Aeroflow Lane. Dakota's dialed 8.09, and Benjamin Attard dialed 8.00. 015 light for Benjamin. That's going to be hard to get around.
And Briggs on the win light goes 8.05 with a 4, John, and an 8.00 for Attard. The ITF Aya car will be back for round number 2. Dakota, an 8.11 with a 3 on an 8.09. Another Attard down there on the start line this time. Alexis Attard in the Aeroflow lane.
And Kate Fowler in the rocket lane. Kate has dialed 8.60 and Alexis 8.04. Kate's dad and granddad racing top sports. Lots and lots of family ties in drag racing.
There sure is, John.
Lots.
A light and a half on the start line in this one. Car closest to the grandstand will leave first. And a 139 light to a 036 light. Alexis Attard will take the win. 8.08 with a 9 on an 8.04. So that's all 3 of the ITF Hire Junior Dragsters through to the next round, and I believe that concludes.
That brings us to the end of Junior Dragster. If you're spectating and you want to go for a wander in the pits later, do yourselves a favour and go have a look at some of those Junior Dragsters. Very impressive.
Now, John, just while we wait for the finish line to be packed up from Junior Dragsters, now there is an exclusive offer to all of our patrons here this weekend from the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. They've put the tickets on sale for the East Coast Nationals, which will be here at Sydney Dragway on the 26th and 27th of September, featuring the Blast Top Fuel and X-Pro Nitro Funny Car, Group 1, and a stack of Aeroflow Sportsman races. I can tell you, John, this is about as cheap as you'll get your tickets into the Dragway, with Saturday and Sunday for just $30 for adults.
Wow, that is an excellent price.
Plus the booking fee.
How do I get those tickets, Stu?
You scan the QR code that's up on the big screen, and it's been coming across on the live stream as well. That will take you to the appropriate web page and allow you to purchase your tickets. Now,
that is excellent value, isn't it?
It sure is. I suggest, if you're interested, get in quick, because the tickets are limited at that price, and once the allocation is exhausted, that's it. So you need a QR code reader on your phone. Most phones, I think, have that as a standard operation now. Scan the QR code, hit yes, that'll take you through to the NDRC ticketing website. Tell it how many tickets you want, and obviously pay through credit card or PayPal, whatever you choose. But as I said, this is an exclusive offer to the spectators of the Golf Western Oil Nitro Champs to get your tickets for the East Coast Nationals here at Sydney Dragway on the 26th and 27th of September.
Thanks. Okay, now we move into our next category, Top Sportsman. Which is for fast door cars. In the left lane we have Anthony Pineda, normally a Supergas racer, but given Top Sportsman a crack. Anthony has dialed at 8.49 and Lisa Sargent in the Rocket Lane has dialed a 7.90 in this good-looking Camaro. Tony in the Holland Calibra. Which is the ex-Lee Bektash Supergas car.
It's got a little bit of heritage, this car.
Yep. Been around for a minute.
Yeah, it's had a few paint jobs, and although it's been gold, I think more than it was in the other livery.
Gold when Lee had it.
Was it? I thought it was
charcoal coloured when Lee had it. I can't remember.
It is a while ago.
Yeah.
Although I struggle sometimes to remember what I did yesterday.
Yeah.
But I know I was here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, I was here too, so I can confirm that for you.
All right, so Pineda tiled in with an 8.14. The dial-in is a different concept for him.
Yes, normally used to a Pro Tree.
So 8.49 for the Calibra. We'll leave the start line first.
0.74 light for Anthony Pineda and 2.70 light for Lisa Sargent. Puts her 2/10 behind. And Tone takes the win. 49.3 on a 49. That was shaving it a bit close.
Next up, we'll see Paul Partridge and Vlado Turek. Well, this will be a good one, John. Two very quick cars down the quarter mile here at Sydney Dragway.
Paul was one of only two racers that went 000 on the tree yesterday.
Yes.
He missed out on the Yanks money though.
I don't know if Alan's money was offered to the Top Sportsman category. I think it was only a junior dragster.
Should have been for everyone. What's he doing?
Well, it doesn't matter. It went off 2 runs after he offered it anyway.
Yeah.
So Partridge in the green Mustang for BK Race Engines and Coating King dialed him with an 8.01. He will be chased by Vlad Turek in the THR Developments Mustang.
780 cubes of Chev power on board.
Yeah,
Vlado's car.
It's pushing that blue machine to a sub 7-second pass here in Top Sportsman.
No. I don't know what happened there. Pardo rolled the beams.
Disappointment for the Partridge team. Turek with a solo basically into the next round. Goes 6.90 with a 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with Paul there. He left before the embers cut on. That happens.
Well, I guess he would have a trans brake and a line lock, or a trans brake at least on that car.
Yeah, possibly a failure. All right, we had Josh Boscovich. As you saw then, nitrous on board with a nitrous purge. Josh has dialed 7.94 and Brandon Freer, up from South Australia, has dialed 8.47 in this 64 Chevy Nova. Don't see a lot of Chevy Novas, especially 64s in this country.
That's the earlier one, because I think
good looking car, I like it.
Whitmore's a slightly newer model, isn't it, I think?
Watch for the dry launch from Josh. Normally his trademark. There we go.
Yep.
A little bit of a dry hop.
Clutch face, meet flywheel.
Yeah. Yes, clutch meet flywheel. So Josh's car, Lenko with a clutch pedal. assuming Brandon's car is a power glide. .091 light from Brandon. Excellent 019 for Josh. Gives him a good advantage.
Yeah, Boskovic in front at 1,000 there, goes 8.06 with a 148 miles an hour through the finish line. Gets there by 3/10, so quite convincing in the end.
Brushed the mile an hour off there. Raced that finish line.
All right, next up will be Herakles Kazantzidis for Kazmic Interiors West End Performance in the VN Holden Commodore down there, 779. His dial-in.
And Matthew Barron in the Rocket Lane down from Jimboomba in Queensland, sponsored by Aussie Diffs and TSR Racing. Matthew has 8.34 on the window.
And a 779 for Herakles. So the Chevy Beretta in the Rocket Lane will leave first. Herakles will have to chase him down. Pair of greens on the start line. Kazantzidis has lost a 10th though. Barron out in front will probably convert this to a win and does. Goes 8.36 with a 6 on an 8.34. Got there by 700ths across the finish line. Kazantzidis broke out trying to make up the gap, but didn't cross the finish line first.
Okay, next we have two Pontiac GXPs. Matt Clark in the Aeroflow lane, small block Chev powered. Steve Fowler in the Rocket lane, 760 cube Chevy on board. Steve has dialed to 6.90 and Matt at 8.12. Both swoopy cars.
Yeah, very much so. Matt pretty new to this car. I think no disrespect, I think he's going to have his work cut out for him here.
I think it's only maybe his third time in this car.
Third or fourth time. I know he's done a little bit of testing, but it's not the same as...
They staged that car way over to the left, don't they? They did it all through qualifying.
Yeah, all through yesterday they were doing
Didn't seem to bother it.
He's also pointing at the left-hand side of the scoreboard down there.
I guess that's by design because they've done it the same every time.
Well, as long as it's consistent.
Yep. And go straight.
We were talking about that yesterday with one of the cars. It went one direction all the time. So the crew said, well, we've tried suspension, we've tried this, we've tried that. How about we just not stage it straight?
Interesting way to do it.
Well, it works. Doesn't cost anything to turn the car slightly on the start
And you don't have to crawl under it.
All right, Clark in full stage now, just waiting on Fowler.
Clark with an 074 light and an 039 light for Steve Fowler. Steve takes the win at 69.03 on a 690. The 200 mile an hour cars here in Top Sportsman.
Yeah, we've got a few of them here this weekend. I tell you what, Clark should be pretty proud of that. There wasn't a big gap at the finish line. Certainly cut a light on the start line.
Did a good job. All right, next we have Nathan Cooper in this little supercharged Holden Gemini. Small block Chev with a supercharger and injector hat on board.
Yeah, giving the rev limiter a bit of a workout in the burnout there, John. I thought you said he told you that he was going to calm down the burnouts.
Yeah, that's what he told me, but it looks like
I think he's telling lies.
He fibbed.
He's telling lies.
And we have David Foster in the Rocket Lane in this super good looking 57 Chevrolet with a 632 cube Sunset motor on board. David's dialed 7.55 and Nathan Cooper has dialed 8.29 and went 8.29 in qualifying, Nathan. This will be a good race. 118 light for Nathan, 090 for David Foster. tenths there on the start line. No. 8.29 with a free and loses.
He didn't give away that much on the start line either, but David Foster will move into the next round, John. 57 Chevy. We'll be back for another one.
And here we have another small block supercharged car, Kayleen Gawley. Is dialed 8.05. And Simon Isherwood down from Queensland, 714 cubic inches of big block Chev on board this old Cutlass. Old Cutlass? Old's Cutlass.
Old's Cutlass.
Get it right, Oldsmobile.
Well, no disrespect, it is an old Cutlass. It's 90s. It's one.
Yeah, true.
Just consoling another one of our commentators up here. He's a bit upset.
What's he upset about? Junior dragster driver.
Yeah, I know. I know. Tell me about. Listen to that supercharger whine for Kayleen's car in the aeroflow lane.
Simon charging home and takes the win. 7:02, 181. So he rolled off it going past.
The margin was 0.03 of a second. Not a lot in it, but that's the advantage of chasing.
And winning the start line.
Yes, that was the big advantage there in that one. Enyo Morocco from Junction Village in Victoria.
And Daniel Moyt in the rocket lane from Middle Dural in the Ford Capri. Daniel sponsored by Moyt's Motor Cars and Enio sponsored by Martello Automotive. Enio has dialed 7.82 and Daniel 8.37. A little bit of purge there out of Daniel's car. So
A little bit.
half the bottle.
Now what he's doing there, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't seen that before, that's nitrous oxide. It's a chemical that
Supercharger.
basically a chemical supercharging for the engine allows it to burn more fuel, therefore make more horsepower. But the last thing you want in your nitrous oxide lines is air bubbles of any form.
Yep.
They also use the purge to control bottle pressure, which obviously the higher the pressure, the more fluid that is, or gas that's pumped through the lines.
158 line from Daniel. 343 line.
Wow. I don't know what happened with it.
Enio had a big move as well.
That's very uncharacteristic for Enyo, but the Capri will take the win. The
Rolls
Moyts,
through. Yep.
the Moyts Motor Cars Ford Capri will be into round number 2 by 0.04 of a second across the finish line. 8:53 with a 5 on an 8:37.
Yeah, Darren Whitford up from South Australia in this super fast Pontiac GTO. Went 6:41 in qualifying.
Yes, you heard us right.
Our number one qualifier.
6:41 in a top Sportsman car.
Yeah.
Now, keep in mind, not that long ago, a 6:40 would have been pretty stout in door slammer.
100%. So yeah, the Whitford car has a pro-charged 540 cube Chev on board, and Michael Obst in the aeroflow lane in the Chevy Cobalt, 678 cubes of big block Chev, dialed 7.33.
Didn't have the most productive day yesterday for Michael in the aeroflow lane, but it's fantastic to see him back here at Sydney Dragway this morning. Had a little bit of a mishap, but was able to get the car fixed and face for round 1.
You want to have your mishap in qualifying,
Yes,
don't you?
yeah, very much so. Well, I think the
Get it out of the way.
the Whitford operation's pretty tight. I think the speed differentiation across the finish line is nearly 25 odd miles an hour.
A little hard to judge. Throws it away with a 007 red. 834 from Darren Whitford. Goes through for a 646 on a 644.
They would have seen the red light there, took the opportunity, I dare say, to test the dial in.
How do you make a low 6-second car consistent?
Seat time.
Seat time. Good tuners. Very impressive. All right, we have Greg O'Connor in this Chevy Camaro 636 cubes of Chev. Is dial 7.21. And Scott Constable is LJ Tirana with a 632 cubes of Chev. That will be jam-packed into that Tirana.
Yeah, there wouldn't be a lot of room, I don't think. Even if the inner guards were chopped out, there won't be a lot of swinging room in that.
I'm pretty sure it's standard front end in that Tirana.
Oh.
Yeah, not much room to put pipes in there.
How would you get to the plugs? You'd be, there'd have to be holes in the inner guard.
Yeah, it would be a challenge.
Bluetooth, you reckon, Rusty?
Pretty much a 1 second head start for Scott.
Trying away nicely. O'Connor with a bit of work to do. He's got about 400s to make up on the start line. Here comes the black Camaro. And he'll take it, John. Gets there by 500s.
Constable's car ran a couple of tenths off.
Yeah, can't give away that sort of...
Can't give away anything in
No.
any racing. No place for charity. Next we have Greg Fowler in the Rocket Lane in this Chevy Beretta 632 cubes of Chev. It's dialed 7.64, and Darren Moody in the Holden Rodeo with a big block Chev on board. It's dialed 8.29.
Just having a look under Fowler's car there, I think, but both races moving up to the start line now. 8:29, the dial in for the red ute. 7:64, the dial in. The Chevy Beretta in the Rocket Lane.
Waiting on Greg to stage.
That's the second time today the starters had to go up and say, get him in.
163 line. Darren Moody and 261 for Greg, so 10th behind. Takes the win, 7.702. And that brings us to the end of Top Sportsman, I believe. What time was the all-in door slammer?
At 11:10. If you're at the venue, suggest you get down into the
door slammer pits.
The door slammer pit area. Every one of the door slammers here will take part in the all-in fire up.
Yeah, so that's
11 at the slammer alley down in the pits. If you like a little bit of methanol fume in the morning,
especially when it's 14 cars or however many we got.
Yep.
14 blown cars.
The methanol to oxygen ratio might be a little bit
going to be
the other way for a moment or two.
Spectacle for sure. All right, first round of modified. So we're into eliminations in our sportsman categories. Mark Bull has the solo. Lucky Mark. Oh, gets away with it.
Wow. Chased it on the solo run.
Or free donuts.
Yes. Alan says,
our learned American friend.
Yeah, of course he'd prefer it to donuts.
Yes.
That's all right.
Runs through for a 778. 8 on a 778.
Wow. 8th hour package wasted on a solo.
Wow. Take that in any race.
Our next pair up will be Fiona Crisp and Adriana Cartledge down there on the start line. Crisp in their Spitzer Bantam Altered.
Both girls graduates of the junior dragster system.
Now the seating sheet Rusty just showed me, there was Will was supposed to race against Brooke Rapazada, but
Maybe they had a problem.
maybe, yeah. All right, so Crisp in the Spitzer Altered for NGK Sparkplugs, dialed in with a 7:57, taking on Adriana Cartledge down there in the Rocket Lane. She's dialed in with a 7:07 in the rear engine dragster. So the dragster will have to wait on the start line half a second. Doesn't sound like a lot.
It is when you're sitting there.
It is. Crisp will be halfway to the 60-foot mark. Very shallow stage there for Cartledge.
010 for Fiona Crisp, 065 for Adriana. Fiona's car moving around some and takes the win. 57.3 on a 57, free over with a 01 light. 13th out pack.
Yeah.
Man, there's some tough racing.
So you want to be a modified racer.
Yeah. Bring your A game. All right, now we have Ash Carslake. And Ash Carslake has an interesting sponsor called Go Park Yourself.
I looked that up, actually.
Oh, you looked it up?
I looked it up. It's a, from what I can tell, is a facility that you can park your truck at for I'll say a holding yard or a truck yard that you can keep your vehicle off the street in a secured arrangement.
Can't say I think much of Tegan Smith's backup girl though.
Well, I guess they're going all pink. It's sort of
supporting the.
It's 2026.
Yep.
It's all in good fun.
It is. I don't know, would you wear a
no
tutu?
No, but at least Tegan can improve the appearance thanks to Beauty by Teagues, her business,
true.
right?
Yep.
I wonder if the backup person has been given some work this morning.
269 for Ash.
Well, we're going to see the
25 for Tegan. Ash's car moving around a bunch.
Oh, got there.
The win.
Got there.
Yeah, Tegan's car ran 2/10 off for some reason.
Well, it was only 78 10,000s across the finish line, so the Alta just got there.
Yeah, it was moving around a heap too.
Just looking at the trees at the top end of the racetrack, there doesn't look to be any wind down there because the finish line, right where the break in the wall is, in the mound. Sometimes if there's a crosswind there, it's right on the finish line.
Altered's doing altered stuff as well.
Correct. Our next pair, Brett Farnell in the front engine dragster for Mad Dog Motorsports, also sponsored by NGK. He's dialed in with a 8:31, taking on Jess Turner in the rear engine dragster in the Rocket Lane. Now, Jess had some issues, I think, on the last qualifying session. She's in the car in the far lane on screen, or in the Rocket Lane on the racetrack, closer to the grandstand. Small block Chev on board both cars, very similar in capacities. Racing for Higgins Race Edge, Kavanagh Auto Parts, Dominator Converters, and Denso Spark Plugs.
Easy for you to say.
0408, 040 on the tree for Farnell in that front engine car. Here comes Turner with an 014. And she'll take the win across the finish line. Farnell got there first by 0.02 of a second, but too quick, John. 8:28 with a 5 on an 8:31. Turner takes the win with a 7:51, 174 miles an hour.
Next we have Ali Stewart in Aeroflow Lane. Driving his rear engine dragster, forward powered, has dialed 7.73. And Corey Dyson up from Kilmore in Victoria in another rear engine dragster, Chev powered though. $7.10. Ali sponsored by Cackling Pipes Photography and Jeff's Racing Engines, LA Lubricants. Corey sponsored by Mobile One's Statewide Oils.
Had that sponsor on board for a long time.
Yes. This will be another tough matchup. Is there any easy matchups?
No.
Is there?
This is true. Ali,
Especially modified.
Ali's lined up towards the left-hand side of her lane down there on the groove. She's on the groove, but to the left-hand side of it.
035, Ali Stewart, and 081 for Corey Dyson. Oh, Ali goes under.
Double breakout, John. Ali goes a 7.68 with a 4 and a 7.73. Got there first, but under by the most. Handing the win back to Dyson, who also went under with a 7.08 on a 7.10. I'm picking a theme here, John.
Yes, something with the Smith family and tutus. I don't know what's going on there. Chelsea Smith into aeroflow lane has dialed 7.52, and Harrison Fletcher up from Victoria has dialed 8.87.
Chelsea racing for stop, slow, traffic control, JM Auto Repairs, and Tony Smash Repairs, 7.52.
And Harrison sponsored by Jamison Courthouse Hotel and Bulletin Plumbing and Civil. First round of modified. 048 light for Harrison. Chelsea throws it away with an 022 red. Harrison runs it through for 891 on an 887.
Look at Smith's time. It's no consequence now, but she was 4th hour over the dial-in.
All right, we have Michelle Morrison over from Alexander Heights in Western Australia. That's a little bit of a drive.
Yes.
And Anthony Rochella from Hillier in South Australia.
He's not around the corner either, John.
Yeah, two of our travellers, especially with the price of diesel these days. Full commitment.
All right, Morrison dialed in with a 7.16 in that altered. The dim off transmissions, motorsport connections, Denani hot shots as well.
We found out what Denani Hot Shots was, didn't we?
Yes, a couriering transport business. They support a lot in drag racing. Been sponsors of the Morrison machine for as long as I can remember.
Yep.
Also a number of our top bike competitors, and of course a few cars in Pro Slammer as well. Anthony Rochella over there. He's got a good list of sponsors for him as well. Just Muscle Cars, Panani Brothers Bakery, Storm Plastics.
Double 03 red.
Morrison was slow with a 130.
Doesn't matter when there's a red in the other lane.
Took the chance to test the
And
dial in.
goes under by a foul.
And Anthony Rochella will move into, Michelle will move into the next round. Oh, just looking at Nathaniel Cutchell's front engine dragster there in the burnout. Started to spin the wheel and then just hooked up. Atlantic Oil's front engine dragster dialed in with a 903. Taking on Peter Brown. Peter Brown in the gold rear engine dragster for Race Max Directs, BK Race Engines and Pro Trans. Kutchel's car closest to screen. A little bit different with the bodywork on this car, the front engine dragster.
Won't mix it up with anyone else's car, will you?
No, definitely not. Incorporating a little bit of different styling on the body.
I like it.
It's a little bit of downforce as well, which is often missing in a front engine car.
106 light for Nathaniel and an 031 light for Peter Brown. Beat goes around him, pulls the chutes, rolls through for a comfortable win.
Yeah, Kutchell's car was 600ths away from the dial-in as well.
Run well off, didn't it?
Daniel Carranza, otherwise known as Bat Dan.
Don't start singing.
No, Bat Dan. He was our #1 qualifier. Got a little bit more enthusiastic today.
Yeah, I'm more enthusiastic.
I did ask Adam to find something online for that, but
did he get the kapow?
I don't know. We'll have to ask again. 7:06 the dial in.
Bat Dan's on a solo. Here's our top qualifier.
All right, Daniel Carranza, our #1 qualifier, air modified eliminator.
Big block Chev powered, 615 cubic inches on board. 020 light, 103 into 60. Rolls through for a 708, which brings us to the end of modified. I'm going to have a little break now and hand you over to our American friend, Mr. Alan Reinhardt.
Well, thank you very much. It is great for me to be back in Australia. It's my first time in Sydney. And I have to tell you, I love your racetrack. This place is amazing. I love your city also.
I heard you were doing a little bit of sightseeing.
I did, yeah. I went and figured out how the whole harbor ferry thing works. And I mean, you know, I'm your typical tourist, right? What'd you do in Sydney? Well, I saw the Opera House. Everybody went to the Opera House, right? No, pounding around downtown a little bit. Warren Allen coming up on the left side.
Yep, in his B dragster automatic on a 715 index. We'll see him leave the start line first, Alan, and Peter Pizzolides in that.
That's all I wanted was for you to say that last name, so I didn't put.
I figured you were waiting.
Pizzolides. That thing is awesome. That is a Noonan-powered, turbocharged, flat-hood Corvette that'll run 200 and some miles an hour down there. Normally, when you see a combination like this, it will not be the dragster getting a head start by almost a full second. 2 bulbs on the Christmas tree. Bumping the Corvette in, it's a turbo spool up, and here we go. Dragster off and away on the green. Here comes Pete. Oh, he moved out of the groove, had to pedal it, getting sideways. He's in a heap of trouble unless the dragster makes a mistake. And Warren Allen looked over his shoulder and went, "You ain't gonna catch me." 726 for the win. Obviously off the throttle at only 146 miles per hour.
Peter certainly didn't give up the chase there. There was, I think, at least 2 or 3 pedals that I saw.
That's the problem with a car like that. Once it starts wagging the tail, it is really tough to get it back under control. Here's another fun little matchup. Nick Gallia. That's the Olds Cutlass. That thing has got a 500 cubic inch pro stock style Hemi under the hood. And Mitch Oxley is in the dragster. I'm guessing you can figure out which one's the left lane and which one's the right lane. Yeah. I'm hoping so anyway.
So Mitchell racing in the same class designation that we just saw Warren Allen run in the airflow lane. So the same index, 715. Gallia's index a 762, Alan. So
Gallia actually qualified quicker than that. He made some good runs in the qualifying field, getting under that 762 index. The handicap this time will go to the door car. The difference is almost 1 bulb on the Christmas tree. There's exactly half a second difference between bulbs as they count down. This time the more conventional look, the door car takes off and then the dragster tries to catch it. Great weather conditions out there for making horsepower right now. The correction factor is 102, which is pretty darn good. As the weather changes, the performance of the cars change, and drivers and crew chief have to account for that. Ever so gently pulling up into the beams. Red light start, Nick gave it away. He was supposed to get a 1 bulb head start. He tried to take a bulb and a half, turned on that red one. 752, 185 the speed. Mitch goes 775. You can see the shootout early down there after he already saw the win light flashing on the rocket board. There's something about Saturday morning, you're about half track and your scoreboard is already blinking down there. It makes life is good.
It's certainly a good indication, and the butterflies will be instantly released, I'd imagine. On track now we have Luke Cartledge in the altered, in the airflow lane, running C altered automatic with an index of a 776, taking on Tom Ditromopoulos. Sorry if I got that wrong, Tom. The RC Engines Chevy Camaro down there in the rocket lane.
I actually was going to take a shot at that. I was going to call it.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I was going to talk Dimitropoulos.
There we go. That sounds much better than.
How about me?
That's right.
Look at me. I've only been here for 2 days and I learned how to speak Australian. Dimitropoulos, that's Australian, right? Sort of. Kind. The RC Engines machine. Both of these cars actually have about the same engine. Obviously, the Camaro is going to be a little bit heavier car. A different category because it is a converted street version of the car, making it modified production. Handicap goes to right lane. No, not another red light. Come on, red lights are no fun. Just suck the fun out of this whole thing. Now, having said that, Luke is down there going, yeah, that red light didn't bother me a bit. Thought it was kind of cute. Loved it. 811, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1 off the throttle. Dimitropoulos, and he was way, way, way red. Easy there, easy there. Getting him first, then you. Good to see you, my friend. Wade Unger just wandered his way up in the booth. It'll be he and I on the call tomorrow. And I will tell you fans this, and I'm not just saying this because I'm sucking up. You are very fortunate to have a guy like Wade be your lead commentator facing the circuit around here. He has enlightened me a lot about Australian drag racing and welcomed me in a couple of times I've been here, so looking forward to that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be honest about it, everybody has been very, very welcoming when I've been over here, and I'm very appreciative for that.
Well, you're very welcome, Alan, and I think Rusty definitely speaking very highly about you.
Well, I paid him.
Oh, you paid him. The truth comes out.
Kind of like if you go down the junior pits, Lily speaks very highly of me too.
Yeah, because you paid her last night.
I believe I'm her favorite American commentator. I don't think there's any question about that. Greg Geddes left side, John Parisi right side. Door car on a 913, Greg on 743. The whole race for Craig Geddes is only 7.5 seconds long, and he's going to give up an almost 2-second head start. Full Christmas tree handicap head start is going to the Camaro. Oh man.
Wasn't the nicest of launches there for the Camaro.
I don't know if you guys have a Reaction Time Hall of Fame, but we're not going to nominate either one of those guys this time. Greg Geddes is going to get the win, go 748. 936 for John Parisi. Both of them missed the starting line. Reaction time, even in handicap racing, reaction time is huge. Obviously in heads-up racing, reaction time is big. Oh, wait a minute, excuse me. I must bow down to the master.
Oh, don't even do that. How are you, Alan?
Wade, I am great, man. I'm great. It's so good to see you again.
You made it to Sydney.
I did.
Good job.
I did, thanks to Santo.
And it cost you $100. I heard you paid out 100 large in US dollars, which is about 4.5 grand Australian.
Is that, that's what I was saying. We're trying to do the conversion last night.
Oh, don't do the conversion. Hey, I know you loved the door slammer fire up last time you got together.
Absolutely.
11:10 a.m. folks. So around about, if you wander down just after 11 down the pits, every door slammer, all 16 of them, are going to fire up bang on 11:10. We'd love you to get your phones out like we did last time. Film it, get around it, door slammer fire up, 16 cars together. Oh yeah, baby.
It's going to be pretty awesome. They're all in the same basic footprint down there in the pit area, so you can kind of stand in the middle of it and get it from all sides.
Love it.
Speaking of that, was that a cool moment or not? We're looking at it up on the big screen?
Yes, it was. Supercars. That's cute.
Yeah, we lined them up on the grid when we were out in Adelaide about a month or so ago for a little press and photo event. Robert Maddox now on the left side, and Pete Mamone in the right. That is a Holden Commodore with a small block Chevy under the hood. And Pete Mamone with the Stroker small block Ford, 347 cubic inches, getting ready to come at you. Mustang is really fighting him down there now. It looks like he's got it pointed in the right direction. But can he catch the Beamer? Survey says yes. 742. That's going to be a winner. Reaction advantage went to Pete. Again, neither driver is going to make the Dean's list as far as reaction advantage goes down there, but the better light with the advantage and took the win. As I started to explain before I was so rudely interrupted by your legend, reaction time in a handicap race, think of it like this. Let's say, will you stop burning out when I'm trying to talk to these nice fans? Let's say that we're racing and you're going to give me a 1 second head start. All right? Now let's say I have a great reaction time. Say I'm 002 and you sit on the bulb a little bit and you're late. Well, all of a sudden my 1 second head start might have just turned into 1.2 seconds or 1.5 seconds. And it's going to be much more difficult for you to catch me down there because I got a bigger head start. Now, the much more likely scenario is that I fall asleep and switch down there and you have a great reaction time. At which point, even though I still took off first, maybe I only get a 0.7 second head start or a 0.5 second head start because I didn't take advantage of it. At which point, you're going to catch me, you're going to wave, and you're going to laugh when you drive by me down there at about 1,100 feet. Just like Leo Glassrenner did to me in Stock Eliminator in Las Vegas 14 years ago.
And you're not letting it go.
And I'm almost over it. Rusty's looking at me like, oh, God, this again? Move on. Move on. John Cooper in the left side. The Holden Commodore, that's a little bitty motor, less than 300 cubic inches. Darren Nichelle in the right, and the Cobalt over here. And that is actually a CGA, G automatic, clutch car on the left side. They're going to be ripping gears over there, is John. Handicap here is not very big. We've seen a couple of big handicap head starts. And this one's only going to be about a 1/10.5. Take a look at the Corvette on the return road. Doesn't that thing look like it's going 180 miles an hour even though the golf cart's pushing it? Which either means that the car's really not that fast or, man, that golf cart hauls ass. One or the other. Could be a combination. We'll meet in the middle.
All right, both races into full stage. The Commodore.
Remember what I said about the handicap head start?
There we go.
Reaction time? Yeah, like that.
Some issues on the start line for Nichelle. And an 8:25 with a 4. 157 miles an hour for John Kuiper.
Almost exactly where he qualified. Darren, obviously with problems. The light turned green, the car didn't move, and then he just took a run down the boulevard that would get you honked at if you were driving in a fast lane out there on the highway.
Probably even flashed at, depending on what was following you with the headlights.
Mitch McDonald and Jay Schulter warming the tires up now. What do you think of Mitch McDonald's car, by the way?
Pretty cool. I can't say I've seen it before this weekend, Alan, but certainly a cool car. Not one that we see many Ford Torinos here. Certainly built as race cars.
Yeah, did a little bit of a smoke-free burnout down there. Environmentally friendly. Anyway, as I started to say, I hate when they interrupt me with burnouts when I know it's clicks, okay, I get it. But something about driving down the highway and seeing a speed limit sign that says 100 that is like, all right. I wonder if I could get away with the dumb American thing. If I was, how fast? I was going 100.
Yeah.
You were going 100 miles an hour. Yeah. Didn't say anything other than 100.
Technically.
Think I could play the dumb American card?
Let me know how you go. You've got Rusty's number.
I do.
Bail you out.
600 cubic inches under the hood of that Ford Torino GT. That's an awesome automobile. Oh, and it's a broken automobile. Come on. The commentator's curse. Man, I love that hot rod Ford down there, and then it went 3 feet. Jay Schulter shut off down there, and he just goes, I hope he shut off. I'd hate to think that thing was broke. 1078 at 84 miles per hour.
I think I might have got the launch from Jai Schluter on the replay. We'll just see if that's come up for us. Keep your eyes on car right of screen, and then we'll have a look at nice wheels up launch. And the Ford Torino, unfortunately, just rolled forward.
Yeah, I mean, Mitch didn't do much of a burnout, but I didn't take that to mean the car was broken. Obviously, something was wrong with it down there when it was time to get up and go. But I do love the car.
We were talking yesterday about your growing car collection and the type of car that you're really into, Alan.
Well, the beauty of being here is I don't think I'm going to trip over anything that I have to buy and take home with me because it won't fit in the overhead bin. Oh,
you were talking yesterday about taking home a turbo rotary.
Turbo rotary would be different.
Certainly do an interesting conversion on one of your existing cars with a turbo 13B or something.
I put a turbo rotary engine in a 1970 Barracuda. My friends would.
They won't be your friends.
Have you been to Alan's shop? Yeah, he's hanging out in front of it.
Our next pair fires to life.
No, during the course of my life, I have made some poor decisions, and many of them revolve around buying stupid stuff that I don't need.
I can guarantee it, though, Alan, you're not the only one in that boat.
Yeah, probably not, but it still is like, you know, when a guy calls and says, I got this car, I should just say, oh, that's nice. You know, got to go, I'm busy. Then got a shop full, don't have any room. I really don't have any room. But I'm not smart enough to say that. I said, tell me about the car. Adrian Vella now coming up in the left side, and Rob Matisek in the right. White Camaro with the hugger orange stripe. Did they not move that Mustang yet?
No, I don't believe so. I've just had the...
Okay, here's the deal. If you've got a white Mustang, and your license is DQQ22Q, right? DQQ22Q. Here's the deal. The tow truck is on the way, and if you get there before the tow truck does, then you'll know where your car is tonight when it's time to go home. If you don't get there before the tow truck does, good luck. Have you seen the size of this place? There's a lot of places we can hide a Mustang. You might still be out here on Groundhog. Do you guys have Groundhog Day?
No.
Trying to find your car.
It'll be Monday morning.
Rob left too soon. And then Adrian picked the wheels up, and that thing hard landed. I do not believe that he shut that thing off intentionally because that thing came down like Kerslamo. Mazetik turns it red in a race that he almost certainly would have won, and then goes 11-13 off the throttle down there. Probably having a conversation with himself and uttering words under his breath like, you know, shucks and rats and darn and some variation of that. Adrian, meanwhile, is going to get the win at 18 seconds and 48 miles an hour. Watch this one again on the replay. Yeah, he did not shut that off. That thing shut itself off.
It was mid-wheel stand, didn't it? And just dropped.
Hard land. I mean, it's like, you know, pick the front end of your car up 3 feet and drop it. So hopefully Adrian's car's okay. Anyway, welcome everybody. Glad to have you here yesterday. All the Sportsman cars had free shots at the racetrack. Get qualified, get the ladder set. That's why they're going into eliminations this morning. Group 1 cars are going to be hitting the track just a little bit later on. And that door slammer fire up is about 15 minutes away. What, am I new here? About the time I said slammer, the guy's going, oh, talk about this, talk about this. As you can see up on the big screen, that really is a neat deal. I was down in the middle of the pits when they did it in Adelaide at the Bend about a month or so ago. And I mean, if this is your first time attending an event here, go down there and just stand in the middle of that. And like Wade said, get your phone out and film it, put it on your social media, and if that don't turn you into a drag racing fan, I'm not sure we got anything for you. That's going to take place in about 15 minutes. You will not regret taking the walk.
How many cars we got down there, Alan? I think 15 or 16.
16 is what Wade said. I'm going.
Yep.
I'm taking his word for that.
So there's a whole bunch of horsepower about to be warmed up down in the pits there. And if you haven't been to Sydney Dragway before, your general admission ticket will get you everywhere you're supposed to be. You can sit in the grandstand. You can come over to the eastern side and sit under the big screen if you prefer. You can walk around the pits. It's all included in your general admission ticket.
I love it. I love it. See a lot of the spectators over there taking advantage of the shade while it's out there right now. I really love the grass terrace area where you can, you know, throw out the blanket and bring the kids and bring the picnic basket and lawn chairs and just hang out and enjoy the day from there. Do want to say a big thanks also to the folks at Gulf Western Oil. They are our title rights sponsor here this weekend. Big supporters of Sydney Dragway. And I understand that they have got a massive contingent of customers and employees and VIP folks that are coming out today. And Rusty is going to thank each one of them by name. If you weren't with us yesterday, there were a couple of opportunities when I said, I come up with the idea and Rusty has to figure out a way to make them work, and he was not on board with that program at all.
I wonder why. No.
All right, race fans, we're doing a little touch-up on the racetrack. Well, just kind of like any field of play, every once in a while, you need to go out there and clean it up and straighten it up a little bit. So we'll kick things up to the big screen, say a big thank you to a couple of our sponsors, and we'll be back with more noise and activity on the racetrack momentarily.
Okay, it's just filming. Okay, yeah, cool. I am Maddie. I work here as the...
It's an exciting time for Top Fuel racing as we literally blast off on the Blast Australian Top Fuel Championship. What is Blast? Well, this guy's a good guy to ask. Lee Bartlett, the co-founder of Blast. What is Blast?
Well, Blast is what you think it is, what you expect it would be. It's the ultimate car cleaning ecosystem. So it's all wall mounted.
Yes.
And it's mounted in your garage, no setup time. Just pull up in your rig, you four-wheel drive your car, your caravan, and start cleaning.
Marine too, right? You can do
Yeah,
boats?
boating. Yeah, absolutely. Boating too.
If it's dirty, blast it.
Absolutely.
So vacuuming as well. You've got the chemicals as well for cleaning.
Yep. So it's about, the 3 stages of keeping your car clean. So vac, wall mounted, wet dry vac, with a 10-metre retractable hose. Then obviously the wash, we've got a 30-metre hose in this machine, 2,300 PSI. This thing is the perfect tool for not just washing your car, cleaning your driveway, cleaning the solar panels on your roof, cleaning your gutter, your caravan, your boat. This thing is a game changer. And then this is what car dealers use. These are the detailers. This is how they get that really good pristine finish on the car. It's dry your car with heat and air. So this is an Air Max car dryer blower. This is the ultimate car care setup.
So basically with Top Fuel, we're all about high performance, right? Nothing's more high performance than a Top Fuel car.
Yep.
This makes perfect sense.
Absolutely. For us, it's all about saving our customers time so they can get back to doing what they love, and every second counts. That's the same in car racing, right? And the same in motorsport. Every second counts. So for us, it's the perfect match. It's the perfect reason why we would be supporting the Top Fuelers.
Hey, race fans, we've got a couple more minutes of track prep. We've got Pro Stock under the tower. If you're a Pro Stock fan, you do not want to miss this first qualifying session. And that door slammer fire up is going to take place in about like 3, 2, 1. Not quite that quick, but just about now. So pick one. They're both really awesome, but do one or the other. Don't miss both of them. Hi, Rusty.
How you going, Alan?
Oh, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Beautiful day and I'm at a racetrack.
We're at a racetrack, the sun's shining, there's a big crowd starting to roll in. 2 rounds of professional qualifying today before we head into race day tomorrow. Can't ask for much more than this.
No, it's a beautiful day at the races.
Absolutely. As we said, the track has been absolutely on point this week, and thanks to Justin Simpson and the team here from Sydney Dragway putting in the hard yards. You can see Justin out there on the sled now. You know, you might look at it and go, well, why are they dragging tyres up and down the racetrack? You know, the track's already black. Does it need to be blacker? Well, the answer is you want to try and give these guys not necessarily the best possible surface you can, but you want to give them the most consistent surface that you can. For races, and particularly professional races in particular, what you want to really do is be able to make the racetrack repeatable. Because if you go up there every time and you know what you're getting, the guys can tune the cars in, and theoretically, that's when you get good side-by-side racing. That's when you start getting really good runs.
Absolutely true. And when you see them dragging the sled or the rotator that you see out a little bit later on that actually has real race tires on the back that counter-rotate, think of it like sanding a board. You know, you've got the perfect finish that you want, and then you run all the cars down, you do whatever, and it's just not quite perfect anymore, so you just have to give it a light little sand again, and it comes right back.
Yep, absolutely. And race cars they're pretty dirty, ugly things when they go down the racetrack. They drop stuff. There's dust coming out of them, clutch dust, all sorts of stuff, dropping rubber on the racetrack. You know, you might think they look all nice and shiny and neat from up in the grandstand, but let me tell you, when they're going down the racetrack, they're dropping everything out of them you can possibly think of. So, you know, sometimes you just got to have that little reset before you jump in.
I will tell you that I have seen guys over the years that, you know, started off building a race car by coming out and being a trackside observer, just picking up stuff off the track.
Yes.
A couple of zoo spuds here or there, a head stud over here. And,
yep.
But yeah, you're right. They are often leaving things out there that the competitors behind them don't want to have to drive over. So just every once in a while, you stop and do a little cleanup, a little maintenance, and we should be ready to go with Pro Stock here in just a minute. And they should be firing up door slammers in just about now.
Well, this is a really good matchup to kick things off. Thomas Leake up against Tyrone Tremaine. Thomas Leake, we can't call him a rookie anymore. Last season was his first season in Pro Stock, and I've got to be honest, covered himself in glory. Did a fantastic job. Second generation racer, stepped into dad's car, Bruce Racer's car for a long time, and you wouldn't even know Thomas had never driven a pro car before last season. Did a fantastic job.
So what, you're calling him a grizzled veteran now?
He was an experienced sportsman racer. Now he's got the season of Pro Stock under his belt. I think we can go ahead and call him a grizzled veteran.
There's not a step in between. You go straight from rookie to grizzled veteran.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Except one guy who is a grizzled racer you could call Tyrone Tremaine, former national champion. Went on a tear a couple of seasons ago, made 5 consecutive finals, won 4 in a row.
Okay.
Guy can drive. Former champion, got Tremaniac power underneath the hood. Of course, the engine's built by his brother Aaron. Hasn't run yet this season. I think the last time they ran was sort of towards the tail end of last year. But they're not a team that stands still. These guys will put in the work behind the scenes, put in the R&D, trying to make these things go quicker. And based on the numbers that we were seeing in testing and the early numbers that we were seeing in testing, we didn't see a full pull out of these guys, but the numbers were more than encouraging.
Okay, that's definitely good to know.
So, you know, we've got pretty good conditions out here at the moment, and Pro Stock is a class that does rely on the atmospheric conditions.
That is correct. No power adders of any type, racing gasoline, naturally aspirated. Friendly little weather update. 1031 is the standard correction.
Okay, so
Density altitude is 400 meters.
400 meters. What's that in feet? We talk feet in drag racing.
That'd be about 1,300 feet.
Yeah, right. So, yeah, not great, but not too bad either.
Yeah, no, it's, I mean, 103 is actually pretty strong. For those of you who don't know, I mean, there's a lot of things up here that insiders kind of get used to. Everybody's familiar with, right? We've heard this thing makes, 1,000 horsepower. Put it on the dyno, it makes 1,000 horsepower. All right, well, that number is a corrected number. Because if it is a bright, sunny day, it's going to make this much power. If it is a cool day, it's going to make this much power. If it's a rainy day, it's going to make this much power. So you have to have a standard to bring you back. If you come in the morning and it's brisk and it's crisp and you make some dyno pulls and you decide, okay, let's try this other camshaft. You come back in the afternoon, it's hot and buggy. The motor's not going to make as much power simply because it's hot and muggy. So you have to correct. So if it makes 1,000 horsepower, that means correcting. If the correction factor is 103, that means it makes 3%. Hi, guys. Hi. I'm just see the guys up on the big screen.
They're your fans. That's why they're waving.
I got 4 fans.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And I don't think Lily's even one of them. So I got at least 5. I think Lily's my fan right now. But anyway, so 103 correction means that you have 3% less than that 1,000. That's what you really have on the racetrack right now. If the correction factor was 110, that's 10%. Well, 10% is pretty easy. You got 900 horsepower that you're working with. There's nothing wrong with the engine, it just can't make as much power when the air is not as good. So that's kind of the numbers we talk about.
Just can't breathe. That's what it comes back to. And of course, in Pro Stock, you know, we talk about the huge horsepower numbers we see out of the nitro cars. You know, it can vary from anywhere from 10,000 to 12.5, 13,000 horsepower that we're hearing these days. Pro Stock is really impressive because we're talking 400 cubic inch engines with these cars. They're making over 3 horsepower per cube with these cars.
Which is ridiculous.
Which is absolutely insane. So you're talking over 1,200 horsepower naturally aspirated, and these guys wheel these cars. They leave off the clutch. They're shifting gears 4 times throughout the run. They are really driving these cars, and we have got 12 of the best here this weekend. It's going to be a killer session for Pro Stock to kick things off.
It's kind of interesting as well. Listen, race fans, when they come out there and start making the runs, if you've ever driven a car that's got a manual transmission in it, you're in first gear, second gear, and third gear less than 1 second. They'll dump the clutch. By the time they get to the end of the blue paint out there, just past the Christmas tree, they've already made a gear change. They've made another one about 7/10 after that. They're going to be going into 4th gear past that first orange block down there. And if you miss a shift, you're going to crush your run. If you shift 100 RPMs high, you can get up into the rev limiter, lose the momentum, the car noses over, and it's just no recovering from that. If you shift 150 or 200 low, then that damages the clutch because the clutches are partially spring-loaded and partially centrifugal driven, and if you short shift them, you literally will end up running through the clutch, and that can kill your run. So it's very precise.
And that's the thing, you know, these cars have got shift lights in them, but the reality is that most of the guys who have done a lot of laps, they can feel where they want to shift the cars. A lot of the really good drivers in these cars, they'll shift these cars within 15 or 20 RPM. Which, when you put it in those kind of perspectives, when they're shifting these cars, upwards of 9,500, 10,000 RPM, that is absolutely insane. To be thinking that you can hit that shift point within 20 RPM.
The crazy thing, over in the States, we used to race in Denver, Colorado, which is more than a mile above sea level. The air obviously is much thinner. When it's hot out there, the correction factor could be 130 or 135. So you're 30% down on horsepower. Now, you change gear ratios, you change rear end, you change transmission, you change everything to try to compensate for the fact that you don't have any power. But that also changes the shifting timing. And for the drivers who have so much muscle memory, it normally would take them a couple of runs to get used to.
To wait for the light.
Yeah, oh crap, I missed that shift. You're actually in front of it. They put so much gear in the car that you're shifting faster in Denver than you are at sea level.
Yeah, it's crazy. And that's the difference between your Pro Stock car, which does rely on the atmosphere, to your fuel cars or your supercharged cars, where if you're operating at that altitude, you just spin the blower a little bit harder. You try and make the engine think that it's operating back down at sea level.
Yeah, the nitro guys would go in, they'd jack up the compression, they'd spin the blowers higher. They would change the fuel curve a little bit, but exactly what you said is right. They would try to trick the motor into thinking that it was in the same place. So Pro Stock car, you simply can't do that.
Yep. Exactly, and that's why we love it. It does mean very, very close racing, and traditionally, Pro Stock is a category where you see races decided by thousandths of a second. Hole shots are not uncommon, and to give you an idea, the national record in this class, 685, was set a couple of years ago here in Sydney. We actually had identical to the thousandth of a second set the national record in consecutive runs with Aaron Tremaine and Chris Soldatis. So when you're talking about thousandths of a second matter and the way they stage the cars and the way they drive the cars, every single thing counts in this class. There's no gimmies.
Absolutely love it. Well, here we go. The grizzled veteran, Tom Leake. There's got to be something in between. I think
Tom's going to come up and find me now. I'm sure he is.
You say rookie, and I picture someone like high school, university age, that guy, grizzled veteran. I'm picturing a guy sitting out in front of the retirement home. There's got to be something in the middle there, doesn't there?
Journeyman.
There you go.
There we
Let's go with that.
We'll go with that. Absolutely. Tom and Tyrone, similar sort of ages actually. Both guys who've done a lot of racing, just in different classes. Thomas Leake, quite an accomplished top sportsman racer. Actually had a Pontiac that was campaigned by not Greg Anderson, the Racers for Christ, the green one.
Mike Edwards?
Edwards for a long time. So, you know, he's done a lot of racing in this type of car, but, you know, that car had an automatic in it. He's not shifting through the gears. Took him a little while to get his head around it last season, but once he did, man, he was a threat.
So Tom on the left, Tyrone on the right. See the crewman down there checking the wheelie bars. The wheelie bar is critical on these cars because when they leave the starting line, the wheelie bars, I mean, obviously, you know, you don't want the wheelie to get out of control, but the wheelie bars actually steer the car as well. If you walk back through the pits and you take a real good look at the Pro Stock cars, you'll notice that the wheelie bars are staggered. They are not even across the back because as the car torques over, it'll lean on one harder than the other, and if the wheelie bar is out of sync, it'll drive the car left or right the first 60 feet of the racetrack.
Generally speaking, when you look at the 60 foot in these cars, anything sub 1 second is on a pretty good run. Sub 1 second means they've got the thing hooked up and pointing in the right direction. Anything over that probably means a low 7 second pass. Anything under that, you're probably looking high 690s, mid 690s. So keep an eye on the short times and listen out for them. Drag racing is a numbers game without a shadow of a doubt, and every single number matters. Thomas Leake, Tyrone Tremaine. First pro session.
Don't worry about the red lights. They do not count in qualifying. It's just the number that comes up on the scoreboard down there, and we're going to fire off with a 691, 198 miles an hour for Tyrone. Tom goes 7 flat at 196 miles an hour. So Tyrone Tremaine, at least for the moment, set number 1, starts on top.
And Tyrone must have been itching to get back in that car. He went 001 red. 001 red on a Pro Tree. That is a so close to perfect, 1,000th of a second away. The 691 off the trail after a 100 60 foot time as well. So they've found some steam with that thing at the top end of the racetrack. Next up, it is Clint George from Long Jetty in New South Wales. He's going to be taking on another New South Welshman, Daryl Stephen, with the new engine package on board this weekend.
Oh, do tell.
Frank Marchese. You can see the man out there in front of the car. That is Frank Marchese, who is well known in the Pro Mod world. Renowned for building turbo engines, renowned for building supercharged combinations as well as nitrous, very big in the drag and drive scene. Haven't seen him do a Pro Stock engine before though. So this is a bit of a new frontier for Frank.
It's interesting because it's kind of a different animal. I spent some years in a Pro Stock shop back, I can't believe it's been 25 years ago now, but right around 99, 2000, we were part of the Dodge factory team in the States, and we worked with the Dodge NASCAR team on some various things. And it's really amazing how little crossover there is between guys. We were building 358-inch engines for our Pro Stock truck program that made close to 900 horsepower. The NASCAR engines made about 750 horsepower at the time. And it's certainly not the case of, well, we were 150 horsepower smarter than them. They had to run for 2 hours. And ours didn't. You know, when you can change valve springs every 8 seconds, you can do a whole lot of things that would not ever go over on a supercar race.
Absolutely.
But it was a fun education.
It's really funny. You think an engine's an engine is an engine, but it's not. It's not. Horses for courses is the saying. And Clint George is another racer who's done a lot of racing in the Sportsman ranks. Has kind of tried a couple of different engine combinations over the years. He was doing his own thing for a little while as well. Oh,
they're taking a real close look under Daryl's car.
Frank's just given him the universal "you better shut it off" sign. And they're going to push it back. It's funny because there was a little puddle just in front of the burnout box down there. Yeah. And I know one of our officials caught it, but obviously whatever it is, it's not clearing itself up. So that's not the way Daryl Stephen wants to start off his weekend. Clint George not too bad, but left a bunch on the table, 106 to the 60 and way out of the groove down there at the stripe. Still goes 716 at 167, but probably not quite he would have been looking for.
I think that was a wise choice. He obviously threw the parachutes out a little bit before the finish line when he started drifting over out of the groove, and those things start skating around down there. There's not a lot of downforce on one of these cars. Obviously, you've put more downforce on them, you put more drag on them, and you slow them down. And when they start moving around with a 17-inch wide rear tire and a 3.5-inch wide front tire, get the parachutes out. Bring the car back and try it again later. Don't go down there and try to start driving slalom courses.
Yeah, the thing about these cars is that they're really good when they're pointing in a straight line and the air is flowing over the top of the cars perfectly. As soon as you start moving the back of the car around a little bit, that's when you start getting into trouble because it starts to break that seal, for lack of a better word, under the rear deck lid spoiler on these things. And yeah, that's when you start finding yourself in a whole world of trouble. Ideally, you want to go straight down the middle of the lane, right down the groove. It's not always possible, but by the same token, Clint George, he's done a lot of laps, and discretion being the better part of valor there.
And as you can see, they've got the cleanup operation going on out there all the way to where the burnout ended. And apparently just kind of a drop here and a drop there. And I know what you're thinking, well, how big a difference can that make? Well, if you're the one driving through it, it can make all the difference in the world, especially if it's affecting one tire more than it affects the other. So we'll get the safety team down on the starting line in a couple minutes, get things squared away, and we'll be back at it with Aaron Tremaine and Rob Deckard with the big number 1 on the side of the car.
Big number 1 on the side of the car and a lot of pink on the side of the car this weekend. And that is one thing you'll see in Pro Stock here this weekend. There is a lot of pink, and the class have really thrown their weight behind it in terms of supporting the McGrath Foundation, which is a breast cancer awareness foundation here in Australia. And it's all because of one particular lady that really kickstarted Hayley Turns, who we lost almost a year ago. It's hard to believe, but this weekend it really is a tribute to Hayley and the Rob Deckard team leading the way with the unique smash repairs. You can see the pink on the uniforms down there. You can see the pink on the side of the car. And, you know, awareness is great, but you can't do research without money. And you need to really, if you can, put your hands in your pockets. I know things are tight at the moment for a lot of people, but if you can donate, please do it. You can see up there on the big screen right now, there's the QR code. Scan that QR code, takes you through to the McGrath Foundation. You can make your donation on there and really back up, I guess, the awareness that the teams are doing this weekend with the pink stickers, the pink shirts, the pink ribbons. It's everywhere this weekend, and if you can donate, please do it because it makes a huge difference.
Well, and most people don't have to spend a whole lot of time thinking to come up with somebody that they know who has been adversely affected. So anything that we can do to get on top of that, conquer it, and hopefully someday wipe it out, I am 100% behind, and really appreciate everybody flashing the pink this weekend.
I actually really like the pink on the car, to be honest. I think it looks really good. It's usually yellow down there, but the pink on Rob Deckard, I think it suits. And, you know, coming in as the back-to-back defending champion, he's got a little bit of a target on his back this weekend because, you know, you go back-to-back in a class that's as tough as Pro Stock, man, they're going to be coming after you.
Yeah, but you know what? Some people thrive on that, and it's the beauty of competition, right? It's like if you've got an advantage, you need to keep working to try to stay on top of it. Back in the time when I was involved, Warren Johnson was the king of the mountain in the United States. And Dave and I, Dave Nickens, who I worked for on the Dodge program, and I were in the shop on Christmas Day, literally, because we worked every day. The first year that I went down there thinking I'll go down for a couple, 3 weeks and help out. I got down there in the end of October, didn't go home till April. And we were in the shop every single day. And David and I are talking, and I said, you know, the rumor was, you know, Warren Johnson has never taken a day off, never works every day. And I said, Dave, do you think that guy's really working on Christmas? And he said, man, that's what they say, you know. And we're thinking, you know, hey, if we work Christmas and he doesn't, we're at least one day closer to him.
Yeah.
And so after we had the conversation, there's no way. I got his, I'm calling him. I called the race shop, he answered on the second ring. I said, so I guess it's true, huh? And he said, yep. He said, got up this morning, grandkids opened their gifts, I was in the shop by 8.
It's just, it shows the work ethic that you've got to have when you come in. You want to race in this class, and it's called Pro Stock because it is a professional class. Mm-hmm. You know, these guys, although it may not necessarily be what they do for a living here in Australia, the way that they go about their racing is as professional as you find anywhere.
I had a conversation with a nitro racer a few years ago. We were talking about, you know, his thing was, well, you know, how tough can it be? You guys don't even work on those things. He said, you know, we take ours apart all the time. And I said, well, let me ask you this. And how many pistons did you go through last year? He said, oh, I don't know, probably 300 or 400. And I said, we went through 800 pistons and never left the dyno room.
Wow.
Because it's like, let's try, no, that didn't work.
Let's try this.
Go get another box. Let's machine some more. No, that didn't work. All looking for that 2, 3 horsepower, anything you can find.
And that's the thing, you're not trying to pick up 50 or 100 horsepower. You're trying to pick up maybe 1, 2 horsepower here and there, and if you can do that 5 times, well, you got 10 horsepower.
That's it.
You know, it's just a game of inches. Well, right now it is Aaron Tremaine, who is a, you know what, I've actually lost count of how many championships he's won. I think he's 7-time Australian champion.
Is that right?
Yeah, he has won everything there is to win, plus the Chook raffle down at the RSL. Rob Deckard, he's a 2-time reigning champion. So you want to talk about a few championships on the line, we've got them right here. Aaron, a very, very experienced racer, and he's a guy who is not afraid to put that experience to the test on the start line. Okay. There's, you know, some guys will go up there and, you know, they'll try and rattle him. Let me tell you, you will not rattle Aaron Tremaine. He will shake the cage right back at you.
Unique body smash repairs on the side of Deckard's car. Hope you don't need any of that this weekend. Jats Automotive, Latz Oils of Australia. All right, we haven't had a sub 1 second 60 foot time yet. I think now would be the time.
Clean on both sides, 988 to the 60. That is very, very quick. Decking a little bit out of the groove down there, over near the centre line, 689 to the top for Aaron Tremaine, 198.5 miles per hour, and a 696 for Rob Deckett. It looked like it might have just been going away a little bit down there. It sounded like the revs were just going a little bit funny through the finish line for Rob Deckett, but 696 puts him in the number 3 spot.
Couldn't have been that far off, though. He did end up with top speed of the meet so far at 198.58. Really? To the top while I'm standing here?
Sorry, I had to do it. You know, if you can do it, you got to do it. Take your opportunities.
Matty Gordon's PR person used that in their release after qualifying down in Georgia yesterday, and I sent him a note. I said, I get royalties every time somebody uses that, and I need a 10mm socket because I lost that damn thing again.
How does 100 Australian sound? That could be your royalty.
Okay, now wait a minute. If 100 American was 4,000.
Yeah.
What do you buy me a pack of gum?
Nino Cavallo now, Ray Oxley. It's a good story, Nino Cavallo, back in the Dodge Avenger. Hasn't been in the seat for about 4 or so years. Had a really nasty accident up at Willowbank Raceway at the Winter Nationals about 4 years ago. The car went on its lid and actually hit the wall on the top of the roll cage. It was a really, really nasty crash. And Nino, fortunately, was okay, got out of it, but said, you know what, we're going to come back. And it was around the time that they had some health issues in the family. So it's been a little bit of a while to get back to the racetrack for Nino. Awesome to see him back on track. And tell you what, the car looks absolutely fantastic.
Now, based on nothing other than the fact that it's purple and it's a Dodge, would that be a Vincent Nobile car from the States, maybe?
Quite possibly. I don't know the answer to that question. I'm not actually sure if it was purple when it came into the country.
Oh, okay.
So it may be just a happy coincidence. In the meantime, Ray Oxley, on the other hand, the Pontiac GXP, haven't seen him in this Pontiac GXP. He did have a Chevy Cobalt last season, so stepped across into the new car, racing for Ridgeway Motorsports, Pluckers Racecraft as well. And the pink crew shirts resplendent out here in the sunshine.
Now, I'm assuming, Nino, and if you don't know, I'll go down and find out, is that like the P5 small block Hemi Mopar?
I think so, I believe so, yep.
Yeah, that was a cylinder head that was originally developed when Mopar was getting back into NASCAR over in the States, like in the mid to late 90s. They developed a brand new cylinder head to race in NASCAR, and they presented it to NASCAR for approval, and they went, that's funny.
No.
You ain't running that.
The answer is
way,
no.
No how. So the drag racers sucked them up.
Well, there's 3 Dodgers in the field here this weekend in Pro Stock.
You get to play a little brand loyalty with GM, with Ford, and with Dodge. Here we go.
101 to the 60 for Nino Cavallo. It's on a pretty stout pass. Oxley, though, is staying with him. 701 to a 716. 191 to 192, so both guys probably leaving a little bit on the table. But for Cavallo, he's still getting his sea legs back in that car as well. So he's still, getting comfortable in there. And I think a 701, that's going to go a long way to making him feel comfortable.
I'll give you a real telling point with Pro Stock that you can kind of follow along with. At 200 miles an hour in a Pro Stock car, you need to pick up about 40 horsepower to pick up 1 mile an hour.
Yeah.
So if you've got a car that on perfect all-out run runs 200, you need to go back and find 40 horsepower to make it go 201 miles an hour. Now, it's not linear, but that's basically. So when you look at a car that goes 192 and you look at a car that goes 198, either the motor's down a little bit or they missed a little bit on the tune-up because they didn't have the finish line power going down there to pull the car, and that same power is what's pulling it through the middle of the racetrack.
Next up, it is Tony Polito in the Ford Escort taking on Omar Sedmak. First time out with this Dodge Dart in terms of competition. Ex-Erica Ender's car out of the US.
Really?
Yeah.
Right on.
So very, very cool to see. He is a very brand loyal guy. Ran a Mopar Dodge last season as well. Was doing pretty well. He finished, I think, in the top 5 of the championship last season. So it's got some steam, but the car was an older car. So the upgrade has certainly taken a fair bit of weight out of it. Omar's looking trim and sharp as well.
I remember the last time I saw a Ford Escort Pro Stocker.
Would have been a little while ago. We got a few of them here in Australia, actually.
Oh, that's cool. I absolutely love that you can play the brand loyalty card over here, and not just with the body styles, but with the engines as well.
That's right, and the rule still is here in Australia that, if you're running a Ford, you got to have a Ford in it. You run a Mopar, you got to have a Mopar in it. So
it's a beautiful thing.
Tony Polito, I was going to say, son of 3-time Australian champion in Pro Stock, Joe Polito, so he's got some pedigree.
Drift, easy. Boy, Omar was making a hard move towards the center line, and he ended up throwing the chutes a bit early. That's why you can see the speed down. 702 at only 186. 708 at 192 for Tony. That thing looked like it turned a tire a little bit early and then just really never regained the momentum out there through the middle.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the Pro Stock car, isn't it? If you are turning the tire on the front half of the racetrack, when you're dealing with such finite adjustments, it's so hard to try and pull that back at the other end of the racetrack. You know, one thing you won't often see is people pedal a Pro Stock car. If you see these things either bomb the tyres or shake the tyres to the point they've got to get out of the throttle, very, very rarely will you see them get back into the throttle, because at that point it's pretty much a done deal anyway. Next up it is Rick Chilton, the Canberra Machining Company Dodge Avenger, taking on John Kabura from Eunora in New South Wales, the JTS Towing JRE sponsored car. John doing his own engine program with this Chevy Cavalier.
One of the other things with the Pro Stock car, one that makes you not be able to pedal it, you can't downshift one either.
Nope.
So the way the transmissions are designed, as long as you are under load accelerating, it's in gear. And as soon as you are not under load accelerating, it's not in gear. So if you take your foot off the throttle, it's going to throw itself out of gear, and getting one to go motivated back in the right direction is a little bit of an art form as well. You've got to get the engine in front of the transmission and then just ram it in gear, basically.
Yeah, so it's emergency situations only.
Pretty much.
Yep. So Rick Chilton, a very, very experienced racer, has been doing this for a long, long time, and at one point was in the top 2. I think he might have actually finished top 2 in the championship, not last season, but the season before. So had a career best year. Was really there or thereabouts, and he's got plenty of power on board with this thing as well. So this will be another good test for John Kabura. I think he'd love to see anything in the 7.0s at this point. .993 to the 60 for Rick Chilton. That's only the second time we've seen someone go sub 1 second to the 60, and a 6.96 is the result. 7.06 for John Kabura. I don't think it's quite a PB, but it's pretty close to it. That's a good one. That'll get him in the top 8 now. Rick Chilton moves to number 3. So after one session of Pro Stock, Aaron Tremaine and Tyrone Tremaine, pigeon pair number 1 and 2, 689 and 691. Rick Chilton in 3rd. Rob Deckett, your current national champion, in 4th with a 696. And then Thomas Leake, Nino Cavallo, Omar Sedmak, and John Kabura rounding out the top 8.
Pro Bike getting ready to roll out next. We do Pro Stock with 2 wheels instead of 4.
And Pro Bike always, and another one of these categories that if you're watching them from up there in the grandstand, you probably look at it and think, man, that looks pretty tame, that looks pretty easy. But it's the exact opposite. It's kind of like the duck swimming on the water. You know, you see it just cruising along the top, but you don't see how quick the feet are going underneath. These things are absolute animals.
Well, and they are also, as we talked about with Pro Stock, so incredibly precise. If you want to make a good run, if you want to make a perfect run, if you want to, you can scrub 100th here, 100th there, and end up, going from number 2 qualifier to number 8 qualifier, even though it doesn't look like a lot of lost motion on the racetrack. Sam Skerry in the left side on the Suzuki, and Lashin Ireland. Vance and Hines power under that Hayabusa body.
Yeah, both guys former national champions in this category. Sam Skerry did it. Well, I think he wouldn't like me to remind him how long ago it was that he won an Australian title.
But you're going to.
But it was back in the late 90s, early 2000s. So it was a little while ago. Took about 20 years off and stepped back onto a bike last season. And so he's back out here racing. Lockie Island won his one and only championship probably back in about 2013, 2014. But I do believe that this is a new motorcycle for him this weekend. So probably still learning out what it wants, how to make it happy, how to make it go down the racetrack. Based on the conditions we've got here, I mean, Pro Bike can throw up a number of things, but I think if you see anything sort of with a 7.2 or better, that's probably about the mark we're looking for right now.
You're not going to get it on the right side. Latcham's car did the porpoise thing when he let the clutch out, jumped up, back down, jumped up again. 791, 163 for Sam Scarry, who didn't get what he was looking for either. The 918 for Lashin after he decided to sit up down there about 800 feet. But that race was that run for him was over about the first 4 feet of the track.
And that's the challenging thing with these bikes, I should say, is the porpoising. If you don't quite get the launch right on these things, it is so difficult to try and recover it further down track because you hit that tyre, it picks up the front wheel, slaps the wheelie bar, brings the front end back down, and it just starts gyrating itself out of control.
That's exactly it. You've got to get the power application of the asphalt right to get the bike up against the wheelie bar without unloading it. If you smack the wheelie bar, then it's going to bring the back tire up. And
Lockie Island doing his best 100-metre dash impression down there in the braking area.
That's why the bike guys are always in such great shape. It's like, I had an extra meat pie this morning. I need to work that off before I get to the scales.
Meat pie. Have you had a meat pie while you've been down here?
Santo listening?
Yeah. He's looking after you. Definitely looking after you. So
he's definitely trying to feed me, I'll give you that.
Oh yeah. So Lockie Island, he will clear himself off the top end of the racetrack. Shouldn't be down for too long. We'll be able to keep on rolling, probably only another 60 or 70 metres, and he'll be able to go around the turnout area down there. So we'll be able to fire up the next motorcycle. Paul Andrews from Torquay in Victoria, the Suzuki out of the Trevor Birrell Racing Camp. Another racer who had a long time off, raced pro bike back in the mid and late 90s, had about 20 years off, came back and said, you know what, it's time. Oh, that would have hurt. He was walking the bike up to the burnout box and caught the back of his ankle on the foot peg. That would have hurt.
That hurt all the way up here.
Yeah, I felt that one. But he's still going to jump on and make the run because he's a bike racer, and bike racers don't feel pain, as we know.
Race fans, watch the way they line the motorcycle up when he gets up there and gets set to go, because these things, rut-row, lost fire, these things, more than any other racing machine, get aimed down the racetrack.
Yep.
Obviously, they've got an automotive style flat back tire, so you want the bike to be as straight as possible, but in order to make a correction on a motorcycle, you lean. And if you lean, you're taking contact patch off the concrete or the asphalt. I guess here it's all concrete, so. And that can break your momentum. So watch just exactly how precise they are between the guy that's standing, about 20 meters behind the bike. And he's looking up, going a little this way, a little that way, a little this way to make sure that they are aimed perfectly.
And it's not uncommon to see them pick the back of the bike up by the wheelie bars and just make a little adjustment, half an inch to one side or the other, just to try and get the thing pointed. They are basically arrows. You wind them up and you let them go.
And the driver's got a target down there, like somewhere in the area or the catch net or beyond, and that's what he's looking at all the way down the racetrack. You're not looking at where you are, you're not looking at the blocks going by, you're not looking, you just stay aimed at your target so that you keep following your target. Because on a motorcycle, again, you do it also on an automobile, but it's even worse on a motorcycle. If you look one way, you're going to drift that way. I love the guy behind the bike just shrugged his shoulders. Yeah, I guess that's okay.
Yeah, close enough.
Nothing we can do now.
He's on his own now.
Just pointed left, and that's where it went.
He did a pretty good job of pulling it back in the center of the lane. Now he's going the other way towards the finish line. 7:48, taking the long way to the finish line. 177 miles per hour, goes to the #1 spot for Paul Andrews. But we've still got a bunch of bikes left to come through the tunnel, and some really tough bikes rolling through the tunnel, let me tell you. Some former national champions, some guys who have run very deep into the low sevens, including some that have gone into the sixes. So
I can tell you this, these are the highest RPM machines you're going to see here this weekend.
what are these bikes turning across the finish line?
14,000.
Is that all?
Yeah.
14,000 RPM.
I think your 400 cubic inch Pro Stock motors are going close to 12. Unless you have a silly rule against it like we do. That didn't sound good.
I don't believe we do have a rule against the RPMs. So Tony Frost down here with the Frost racing bike. It doesn't sound healthy. The bike sounds, and I know this is a very technical term, the bike sounds fluffy when he's bringing it up on the revs down there. So Tony's going to take that thing back to the pits and hopefully figure out what's going on. Callum Gadisi, on the other hand, from Mornington in Victoria. Beautiful part of the world down there, racing for Light Alloy Engineering and Trevor Birrell Racing. Trevor Birrell with his hand in, I think, 3 or 4 bikes here this weekend.
Wow.
Just an absolute stalwart of Australian pro stock bike.
That's a good looking run.
There we go. 7.12 at 189 miles per hour. Best run of the day so far in pro bike. And that's about the mark that I think you're going to need to be at to be at the pointy end of the field this weekend in Pro Bike.
Yeah, that looked really solid all the way down. I mean, very straight and and it looks like they might have locked something up in the transmission down there on Tony's bike, the way they're wheelbarrowing it off the starting line. But let's see, we saw 689, right? And so isn't the spread normally 0.25-ish?
Give or take, it can vary depending on the conditions. You know, usually we have bikes sort of low 7s, 7.0, 7.1s, all the way up to about 7.5 for the bikes that are towards the back end of the field. So, you know, Luke Crowley and Ryan Lemont, both of these guys are usually at the pointy end of the field, both multi-time Australian champions. So these guys know how to get these bikes down the track, and Luke Crowley has done some racing over the pond in the NHRA as well. So a very, very experienced campaigner.
Yeah, I know the name Luke Crowley. I have seen that over on my side of the ocean a time or two. Craig Thompson machine, Blaze Craft bike, getting ready to roll up here on the left side. And once again, the right lane bike with a problem, and I'm not sure if they're going to try to refire Ryan, or looks like he's getting off the bike.
Ryan, and that's a shame because Ryan's all the way from Banksia Grove in Western Australia, lazy 4,000 kilometres away on the other side of the country. So that is a shame for Ryan Lemont.
Do we need to have an exorcism or something down there in the right lane?
Maybe. It seems to be all the problems are down there in the right lane.
Wow.
Maybe we can volunteer Wade to go down there and wave some sage around or something.
Couldn't hurt.
Luke Crowley. Now, Luke he won't mind me saying this, he's got form for trying things in the first round of qualifying. He always tries different things, and a lot of the time it doesn't necessarily come off. So he's one of these guys who'll come out, it'll look like it's all going pear-shaped, but then when you roll into first round, he's always a danger. Spun the tyre pretty hard at top of first gear there. Still goes 704 at 192. That bike's got some horsepower. It sounded like it spun a little bit in first gear, but it still recovered. It didn't pick the front end up or anything like that, so it didn't upset it too much.
So it's 15 between the low pro stock car and the low pro stock motorcycle. That's a really nice run for Luke.
Yeah. That's a very nice pass. So Luke Crowley to the #1 spot, and only 5 bikes down the field in this session, but there was quite a few that didn't quite make it all the way up to the start line. So I'm sure we'll fill that out to an 8-bike field by the time we roll around. It's about to get loud here at Sydney Dragway.
Huh?
Yeah, definitely.
What?
It is time for Pro Mod, and Pro Mod is one of the fan favourite categories here in the NDRC. It is Joe Marina taking on Jeremy Martin. Now, here's an interesting fact for you, Alan. I know you love Australian cars now. You've become quite an aficionado.
That was a Corvette.
That one is a Corvette. That's not the Australian car. The VB Commodore that is down there for Jeremy Martin, still with steel roof and quarters. This car came out of the factory as a 4-door family car. And has run into the 5-second zone with steel roof and quarters. And it's one of a couple of steel cars that we've got in the Pro Mod field this weekend.
That thing is awesome. I absolutely love the category. Love the variety, love the different power adders. You know, if there was one class in drag racing that was defined by hold my beer and watch this, it would be Pro Mod.
It's absolutely right. It's basically, you know, take what you've got, put the biggest engine you can in it, whether it be turbo, nitrous, or supercharged, and just basically leg it out the back door, see how quick you can go. Now, you might be wondering how we can have all these different power adders running against each other in the same category and still have parity.
Yes, well, how do you do that, Rusty?
The parity that we have in Australia, it's on the boards, the index boards. 585 fixed index racing is Pro Mod in Australia. That means you want to go as close to 585 as you can without going under it. And that means that it doesn't matter whether you're quick on the front half of the racetrack, quick on the back half of the racetrack, whether it's a supercharged car, nitrous car, turbocharged car, it does not matter. 585 is the number, and that's really the only defining factor. So it takes all those other rules that you've got to have out of it.
Yeah.
It's pretty straightforward. Now, is it, you know, all-out drag racing first to the finish line wins? Not necessarily, but it does create great racing.
No, it creates great racing, and it also creates great variety. You know, we've seen or I've seen in other parts of the world, various sanctions that you spend so much time trying to make adjustments to keep the cars, to keep the parity. If you have rules that favor the turbo cars, then you're going to end up with 17 turbo cars.
Yep.
If you have rules that favor the blower cars, you can so to keep the variety, they have to keep juggling the rules. And this way, it's like, look, there's your target. Hit it however you like.
Absolutely.
Love the concept. Love the concept.
So Jet Martin, that's his nickname. Jet makes sense. I'm not sure it's a 5-second Commodore.
Yeah.
Taking on Joe Marina, first time back in the seat for a while for him. Oh, chute comes out right at the hit for Joe Marina, and breathing pretty heavy down there for Martin's car. Still goes 592 at 241 miles per hour. It looked like it was moving around a little bit, and it was definitely breathing pretty heavy out of the vent at the back of the car. But 592, 241, 658 at 175 with the chutes out from the hit for Joe Marina.
Yeah, Joe had to be down there going, what the heck is wrong with this thing? Somebody let the anchor go. I hope we can take another look at that on the replay here momentarily. No.
Slight technical problem up here. Might have been operator error on my part. My apologies.
Oh, it was your fault?
It was my fault. I didn't hit the button in time to get the reap, so I apologise for that one. It's too busy commentating. Anyway, so Jeremy Martin goes to the #1 qualifying spot, 592, 241 miles per hour. And he did have the chutes out a little bit early down there, so I dare say that thing would have been on pretty solid high 580, which when you consider the index is 585, it's pretty much bang on the money off the trailer.
Yeah, and I guarantee you they'll be doing a pretty deep inspection down there on Joe's car. Silly as it sounds, dragging a parachute down the racetrack is really hard on a race car, simply because you've got a whole lot of extra load that you weren't planning for. Like, if you go back in the day, everything these days is computer controlled, but back in my day, it's like you drive your truck around and it worked fine, and then you hook the boat up or you hook the race car trailer up, and all of a sudden the engine's pinging and it's not happy because you got all that extra load. Well, race cars are designed to pull the car, and when you start pulling the chute, that is a whole lot of extra load that you hadn't really planned for, so that usually makes for a little deeper inspection back there before they come back around for the next session.
Absolutely. Next pair up will be a couple of red cars, Craig Hewitt and Zoran Gajic. Zoran Gajic, a multi-time champion in Pro Mod, a guy who pretty much comes out here and has this thing on a string from the get-go. He can drive this thing down to dirt track and still run 585. Craig Hewitt, on the other hand, I was having a quick chat to him this morning. This is another one of those steel roof and quarter cars. Not a Pontiac. Don't call it a Pontiac. This thing is a Monaro. It is right-hand drive, Monaro, all Holden, all the way. Craig gets real upset if you call it a Pontiac, let me tell you.
Good point. I will make a note. Interesting, too, that he's got bullhorn exhaust. The supercharged cars, almost every one of them will have the zoomy headers.
This car was originally built as a pro street car. So, Craig, very, very experienced when it comes to the whole pro street scene, and still pretty much stock wheelbase, within an inch or two of stock wheelbase.
That's crazy.
But for him this weekend, they've actually got new gear ratios in it, trying to get the thing moving a little bit harder on the front half of the racetrack. He's had a PB of 603, so they're looking to get into the high fives with this car this weekend, again with steel roof and quarters.
Another interesting thing just for the engine guys, the 4-into-1 header really does change the power curve, even on a blown Hemi down there running on alcohol. So it makes it a little bit more difficult to go ask advice from somebody else. You will see on Zoran's car that he's got the bullhorns as well, but he's got a flat hood. That is a twin turbo car. And with a turbo car, because you have all 4 exhaust pipes on the one side going into the turbo, you just have the single exhaust, which comes out as a bullhorn instead of zoomies. You can run zoomies like on a nitrous motor, but you can't run zoomies on a turbo motor.
Absolutely.
You could, but boy, would they look stupid.
So Zoran, keep your eye on Zoran, the gas racing car, because they tend to really baby this car off the start line. They just sort of get it out there, get the tyre moving, get the thing. Watch it when they wind the boost into it, because generally speaking, the front end comes about a foot off the ground, and the thing just sits up like a dog begging for a biscuit, to quote Wade Ornger.
Yeah, those things, typically they'll come off, as you said, a little bit soft, but when the boost starts coming in, the turbo cars, when you're running all out, you better be in front of them at the 8th mile, because they're going to run the bigger mile an hour. They're not going to be as quick the first 300 feet of the racetrack, but they are definitely going to be thumping down the back.
Defending champion Zoran Gajic.
Here comes the boost.
102 to the 60 for Craig Hewitt. That's on a pretty good run for him, and a 606. That's a good banker. 592 for Zoran Gajic, 255 miles per hour. That was actually a pretty tame run by all accounts for Zoran Gajic. He's pretty much was making himself a cup of tea by half track down there in that car.
Let me tell you something, 255 miles an hour is scooting down the back.
Oh yeah, it was definitely moving. That's enough to take him to the top of the tree as well. He's the new #1 qualifier, provisionally speaking, by 0.05 of a second. And next up, we're going to have a couple of cars that still have the potential to take that #1 spot away from him. Steve Smith, who has run deep into the 5-second zone with this car now, and Zach Knezevich with the Addicted Performance Chevy Camaro. A couple of turbo cars rolling up to the line.
Love turbo cars because you can talk over the burnout and they don't drown me out. I hate being interrupted by a burnout. Just on the off chance that might be the one smart thing I say all day. I don't want anybody to miss it. I wish I'd have been doing a burnout last night when I thought giving $100 for a perfect reaction time in juniors was a good idea.
Yeah, they took that off you pretty quickly, didn't they? I think it took two runs.
Actually, no. We got about, I think we were better than halfway through the field.
Okay.
And Lily comes up and goes deep staging.
Yeah.
To put the trip zip up.
She wanted that. She wasn't settling for a box of donuts. She wanted the $100 bill.
That was really cool. When she came up to collect the money, I told her, I said, now don't let your mom spend this on school clothes. This is your money. Oh, there it is.
There she is collecting a crisp $100 bill, courtesy of Alan Reinhardt. And looking at the pair we've got on track now, Steve Smith, the KPM Performance C7 Corvette. Such a sleek looking body style, this car. And Steve stepped out of this probably about 12 months ago, 18 months ago, stepped out of his Mustang and into this car, which is much more late model, a lot more up to speed in terms of the chassis technology and shock technology compared to what he was running with his car, the Mustang that was originally built as a radial car. So he's done a lot of racing over the years, and Zach Knezevich, still one of the younger guys in the field, still learning the craft, so to speak, in getting one of these cars down the racetrack.
He's got Jamie Noonan parts and pieces under there. Jamie, who is now spending most of his time over on the other side of the ocean, but he is from this part of the world where he started his manufacturing business, building engine parts that are used by many, many all over the world, and he has been tearing it up in the alcohol dragster and the injected nitro car over in the States here as of late.
Yeah, definitely flying the flag high for Australia, and of course with the big kangaroo on the side of the car, it's not hard to figure out where he's from.
The Angry Roo. I still haven't seen one, by the way.
Still?
Still.
I saw one on the way to the track this morning.
I mean, I went to the preserve and saw one, but I came out here the other day, and Chris took me for a tour of the facility, and I said, you know, I haven't seen it. Oh, you're going to see one here. They're all over the place. Still haven't seen one. I don't think they exist. I think they're a myth, an Australian myth.
Whoa, Zach Knezevich, very loose on the hit, but he pulls it back in the center lane. A pretty solid pass, all in all. 617, 245 miles per hour. That's a nice recovery for Zach Knezevich.
You know, the crazy thing about the turbo cars, and one of the reasons I love it, we're going to watch this one more time, is you're going to see the chutes fall out on Steve Smith's car. So apparently we have some kind of a little chute gremlin over there on the left side of the racetrack now, as we've had a couple of early parachutes. But because the turbo cars are so much quieter, running the exhaust through the turbo, listening to the tire squall out there is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, they just absolutely punish the tires on these things. You can hear them just hanging on for dear life trying to get traction.
I promise you, they're doing exactly the same things with blower cars. You just can't hear it because the cars are so loud. But the tire squalls are crazy. Santo and I were talking on the way out to the racetrack this morning. I was in Tucson, Arizona, when Steve Huff made the first ever 200-mile-an-hour run in an electric dragster, and this has been whatever, 3 or 4 years ago now. And the craziest thing about it was at 800 feet, you could hear the tires squalling because that was the only noise on the racetrack.
That's wild.
It was just like...
It's bizarre.
Hard to wrap your head around.
Absolutely. Well, next up it is Barry Plumpton, the 68 Camaro with the nitrous on board, the only nitrous car we've got in the field here this weekend. And Barry...
It's a small block, too.
Only 959. Only 959 cubic inches. Yes, you heard me right. 959 cubic inches on board. And Barry is one of our bros. Has anyone explained to you what a bro is? So our friends from New Zealand.
Oh, okay.
We call them bros. So Barry is a proud Kiwi. You can see the New Zealand flag flying high off the back of the car. And I'll tell you what, he's been whooping up on the Aussies a little bit over the last 12 months or so. This thing has been down into the 560s. With running uncalled, so off the index. But he actually won the Gulf Western Oil Internationals last year. The biggest race of the year, came out and won it, took the trophy home to New Zealand. So guy can run. Guy can run the numbers. He's taking on Joe Gorsey over in the Rocket Industries lane, the Pro Fabrication 67 Mustang. Another guy who can run super quick. And to convert that across to you, because I know you're a big fan of litres now. That's 15.6 litres.
15.6.
Yeah, or about eight 2-litre milk bottles.
My favorite part is, what was it, like 111 and 3/4 cubic inches per cylinder or something like that?
Something like that.
It's ridiculous.
Give or take.
They will also use more nitrous going down the racetrack than your dentist will use in 3 months. It's the same stuff, it really is.
Yep, absolutely. You can see him purging the nitrous, just trying to control the bottle pressure to make sure it is absolutely spot on when the car leaves the line.
I'm sorry, 119.875 cubic inches per cylinder.
It's insane. Absolutely insane. Joe Gorsey, I should say, Gauchi, in the Rocket Industries lane. Or straight for the centre line for Joe. That's not where you want to be. Barry's car not super happy. He was popping and carrying on a little bit, but still gets into the fires. 597 at 237 miles per hour. For Gauchi, it was a good light 063, but it went straight for the centre line down there. And Joe's been there before, and he knows what happens when you get a little bit too close to the centre line, and he wisely rolled out of it.
Yeah, he definitely made the right decision down there, and you could see the flames coming out of the pipes. The nitrous car was just kind of popping and banging its way, particularly the first 300 feet. It cleaned up a little bit further down track, but yeah, that car was not happy early at all.
Yeah, that puts him pretty comfortably into the field at the moment. We've got a bunch of cars in that high 590-second range, but not a huge amount that have dipped into the 580s. So still plenty of room for improvement across all of our Pro Mod categories so far. Next up, it's going to be Adam Tassoni taking on Rob Campese. So here's an interesting interesting piece of information for you. Rob Campese, not in this car, but his previous car, was actually the first turbo car in the world to go over 260 miles per hour.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Did it here at Sydney Dragway probably about 15 years ago now.
Wow.
It was a long time ago, back before we really saw the influx of turbo cars into Pro Mod. And he's a guy who's been an absolute staunch proponent of turbo cars for a long time.
Well, it's interesting that you don't have the same rules, obviously, with the 585, and then I know that you've got some just all-out events that they run as well, but in the States, as far as the NHRA side anyway, they restrict the size of the turbos is one of the things that they do to keep parity in between the categories.
Yep.
And the guys that run the outlaw turbo cars are just ridiculously fast. I mean, the guy named Tom Bailey that does all the drag and drive stuff with his car, that he literally will drive 1,000 miles down the road and then pull into the racetrack, run 550 at 265 miles an hour, and then hook the trailer up and drive to the next racetrack.
It's bonkers.
It is.
It's crazy. Great to see Adam Tassoni here as well. I think it's the first time we've seen him here in Pro Mod at Sydney Dragway. And resident of South Australia, we've seen him at the Bend plenty of times, but it's awesome to see him doing some travelling. And again, another guy who all he ever wanted when he was a kid, racing junior dragsters, he just wanted a blown door slammer. He got his wish. And the thing is, it's actually damn competitive, this car. He is driving the wheels off it, this Pontiac Firebird, and very, very competitive racer indeed. Rob Campese, a guy who's just been doing this for a long time, and he's got the accolades. He's not afraid to try stuff. He's not afraid to change stuff on the race car. But again, when you're running 585, sometimes consistency is what you're after and not necessarily trying to change things.
Exactly right, but sometimes you can change things to make the car more consistent without necessarily making it faster. This is going to be our final pair. We have next level insanity at the ready line. Once again, you hear the turbo car building the boost. There you go.
Look at that turbo car coming home at the other end. 575, 268 miles per hour for Rob Campese. 200, you read that right, 268 miles per hour. 593 at 242 for Adam Tassoni. So that run is actually about a tenth of a second too quick for Rob Campese to put him into the on that 585 index.
That thing picked up 68 miles an hour down the back.
On the back half of the racetrack.
I'm sorry, 66 miles an hour. I was going 202 at the 8. Think about it. That's about 3 seconds, okay? I mean, 0 to 60 in 3 seconds is a pretty darn fast car. He picked up 60 in 3 seconds after he was going 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, it was accelerating
Holy
through the top
smokes.
end of the racetrack. That is absolutely insane for Rob Campese. How much, sorry? Yeah, so it's picked up 106 kilometres an hour, higher than the speed limit on the freeway on the back half of the racetrack. So there you go. There you go. So Pro Mod is done, and we are going to move now into some Top Fuel motorcycle action. We've got a nice mix of motorcycles here this weekend. Plenty of Harleys, and we've got some a very quick 4-cylinder bike as well. That is Corey Buttigieg down there from Bacchus Marsh on the bike in the Aeroflow lane, right of screen, or in the left lane, I should say. Danny Rickard, on the other hand, from Old Noarlunga in South Australia, the Hood Motor Services V-twin over there in the Rocket Lane. Now, you'd ride one of these bikes, wouldn't you?
I'd love to do a burnout on one, I really would. I would tell you, this is one of those deals where you get, you know, sometimes two ideas, right? Like, do you like chocolate, do you like peanut butter, they'll go great together.
Yeah.
Do you like Harleys? Yeah. Do you like Nitro? Yeah, let's put them together. No way. I don't want no part of that program. If you watch when they start the bikes, they get off the bikes to start them. Tell me how it gets safer after it's running. I've never found somebody that can explain that to me.
Never thought about it before. Just accepted convention. Anyway, Corey Buttigieg, still a relative newcomer to Top Fuel bikes. He's going for the centre line down there. Oh, and that's 1, 2.
Went bowling.
Only 2.
Yeah.
Only 2. 792, 153 miles per hour for Danny Rickard. And unfortunately, that will be no time recorded for Corey Buttigieg. And you might look at those blocks and go, oh, they're foam. That can't hurt too much. Well, when you hit them at 150, 160 miles per hour, they'll do some damage.
Yeah, he picked up the very difficult 934,000-foot split as we're going to watch this again on the replay. Or did I just miss the replay?
I think we just missed the replay. Let's have one more look at it. The bike had eyes for the centre line right from the hit.
Like we talked about with the Pro Stock motorcycles, because the rear tire is flat across the bottom, you got to lean to make the thing turn, and sometimes it ain't listening. No matter how much you're leaning, it ain't listening, and that's exactly what happened down there. The bike decided it was going to the right, and it was going to the right.
These bikes don't speak English, they speak body language. You really need to work these things and almost be ahead of what the bike's doing. Because on a good run, when you point them in the right direction and they're on a good run, these things will carry the front wheel all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, you'll actually see them smoke the front tire like an airplane landing when it comes down there about 800-900 feet on a perfect run.
Absolutely. Adam Layton will be lining up next on his Nitro Harley. Haven't seen him out for a number of years, but it is fantastic to see him back on the APL Performance Bikes motorcycle.
I will tell you this, race fans, if you are like a machinist or a fabricator or somebody that enjoys stuff like that, take a wander down and take a look at these Top Fuel motorcycles, because they are amazing works of art, and there's not like a catalog where you can just go, okay, send me this and send me this and send me this. A lot of these things are one-off, the pieces that the guys made in their own shops, and they're just absolutely engineering marvels. It's also kind of interesting, I think part of the between rounds maintenance between these, they grease the push rods.
Yep.
Because the push rods and rocker arms do not run in an oil bath.
Yep.
They run external to the motor, so that's part of the between rounds maintenance.
So it makes sense.
Grease the push rods and rocker arms to get it, come back up for the next run.
Have you ever seen zoomies on a fuel bike? On a fuel Harley?
Well,
Have a look. Adam Layton down there, he's got his own theory when it comes to the exhaust on these bikes. Does make for a damn spectacular run at night.
Yeah, with the flames coming out on both sides. You know, the 4-cylinder Top Fuel bikes where the header goes underneath you and the flames come out behind you, I'm not sure that would be me. You slide off the seat and go right into a wall of fire.
It doesn't sound like a good time, does it?
No.
Well, he's going to take on Leonard Azzopardi, who's on the Suzuki down there in the Aeroflow lane. Leonard, a long-time proponent of the outlaw street bike style of bikes, the no-bar, wheelie bar bikes, or no-bar bikes, I should say, and has run, well over 220 miles per hour on those motorcycles. So you strap a wheelie bar to the back, it should be almost easier, shouldn't it?
Well, it looks like they're going to leave the 934 out of the way for a while, so don't really need that for quarter-mile racing. The only thing that extra block is for down there is the speed trap for 1,000 feet, which we won't need until we get into Funny Car and Top Fuel. By the way, the Top Fuel cars yesterday, huh?
Oof.
You come out and it's like, okay, it's just a little warm-up run to it. Don't expect too much. Oh, look, 331 miles an hour.
And to put it in perspective, that 371 would have top qualified by 600ths at Georgia this weekend. So that gives you an idea of the caliber of Top Fuel teams that we've got here this weekend. These guys, we might be in Australia, we might be a long way from the United States, but we have world-class teams down here.
first session in Georgia, not second.
The first session, sorry. Yeah, the first session. I didn't actually see the second session, so.
Langdon went 345 miles an hour.
345.
A cylinder out down there.
Ooh, that's.
When you only got one, that's not good. And the Suzuki just died.
So a little bit of a mixed bag for these two riders down here. Oh, Adam Layton shuts the bike off, and Leonard Azzopardi shut it off as well, or it died in the burnout when he went to bring it up on the revs. For Adam Layton, it looked like there was a whole bunch of raw fuel coming out of the left-hand side of the motorcycle.
That's what it looked like to me too. And you know, when you've only got two cylinders, you drop one, that's not good. And I have a feeling, even though it looked like it started firing again when it came back to idle at the end of the burnout, I have a feeling that they kind of made a very quick in-game decision that something's not right and it's not going to fix itself. We need to go back and make sure that we don't damage this thing. But again, if you're a machinist, if you're a fabricator, and you like the fine art of metalworking, walk down into the top fuel pits and take a look at these motorcycles. They're crazy.
Put your hands together for Rob Campese coming back along the track. Quickest car that we had in promo, but just a little bit too quick on the 585 index.
Show off. 268 miles an hour.
Absolutely a wicked piece of machinery. It just looks like a bullet, that car, doesn't it?
I was going to say that that's something I would like to drive.
Yeah?
You'd have to put the controls on the other side.
You'd have to sit on the left-hand side of the car.
I think I would have to sit on the left-hand side going that fast, yes.
Yep, well, that car built here entirely in Sydney for Rob Campese over at SCF Race Cars. Craig Burns, very, very well-known fabricator, has built some of the quickest door cars in the land, and in the universe, let's be honest. Next up, though, it is Ian Ashelford, the Denani Hot Shots Nitro Harley, and a guy who has been racing fuel Harleys for a very long time, probably pretty close to 30 years, I would suggest. A guy who can get these bikes down the track. I love the jump. Every time he rolls out, he gives it that little blip to get it up to the water box, and without a doubt, it scares at least half a dozen people down there out of their shoes.
Another interesting thing about these bikes, the clutch that they use on the Nitro bikes is very similar to the clutch they use in Top Fuel and Funny Car machines. It is a centrifugal clutch. There's no hand clutch. That's why they don't rev them up before they leave. They bring them in an idle, and what Robert Height once called a glorified go-kart clutch.
Yeah, it makes sense. It does exactly the same thing, really, doesn't it? Just a little bit more, bit more technical. And unfortunately for Ian Ashelford, the bike sounds like it might have cut out just before it rolled into the staging beams down there. So
that wasn't nearly as much fun as I was expecting to have.
Top bike, a little bit challenging first session here at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. Big hello to everybody here from Gulf Western Oil. You can see the guys and girls up there on top of the left-hand side. I love the new marquee as well, just quietly. I'm going to have to come up there and visit you guys later on. See exactly what the view is like up there. And with that, we will round out.
I got an idea.
Yeah?
Because I'm an idea guy.
You are an idea guy. Am I going to have to put it into practice here?
You're going to have to put it into practice. You're the one who has to make it work. The balloon display that they have up there in front of the Gulf Western Oil.
Yep.
You need to go get 2 or 3 or 4 of those things.
Yeah.
And then set one up to slowly release before Wade gets in here.
Right. Okay.
We'll get to
Interesting challenge.
Get to hear Wade on. Do commentary as a chipmunk.
Look, I'll see what I can do, all right? And speaking of which, I'm going to hand over to our illustrious co-commentator here, because we've got Top Door Slammer rolling through the tunnel. First pair looks like it's going to be Rob Harrington and Brody Zapier by the look of it.
It's what? What'd you say?
I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Hello, Alan Reinhardt. Wonderful to have you in Sydney, mate.
Oh, it's wonderful to be here. It is wonderful to see you again and have an opportunity to work with you again.
Yeah, we get to have some fun again, mate.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, you can actually thank Santo for this.
Oh, mate, and look, we thank him for so many things, Alan, so it makes perfect sense. A little bit of, just a little bit of sea mist going on here just at the moment.
It's that guy's fault right there. He put up a rain magnet.
Oh, so you can't put the Mary Poppins up.
When the rain magnets come up, that makes the rain come down.
Just go and lean over and just slightly tap the grey. Anyway, wonderful to see you here. It's time for round 2 of the Australian Top Door Slammer Championship, and John Zapier has the points lead by the narrowest of margins, a 2-point advantage at the moment. The man looking for 12 Australian Championships to prove, Alan Reinhardt, the first 11 were not flukes. So The precipitation will be a slight issue for us, of course. We'll keep working the racetrack. Justin Simpson, the track whisperer of the NDRC, doing his job out there at the moment, trying to keep this thing alive.
I actually spoke with John Zapier earlier, just happened to bump into him earlier in the weekend. He does a lot of driving to get here and drive a quarter mile at a time.
And look, and recently spent some time over in the States as well, hanging out with the folks from IHRA. I saw him in the commentary booth with Tommy Johnson, and over there enjoying really that cross-promotion, that cross-pollination between the Australian drag racing industry and the IHRA. So what we will see is Rob Harrington, the current Winter Nationals champion, who actually raced here many moons ago, though not in door slammer trim, and he will face off against Brody Zapier. And yesterday morning, I hope you caught Sunrise. Great opportunity for us, pretty well like a Good Morning America situation, having door slammers on live breakfast TV yesterday morning at the Sunrise Studios in Sydney. So huge thanks to everybody at Sunrise for allowing us to have 3 minutes of live television, a couple million viewers. What an opportunity.
That's awesome. Anything we can do to promote and get people to come out here. I did a couple of social media things when I got into town the other day for the racetrack, and basically my first time here. They gave me a tour of the facility, got to see the speedway over there and all the other things that go on and happen here. And I hate when the Christmas tree gets covered up. But on the social media thing, I basically said, if you have been to Sydney Dragway before, then you know what you've got. Come out here, enjoy it. And if you haven't been, trust me on this, come out, you will enjoy it. We will make a fan out of you.
I'm already seeing a massive crowd in the right-hand lane up in the yellow and red and blue seats. I'm always seeing the faithful. It kind of reminds me of the movie Cars a little bit. You know how you got all the cars parked up over the top, all the motorhomes up there, and it's a great spot, that left-hand lane area. A lot of diehard folks sit on the lawn out there, spread out the picnic blanket, and everybody loves to get rowdy on the right-hand side lane in the stands up there. Just stick your hands up for us. Give us a wave if you're in the right-hand lane up there. Can you get a bit noisy for us? That's more like it. Everybody in the left-hand lane, wave to all the poor people in the cheap seats over on that side, if you could. Just, they're like, yes, we're sitting on the concrete, but we love it. Alan, this has been the scene of some phenomenal drag racing moments. We know that Nitro Champs is Australia's big go for Sydney, effectively. We have the Winter Nationals in Queensland. We have Nitro Champs here in New South Wales. This is the big go for us in this state.
Well, I can tell you, wandering through the pits the last couple of days, they are jam-packed with everything. I mean, from the Super Street and Super Sedan stuff all the way up to the Top Fuel and the funny cars that we're going to see out here in a little bit. And yeah, I've heard so much about this place over the years, both from the Americans that have come over here to compete and also from social media. And, you know, the internet's a beautiful thing, right? Now we can all pay attention to what everybody else is doing. But it still is a mind-blowing thing when you walk through, when I did for the first time anyway, under the tunnel, come out here and take a look at the place. Just an amazing facility.
And you would have seen the streetcar action going on, all the high-performance stuff at Sydney Motorsport Park off to the left as well. So there is a huge precinct going on. I want to say shout out to the Pro Stock folks as well. What a fantastic initiative they're doing with the breast cancer awareness with the McGrath Foundation. I caught up with Nick Polito, and a lot of those teams are all decked out in their pink here this weekend. So it's a plague across the world, really, and there is the scan to donate. So turn your phone, if you wouldn't mind, to that giant screen if you're out there. Take a shot of that. It'll immediately take you to the opportunity to donate through the McGrath Foundation and the Australian Pro Stock Owners Association as well, or as we're calling them this weekend, Pink Stock. So Rob Harrington is down there, the Rob Harrington. Look up, there you go. That is the Bad Influence Winter Nationals champion. He knocked off the boys, a big win, a career big win for him at home. And the great thing is he had the legendary Victor Bray doing the announcing as well. And Victor with Scotty Cannon were really a couple of the absolute giants of door slammer competition, which morphed from the original Wild Bunch stuff back in the day. And I think you got a chance to hang out with the door slammer guys and girl at Dragway at the Bend, and I think you could feel the vibe. This is a really cool bunch of people.
It's just amazing, and we talked about it a little bit at the event we did, the social media and press event we did last time, and then spending some time in the pits with them. What I love about it is just the wide variety.
Yeah.
You know, we have top sportsmen over in the States, we have fast door cars over in the States, but it doesn't have the same feel, and it doesn't have the same vibe, and it doesn't look the same going down the racetrack. The top door slammer stuff is just amazing, and every single person I met, very kind, they're, you know, willing to talk about their cars. There's so many great stories about, You know, whether it's a car that started as a street car, or whether it's a car that's been in a family for years and years, or you know, whether it's a car that has been raced and morphed, and you know, you can hear the pride and the attachment that the drivers and the teams have to the machines that they're out here racing.
Alan Reinhart, the only reason that Shane Catalano is here in the Charger, or the Mopar as you would call it, is because it's your favourite colour and your favourite car. So Catalano is towed over from the West, a big effort. They're kind of bucket listing this whole opportunity. They're a West Australian-based team, and currently the Perth Motorplex is undergoing a refurbishment of the racing surface, so there's no racing for drag racers in Western Australia at home at the Plex. So a lot of the teams are going, you know what, I've always wanted to run some national events. I'm going to do that, and that's what we're seeing with Shane Catalano. He's back in the lanes. You'll see that immaculate pink Charger. If you're old enough to remember the old TV commercials, hey Charger. His dad, Lindsay Catalano, has had that car for a number of years, and Shane is extremely passionate. There we go. That's the shot of the car right there.
We need to find some Pink Panther music.
Yes. That's it. That's before Spotify, Alan. There was just people like you and I humming it. There are the girls on the screen as well behind them. That is Lisa Gregorini and all the girls. And I think you were particularly impressed with the concept of that, Alan. They're not Instagram mechanics. They're not going, hey, click, here I am. It's like, no, get to work on that thing. That is an entirely all-girl Group 1 competition team. And she's been in the top 5 every time the 2 years she's run the championship. And she's beaten her husband in the championship both years.
Husband beater?
Yeah, it's not quite the same thing, but I know where you're going with that. Lisa was on...
I'm sorry, John Smith years ago just popped in. When he and his wife, Rhonda Hartman Smith, were both racing at Top Fuel, they ended up going head-to-head second round of the Gator Nationals at some point, and John popped out of the car at the end after he won the race. Commentator that was there said, you know, hey, John, that's going to be a tough one. And he said, yeah, he said, I hate having to beat my wife, but somebody's got to do it.
So, Alan, I was kind of wondering what we were gesturing at just then, but yesterday, if you didn't get to catch it, we went down to Sunrise right in the precinct of Sydney, and we fired up the slammers. NASA Matter is walking down there. Good to see you, NASA, the A-Civil man who puts so much into this industry. Let's have a look at the screen and have a look at our visit with the Cash Gowan with Natalie Barr and Shervo. We took the slammers down to Sunrise yesterday.
Get ready to race, ladies and gentlemen. The golf. Did you like that voice?
Give it more herbs.
Thank you. Get ready to race, ladies and gentlemen. The Golf Western Oil Nitro Championships are set to take Australia by absolute storm when drag racers from across this country head to the start line in Sydney this weekend.
What do I want to say? Be there, be there, be there. It's one of the most exhilarating racing events on the sporting calendar, and we're going to get a sneak peek right here at Bricky Central. Bigs on the back, smalls on the front. Wade Oranger, lead commentator from the National Drag Racing Championships, joins us now alongside drivers Lisa, Brody and Ronnie. Great to see you guys. Do you know what? This is pretty special. We don't get to see cars like this way. Just take us through what we can expect to see out on the track.
Shervo, this is like Disneyland for drag racing fans this weekend. It's one of the biggest events that we have in the country. Top Door Slammer have 17 cars. We have Top Fuel, 6 of those. We have 5 Nitro Funny cars as well. And basically for 2 days at Sydney Dragway, we'll be doing over 500 kilometres per hour.
That sounds very fast.
That's easy, yeah.
You're a Bunbury girl, you know how fast cars roll.
I've been down to the track.
Fast, actually.
Well,
you do.
I used to get sprayed with dirt down at the Speedway in Bunno. I know. How competitive is it?
Oh, massively. And the really cool thing, this is like the new face of drag racing as well. You know, it's very multi-generational. Lisa's the only all-girl team in Group 1 competition, and regularly beats up on her husband when she races him as well. So it's a really cool little, you know, Brody Zappia is like drag racing royalty as well. Well, we have that as well.
Do you, when you're commentating, do you have to repeat the line like, be there, be B square, out on the track, out on the track?
Yeah, it's that old backside, trackside thing. It's,
is that a thing?
Yeah.
Kind of.
I think he's saying no.
Backside, trackside.
All right, there you go. Lisa, you are super fast, quarter mile, and for those that, you know, have seen the Fast and the Furious movies, like 10-second cut, whatever, you do it in about 5, right?
Yeah, 5.64 seconds.
What does that feel like when you take off?
Can't describe it. You have to be in the car to be able to experience it. Just can't put it into words.
It sounds amazing. Brody, you're only 20, are you? But this is in your family. Is that why you kind of got into it?
Yeah, I grew up around drag racing, watching my uncle John, who's also racing this weekend. I've been around it since I was, pretty much born, and as soon as I could get in a junior dragster. I did at 8 years old, and then I've just slowly progressed up through the categories and got into a door slammer last year, racing alongside him. And now Morris has given me the opportunity to jump in the AC Delco Monaro. So it's just been something I've wanted to do since I was little. And
that's the blue one here, right?
That's this one here, yeah.
Oh, wow. Ronnie, just take us through, you know, if you're keen to get involved, like how would you get involved in the drag race?
Contact your local track. There's many different ways to get involved, whether it be crewing or junior dragster driving or just come and spectate. It's loud, it's fast, it's the best sport in the world.
Yeah, all right. Can we fire them up, speaking of loud?
You're going to need these.
I noticed that.
Oh, you are totally going to need these.
Is it? It's that much.
Even if you're at home, you might want to put your fingers in your ear as well.
Also,
So are we going to start, is Lisa going to start hers up as well?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah,
oh, yeah. Is the cash cow here? Because does the cash cow have earplugs?
You might blow the cash cow's ears up.
Oh,
here is Cashy.
Okay, we're ready. Okay, we're going to get you to start them. We've got our earphones on.
I can't hear
Oh,
anything.
you're
Can you
putting
hear
petrol in as we...
Okay,
oh, we're
stand
out the
back.
way.
Oh, wow.
We're being
Okay, here we go.
instructed.
I'm not going to commentate because I don't think you're going to hear much. Hear much.
Yeah, at the end of that, what you didn't catch was Natalie Barker, and it just went right through my chest. It was like they were on the pin just then. And massive thanks to the NASA Matter for organising that. It was Nicole from the NDRC who pulled that fantastic relationship together with Sunrise. So massive thanks to the teams, Lisa Gregorini going down there, Ronnie Palumbo, Brody Zappia, Morris Fabietti. Fab was the one on the pin at the front.
I love it.
Bam, bam, bam.
I love it. Hopefully you talk them into coming out here today or tomorrow and get the full experience in person.
I'd like to see
revving them up is one thing, but leaving the starting line is a whole other animal.
I'd like to see the cash cow on the line. I think that would be utter excitement. We're waiting to bring out Rob Harrington and Brody Zappia. Harrington actually set a new PB running here of 5.80 as opposed to his 5.84. So Rob rolls in with a 5.80. Brody Zappia has a 5.76. He, of course, drove in his uncle's two-car team, that really cool two-car Monaro team, as his dad wanders out onto the track. Right as I say that, Richard Zappia just put his hand up just then. And now Brody is driving for the AC Delco Slammer team of Morris and Mary Fabietti. Jeremy Callahan will be out shortly from the ACT in the Z28. 5.66 for Jeremy, which he set here in testing at this venue before he went over to Dragway at the Bend. And you have West Australian Frank Taylor, who's also doing a bit of bucket list stuff with a 5.99. Your experience with door slammer competition is fairly short and sharp. You're about to see round 2 here in Sydney, and there's been some phenomenal talent that have come out of this particular city when it comes to door slammer. Just as I was talking about Victor Bray before, he texted me as well. One of the absolute kings of door slammer and the king of the big skid. His Castrol 57 Chevy doing burnouts all over Australia at different events was something quite amazing. He still has a lot of his equipment. Ben does as well. He did tease me the idea that he might be racing one day again at the Winter Nationals. Now, speaking of the East Coast Nationals, when we are back here on the 26th and 27th of September, simply scan that QR code right now and get your tickets at NDRC.TV. Now, as an exclusive offer for Golf Western Oil Nitro Champs spectators, tickets are on sale right now for Blast Top Fuel, an X-Ray by Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car, Group 1, and of course a stack of Aeroflow Sportsman races as well. For just $30 for adults plus a booking fee if you book now. Tickets are limited. Check the QR code on your screen. Are you doing that now, Alan?
I'm checking my calendar, actually.
Oh, I can live with that.
September, huh?
We're about to fire up. I can see Morris Fabietti saying, let's go. Can we have some noise for Top Door Slammer, Sydney? You know we're about to rock the house. Q1 of 2 sessions for the day. I love this bit, Alan. Gives me all the goosies. If this doesn't turn you on, you haven't got a switch. Woo! Zappia. Right-hand lane for Rocket Lane. And the Aeroflow lane will be the Winter Nationals champion, Rob Harrington. Bit of Australian muscle made of Monaro on the left and a Commodore right alongside. Well, a pair of Monaros really, in a lot of ways. I should have said Commodore. There's a pair of Monaros, which the Monaro in America actually made it across to Pontiac as a GTO, actually as a road car.
They absolutely did. Back in the mid-2000s, that was a rebirth of the GTO nameplate over on my side of the world. They're pretty popular cars over there as well. Absolutely love the look. That's a great camera shot as they both back up. You're going to see, I think, even bigger burnouts here than normal, simply because we had the little sprinkle. The track cooled off a little bit, and the guys are going to want to get out there and make sure they got plenty of heat in both the concrete and the tires.
So Zap rolls back. B-Zap, 20 years of age, driving for the AC Delco team. Also owns a Corvette, his own, that he may race in the future as well in Door Slammer. He grew up around it. His Uncle John is an 11-time Australian champion. Harrington, very excited to have him down here and running in New South Wales. First time in Door Slammer trim for him. Fire up this morning was cool, to understate it. Morris Fabietti looks down at his beloved AC Delco Monaro. And in comes Brody. Harrington left-hand lane. Qualifying session 1. Crow Cams qualifying. Fab walks back. Time to have at it. First run for Slammer. Man, Brody out of the groove almost all the way, but still runs it through. 577. That's a good way to kick things off, and a 586 is just outside the PB for that 580 of Rob Harrington, but a 577, not bad. Put your hands together for Brody Zappia.
Well, that'll give everybody somebody to shoot at, and that'll also show everybody that the racetrack will hold whatever we want to throw at it as we take one more look up on the instant replay. Love the replay screen here. Both of them drifting to the right, zap a little bit towards the wall, but both of them are able to keep the foot on the floor all the way down over 240 miles an hour, and that is a heck of a way to start. Let's see if we can keep building the momentum. We've got 2 more at the ready line.
To your point, the word Zappia is not Latin for down the middle.
It's not?
No.
Okay.
Between John and Brody, they're allergic to the center. It's like you got to go hard left or hard right and eventually get back in the hey diddle diddle. So that's kind of the way the Zaps were brought up. Frank Taylor and Jeremy Callahan. Callahan out of the ACT, the Moitz Motorcars entry. It was originally built as a door slammer. He turned it into a pro mod, and after a lot of emotional bullying from Pete Lovering, he put the screw blower back on it and turned it back into a slammer, and he won. Did a heck of a job too. He won it Dragway at the Bend last year after rolling the car over the round before at the Perth Motorplex. The Tyre Plus said 28. Pair of very respectable skids, Alan Reinhardt.
Yes, I would say so as well. And I love the fact that they're both 1970 version Chevrolets. Camaro for Callahan on the left side, Taylor in the Chevelle. And again, one of the things I love about the door slammer cars, there are a lot of cars in the States that get morphed to the fact that if they didn't have a decal on the windshield, it'd be pretty tough to tell what they are. But you look at that, you look at the front end of that car down there on the right side of the racetrack, and if you don't know that's a Chevelle, you don't know what a Chevelle is.
The Taylor family out of Western Australia. This is a bucket list opportunity for them, like the Catalanos. They've used this chance with WA being off grid just for this year. Callahan can run. He's put a 566 together at this place. It was actually the quickest ET in the final run he had at Dragway at the Bend, but he was outside substantially the A final. They ran the car at the end and they found some things. Taylor living his dream in the A1 Drainage F-Trucks Perth entry. Lucy Civil, Discount Towing. Camaro is Cruz Lovering. At the front of the car, Cruz is Pete Lovering's son. Refuses to work with his dad. He's a bricklayer with him during the day. He's like, screw that. I'm not working on your hot rod. He actually drives a funny car, the Sainty funny car, when he's not helping Jeremy Callahan. Gosh, I love Door Slammer. Remember Dan Aykroyd in Tommy Boy?
Oh,
God, I love that.
All righty, both of them got the top light lit. Frankie rolls right in and drops the second one on. Jeremy behind him. Here we go.
Callahan. You know, Taylor will be happy with this. Taylor will be a 566 and a 583 for Taylor. Hello, that's a PB for Frankie boy. The West Aussie will be very, very happy about that. A 583 for Taylor. And how about the consistency? Callahan's 566 PB. Kind of spooning in bed on a Sunday morning on that one. About the same. That look in your eyes said, where are you going with this?
Yeah, I'm thinking I was going to stay away from that. And watching again on the replay, you see just a little mist coming out of the back deck of the Chevelle. That's where the puke tubes go through, and that's where the vent is. Did we put one up in the dirt down there?
We put Frank in the beach.
No.
Yes, we did.
No.
The boys down there, the Taylor boys, like, good one, Dad. That's why it was a PB. He didn't shut it down.
He's just 3 feet in the beach. That doesn't even count.
Oh, you got those $12,000 binoculars again, don't you, Alan?
X-ray vision, baby. I can see the space station from here.
You can see Frank changing his mind from here. That thing works so well. So Frank has buried the A1 drainage Chevelle. It's only a couple of meters.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's only a couple feet in.
But
it's probably going to have a little bit of an underbite when we see it again.
It will not take the smile off his face. That's a very, very good result for this team, regardless of the fact he beached it at the end. But a 583 is very much a PB for him. It was previously a 599. And we'll see your favourite Pink Panther coming up in a moment. Can you play that? Are we allowed to play that? We're broadcasting. Pete Sellers, wasn't it? Was Pete Sellers one of the Pink Panthers? I think he was. Inspector Moreau. Oh, Ronnie Palumbo is coming out in a moment in one of your other favourite door slammers.
I've got a lot of favourite door slammers, I got to tell you.
The 37. Now, the car has a PB. And Ronnie has a PB. The car has a PB of 577. It ran in testing a couple of days ago.
PB, for those of you who don't know, is personal best.
Or peanut butter. And then Ronnie himself.
Pieces, brother.
There you go. We can go on with this for hours if you like. Ronnie has an ET PB of a 567 in the Morris Fabietti AC Delco Monaro Slammer. So there's a couple of reasons why Ronnie wants to get this done. His team owner, Salem Matter, is his team driver. And there's a bit of a bet going on between Salem and Ronnie every time they run. And this is going to be an interesting matchup when we get to see them do this. But Catalano will be out in just a moment in that gorgeous looking Valiant VH Charger. A 511 Hemi, 71 model, baby. A lot of good things happened in 71.
Was there?
I don't know that was necessarily calculated. It's just when I appeared.
Okay. Really?
So Catalano.
Man, you're a high mileage model.
Catalano to the right-hand side of your screen in that sweet-looking Charger. And to the left is a 37 Coupe of Ronnie Palumbo.
See, I keep wanting to call that a Duster. In my side of the world, that would be a Duster.
Really?
Yeah.
There's a very good TV series called Duster.
Well, there was a very good TV series that used Chargers. It was called the Dukes of Hazzard.
Good point. Let's hope that Catalano doesn't do a Dukes of Hazzard.
No. We do not like flying cars. South Georgia doesn't mind it when they're doing one of Ducks races, but we do not like flying cars here.
So Ronnie Palumbo this year has actually won the first ever door slammer. Rob Harrington, put your hands together for the Queenslander, everybody. Just a moment. Hands up if you are from Queensland. Hands up in the stands if you're in Queensland. Can I just ask, how did the State of Origin Women's NRLW go for you? Hands up if you're from New South Wales. Now, you need to watch State of Origin Women's Rugby League, Alan.
Okay.
The NRL, the Blues girls were phenomenal yet again and got it done. And just want to remind anybody in the crowd, it's an amazing sport. The girls are phenomenal. And New South Wales beat Queensland in the State of Origin. Now, have you heard of State of Origin?
So as long as your team won, you love the sport?
As long as my team won, I'm mentioning it.
Ah, yes, okay.
There's a big difference.
The commentator's description.
Put your hands together for Brody Zapier, everybody, as he comes back in the AC Delco Slammer, the Monaro. So let's look back at Ronnie, because he won his first ever door slammer event, Alan. He actually competed against Lisa Gregorini at Dragway at the Bend. The interesting part was they got to the lights, Ronnie had an issue and had to shut down. All Lisa had to do was take the light, and she couldn't. So she broke as well. So they decided, instead of giving them both a silver tree, they sorted out in Perth at the Westerns at the next round. And Ronnie ended up winning like by 0.06 of a second over Lisa. So Ronnie won his first ever door slammer event driving for the Fabietti team.
So he beat a girl.
Yeah.
A bunch of girls, actually.
Since you put it that way, Alan, when we're walking through the pits later, ladies, Alan's the tall American in the black shirt and the mustache, just so you know.
No, I'm rooting for the girls. I'm just saying.
No, you can't say it like that. So there's another word, okay? There's a language barrier here, okay? You're cheering for the girls.
Okay.
You're supporting the girls.
Okay.
You're not doing what you just said then.
Okay.
I've explained it to many of my friends that the word root in Australia is very different to the American way of speaking.
Well, just in my defense, from the American side, you know, when you go to the baseball games, it's root for the home team.
Correct.
If they don't win, it's a shame.
Correct.
So that's where I was going with
So
that.
now you know.
If you really want to cuss me out of that, you can send me an email.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I am dragannouncer@gmail.com. DRAGANNOUNCER, dragannouncer@gmail.com. Did somebody get out another rain magnet?
Seems like it. Seems a little slippery in that right-hand lane in particular. Change of transmission for the Nitro Champs for Ronnie Palumbo. Going to a quick drive Liberty for this weekend and ran that 577 for a PB for the car. Jeremy Callahan, put your hands together for him. He's got both of his kids on the team, his daughter and his son. They're all waving like crazy at the back there as well. And Cruz is just being Cruz. That's what he does. So hopefully that moisture racks off. We have a couple more really cool pairings. We ended up with 16 cars, Alan, which is very, very cool. And as you would know with our NDRC, we are all run format. There's no elimination, which is kind of cool.
It is kind of cool because if your favorite car doesn't have a great run in the first round tomorrow, that doesn't mean they're done. You can hang out, you're going to see them come back and have another crack at it. And more cars going down the track is always better. More is better.
The Chevelle is now out of the beach.
On terra firma again.
Yeah, we've got the shovel out and moved the Chevelle, which is the good news. So
we have to replace the divot down there. That just takes a second.
It was a bit of a dent, wasn't it? They've cleaned it up. Catalano and Palumbo. Then we'll see Lisa Gregorini in the scratch and match Camaro up against one of the most spectacular looking Corvettes in the game, Jack Danaher. I'm sure you remember that sweet looking vet, Alan, and if you don't,
I do.
We'll try and find him on the camera there somewhere with our clever little camera angles we have through the bottom of the tunnel. After Jack and Lisa will be Emilia Spinazzi. Fantastic coffee at the trailer, I'm just going to tell you.
Good to know.
If you go anywhere near there's the Terra Civil Chevelle.
Oh, yeah.
Right there.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Marriott is down near the grid as well. That team provides, it's probably $1 million worth of coffee machine if you want to take the whole operation together. Alessio doing a good job in the junior dragsters as well. And that guy right there in that Terra Civil Chevelle lives in Bondi Beach. Not a bad part of the world to live if you can live there. His mum told me off for that. He's from the West, he's not from Bondi Beach. That's what he told me, it's what he put on the profile. Alan, it's all I got to go on. So he'll be up very soon as well. He set a PB 5.70 just the other night in testing here as well. And he'll be up alongside Salim Mata with a 571. They like the hubbly bubbly machine. The shish. You're looking at me like that, look again. I've got to give you an indication and an education when we go by the pits, all right? The Matters, they love their hubbly bubblies, their sheesh pipes. It's all legal, it's all perfectly legal.
That's fine, that's fine.
We need to hook you up. The food. There is Daniel Gregorini to the right-hand side, the black and green scratch and match entry. Now, Daniel has stepped up his program.
Well, better. His wife keeps whooping him.
Well, yes, but he was quicker than her just the other night, although Lisa did go to the beach the other night as well. Daniel, whose PB is currently a 5.60 with a 1. That's how close he was. He brings up the 1 bit because that's how close he was to running at 59. But in testing, he ran a 5.63. So he was very, very stout here just the other night. It's really good to see. You can see Daniel leaning very casually at the back there on his golf cart. That's the boys don't get anywhere near as much credit because it's usually all about Team Orange. It's all about Lisa, understandably. There he gives us the cool wave.
Looks a little like Steeg there, doesn't it? Just like staying here.
Black and green Steeg. I can go with that. Mata is off to the left of him. You can see Salem Mata. If you can pan down just a little bit, you'll see that beautiful Shelby. Oh, look at that.
Sweet car.
Ain't she purty?
Yeah, but you know, there's not an ugly duck on that pond.
No. It's a good point. And with all the boys, all the Matter boys with their black shirts, they are a very cool looking team. And you can see that the crew chief actually on the Palumbo car is actually a Kiwi. There's a lot of New Zealanders. Have you learnt much about the rivalry between Australia and New Zealand?
Well, yeah, I was going to bring that up earlier when you talked about, you know, that your New Zealand bros and stuff. I thought that there was going to be more of a...
Yeah. So
I didn't think you guys were allowed to be friends.
Not
know,
really.
No. Cats sleeping with dogs.
Correct. It's like Canada and America in hockey. Not that you like.
Does Canada have a hockey team?
Oh, wow. Wow. Obviously, we're not streaming to the States today or Canada.
I hope we are. It's to the States, at least.
Only a couple of weeks ago, we celebrated one of the most powerful holidays in Australia and New Zealand history, Anzac Day. And Anzac is the Australian-New Zealand Army Corps. It's where we fought together in the First World War. And it is the one time of the year where Kiwis and Aussies stand very, very proudly together and say, hey, yeah, we went to Gallipoli, we fought on the beaches together, we lost a lot of lives in that war period. And for us to celebrate that one day of the year, then we just beat up on each other in sport every possible chance we can. But it's a beautiful part of the world, New Zealand. There's been some great drag races and amazing IndyCar drivers have come out of that side of things as well. So, you know, Scott McLaughlin, Scotty Dixon.
I think you guys have, you know, a relationship kind of like, you know, the classic, nobody beats up my brother but me. You know, if you got two brothers, you'll see them like rolling around just kicking and gouging and routing. But if somebody picks on your brother, you're going after him. So it's cool that you can have all that rivalry but still be so closely joined in so many ways.
If I was to peel off a random question at you, an Australian crew chief in Top Fuel.
David Grubnick?
So the Grub comes from South Australia. Very, very celebrated. Hell of a driver himself as well, before he's now probably as celebrated for being one of the fastest crew chiefs in the world of Top Fuel.
Yes.
Lived from a little part in South Australia. Very celebrated in that side of the game as well, and very proud of his heritage in Australian drag racing. I think we're about to go. That's the good news.
Does that mean I don't have to answer any more questions?
Well, I'll throw a few
at you. Tell me there's going to be a test. What next, math?
Oh, you'll never get me to ask you about that. I can see Antonio De Felice down there as well, or Tony De Felice, however you want to say it. Palumbo, fire in the hole. The 37, the Duster. Just because you said it.
Here it comes.
I would love to see these guys have a good weekend. That's a statement.
Yeah. And that's a response.
How good is Slammer? You've got a 71 Charger in the left-hand lane and a 37 Chevy Coupe in the right-hand lane. You've got a West Australian family team and a proud Sydney sider in the right-hand lane. Ronnie Palumbo for A Civil and Shane Catalano for Catalano Family Racing. Ooh, pushing it back.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, what does it go there? Ooh. Uh-oh. Civils are running down here at the moment, the black shirt brigade. Now, ordinarily, this is not good. In qualifying, they may be able to get through this if they can get it back. Catalano is back and ready. They won't want to keep him there too long.
It's impossible to tell from here if that thing's still running or not, but if I had to vote right now, I'd say not. Now, there are times when we've seen cars lose a reverser and they'll push it back and go ahead and still try to make the run. And we'll know if that's the case if they start lining him up when he gets a little closer to the starting line. Just because it won't go backwards doesn't mean it won't go forwards.
Catalano will be keen to get going.
They're going to shut it off, or they already shut it off.
All right, Shane Catalano from Western Australia, from Brunswick in WA. And Cats, a 5.99 is a PB for Shane in that sweet-looking Valiant Charger.
For those of you that weren't around back in the day, Mopar actually called that Panther Pink on the Plymouth side of things. It was Moulin Rouge for a Dodge.
I don't know that Moulin Rouge is manly enough. Had to stab it. Hey, this is all right. That's a hell of a comeback. A 630 with a stab.
Yeah, he pedaled it out there, no question about it, about 200 feet or so. Off the throttle for about a half a second, back on the throttle. The car's kept straight. That'll at least put a number up on the board for now. We'll take another look at this one. Just watching, you see right there, rip. The old courtesy slap.
90% of that was pretty sexy.
Yeah, yeah.
Gulf Western Oil, wonderful to have their support of the Nitro Champs. Thank you so much for their continued support. I caught up with Brittany Olive and her dad Shane recently on our Deep End Facebook Live we do with the NDRC, and huge thank you to this amazing family business, Gulf Western Oil, proudly Australian, and wonderful to have them as the continuing sponsor of this series.
Brittany was having her way with him yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, she ended up being #1 qualifier.
Excellent. Good news. I can just see the scratch and match team, Lisa Gregorini, prepared to put the barbecue sauce bottle to the hat.
They start that thing on barbecue sauce?
You never want to use a tomato sauce bottle around a door slammer team, do you?
I'm guessing that's why that team is so spicy.
There you go. Well, Jack Danaher in everybody's favorite Corvette. Lisa famously took down John Zappia in her rookie year at this venue. A 564. Actually, I can say this while she's out on the track, Alan. She actually took a fall down the steps of the transporter last night, whacked her head pretty good. So last night when I spoke to her, she was particularly quiet. So I'm really hoping, I spoke to her today, she said she's feeling much better, and I'm hoping that is exactly the case. Jack Danaher in that spectacular looking Wild Ink merchandise Chevy Corvette alongside Lisa Gregorini.
Trying to figure out what it is. After Lisa Gregorini did the burnout, there was something laying on a racetrack. One of the crew people went over and picked it up. It was hot and kicked it out of the way. Somebody else went over and picked it up, and I'm just trying to figure out what it is. But it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of concern over there on Lisa's side of the racetrack.
Well, if it was hot and she kicked it out of the way with no regard, it could be someone else's reputation.
There you go.
She's kind of like that. She'll take you down no matter what your name is. Danaher rolling back in.
You have feelings? Good, then I can hurt them.
So Jack, he ran it, Dragway at the bend. Good to see him running a bit more of the national program with us. They set the wheelie bar. Steph, Johns and Riley at the back of that car. Pretty sure that Jack's fiance Tiana Ellis is on her way down. She's starting her licensing program as well. And we get ready for door slammer Pilates on the front here. Alan, if you'll notice, Chez.
That's Pilates.
It looks kind of like it, don't you think?
Actually, it does a little bit.
Crouching tiger, hidden slammer.
About 3 more degrees, it'd be a downward dog, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're hoping to get downward track here. It's something that resembles a PB. Have we got any Lisa Gregorini fans here in Sydney? Danaher's in. Very rare we've seen these two alongside each other in the races that we've contested. Camaro and Corvette. Oh, Lisa, drive job. She got it back in, but it didn't go all the way. Interesting tire track too on that right hand and that left hand lane on the right hand side.
It was, if you noticed, when she did the burnout, it also drifted kind of over towards the center line. Now, obviously on a burnout, it's not a big deal, but when you're doing that under full load and then trying to drag it back in, neither driver's going to end up with a number they're proud of there as we watch this one more time.
Yeah, I'm just looking to the, if you watch Lisa's car on the left-hand side in the replay, watch here, she stabs it there, and that's where you see the tire mark, just as she had to tramp it again, but it was driving to the center. She actually went to the beach the other night, but it was on target for a mid-560s, they said. So either way, some work to do for that team.
Yeah, the run that you don't complete was always a career best for me.
There you go. The data said.
Man, it was hauling the mail. It's like it blew up at the Christmas tree. Yeah, but before that.
Have a look at the Terra Civil Chevelle, the Dominium Estates, Middo Mall, entry alongside the A-Civil, Tempe Tires.
So would this be what you call a civil war?
I like where you're going with that. Absolutely. A civil Chevelle war even.
I was actually kind of embarrassed about it, to tell you the truth.
Well, don't be embarrassed. I put it as one of our headlines on the Facebook, so I'm glad you backed it up.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case.
Then it's not your fault. The AS Social. Entry, Michael Marriott says hit it to Emilio. Nice skid. We know that Salem Matter has run a 5.71. And Emilio, just the other night, ran a 5.70. So there is effectively nothing in these two with their PBs. There's George, Salem, and then there's the precious one. The youngest, that's what his mother calls him, the precious one. Salem, his dad, Nasser, standing at the back with the blue shirt on and the white sneakers. Gee, the Spinozzi team present beautifully, don't they? Look at the Terra Civil livery and all the white and black shirts. A lot of local support for both these families here. They've probably brought 200 people each to the venue. So a 5.70 for Spinozzi and a 5.71. Salem actually won up in Darwin, proving he can get the job done with a short time behind the wheel.
Well, if somebody wants to go to #1 here, they're going to have to make the best run of their career, and conditions right now would appear to be pretty inviting out there.
Michael Marriott, look at him. He's like Crouching Tiger as well, ready to bring him in. George.
He actually looks like Mr. Miyagi. Or Miyagi.
Wax on, wax off.
Yeah.
Brings him in. George Matter, Salim's brother and proud crew member alongside him. Ronnie Palumbo standing behind as well. Let's go, boys. Spinozzi. Emilio Spinozzi. 5.73. They'll take that. 5.73. A 6.17 for Salem Matter, but 5.73 against a 5.70 earlier is good.
Salem was on 7 cylinders all the way down. From the time you hit the gas, they had raw fuel coming out of the pipes over on the left side. And when you're giving up that kind of horsepower for the whole run, you're going to give up a whole lot of time down there as well. I'm not sure if we'll be able to see it on the replay or not, but we'll look at the left side. Look, there you go. Just look at see the raw fuel.
Yeah.
That cylinder is not firing the whole trip down the quarter mile, and that'll slow you down. Oh, let's say
enough.
Half a second and 20 miles an hour.
That team's got some work to do. It'll be interesting to find out what the go is with the Ronnie Palumbo 37 Chev. It didn't even fire after the burnout. Unfortunately, it shut down on its way back. We'll now see a former Australian champion in Daniel Gregorini in the scratch and match black and green Camaro. Up alongside the new kid on the block. What a story. Brody Davies, the high-grade laser profiling Pennywise entry. His mum was a gasser back in the day, Michelle, until a race accident ended her career. And now this family is back. Proud dad Gary at the front, the Gareth. It's a good-looking hot rod. I know, I say that all the time, don't I?
You can't go wrong in this one.
No.
You could close your eyes and when the car fires up, tell everybody that's a good-looking hot rod. You wouldn't be lying. I got to tell you, though, for me, 67 Mustang gets me.
Oh, is that the one?
Extra little pitter patter. Since I've had one of those since I was in high school.
Put your hands together, folks, for West Aussie Shane Catalano and the Charger as he comes back. It's a bucket list for those guys to be here in the East. Now, spare a thought for the Davies family. This is a huge, proud moment. Gregorini struggling to get back. Is he sitting there or is he coming back slowly? I think he's sitting there after his skid.
I'm not sure he's got enough fuel to get back as far down there as he went. Now he's rolling backwards.
So he got to a 5.63. They got some good numbers out of that car in testing. But for Davies, what a moment for this family. The Pennywise car, for the first time as an officially licensed door slammer. It only happened 2 days ago, Alan.
Is that right?
Yep.
Wow.
From Lakesland, New South Wales, 67 Stang.
Do you think they did this by accident or by design? I mean, with all the wide variety of crazy cars they got in the category, they put the 67 Mustang, the 68 Camaro side by side.
I love it.
So if you like your Fords, you're over there on the rocking side of the racetrack. If you're a Chevrolet guy, the Aeroflow driver is yours. There's also a battle of engine builders between Brad Anderson on the left side and Jamie Noonan on the right. Or at least components, I should say.
Just 3 more runs to go. Gregorini, the last couple of years have been tough. He's been focused on wife Lisa's racing. His own program has probably suffered for it. but he's looking to be the sheriff again. And Brodie Davies, what a moment for his mum and dad. His late pop would have loved this. Their whole pit looks BADA 55. It looks like a Stephen King novel. Gregorini and Davies, for the first time in his career, Brodie Davies will face off as a slammer.
The Camaro goes silent, and the Mustang is going to take it to the house.
Oh, it's a 606! And look at the family down the line. Would you put your hands together, folks, for Davies Racing? What a moment that is for young Brodie Davies, and mum and dad will be amped about that. That's special. Takes him to number 6 qualified, too, at this point.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid way to start your career, huh? You might as well get off on a high note. Watch this one again on the replay. Dan's car looked like, I'm not sure if it didn't shift, did something. It looked like it started sputtering the rev limiter out there, and Gregorini's car at that point was just coasting as he watched the youngster make his first official pass, almost 240 miles an hour. That's a pretty fast start.
Jeremy Callahan is currently number 1 qualifier, but hello, do you see the right-hand lane, or the right hand on your shot just there? The left-hand lane is one of the most iconic motorsport vehicles in any form of the sport. John Zappia, 11 times an Australian champ, to prove the first 10 were not a fluke. And he'll face Russell Taylor, back-to-back, current champion. Love it.
And Zappy will tell you he ain't ready to quit at 11 either.
No way. In fact, recently announced there's no retirement plans at all at 60-something years of age. Did he lay on the pedal all the way past the SS in the other lane for a reason?
Yeah, I believe he did. I believe he did.
Zap almost makes it to the speedway with the burnout. Let's focus on Russell Taylor here for a second. You met him when we were at Dragway the Bend. Came out of Supercharged Outlaws with an angry, nimble little Tirana. Bought the Steve Ham SS and won in his rookie season. Then he backed it up and won again. He didn't even go to the final round last year in Darwin. He'd already wrapped up the points. Hell of a racer out of WA, alongside a living legend in John Zappia.
So as you said, we've kind of got the new kid on the block on one side, and we've got the long-time veteran that ain't quite ready to surrender his crown for good just yet. Wheelie bar set. We got a couple of guys out in front of the car staring each other's eyeballs out. Now they'll start rolling them forward.
Stuart Rowland, very, very savvy crew chief, along with Steve Ham. Not sure if Hammy is here. I definitely saw Stu. He's standing off to the right-hand side of that right lane. And Zappia, current championship leader. They both run a 5:59 here. A 5:59 with a 4 for Russell, and Zap went a 5:59 with a 1. Put your heads together for Emilio Spinozzi as he rolls back past you as well in the Chevelle. Boy, this has got something right here. Zap's wife, Robbie, brings him in. Q1, Crocam's qualifying slammers. Second last run of the session. Let's just have the number 1 and 2 in the country, shall we? Zap out of the group. What a race! It's only qualifying. 5:68 and a 5:79. Come on, Sydney, bang your hands together. Zappia, 5:68 against a 5:79. That was a grudge match in qualifying.
That really was. Both of them over 250 miles an hour across the finish line down there. Put Zap up in the number 2 spot. Put Taylor down in the number 5 spot. And those two will be back a little bit later on to try to send to the next chapter of the message to the person in the other lane.
Yeah, it's usually a fairly short exchange. Let's look at it again. How out of the groove was Zap? Yikes. Although we kind of expect that. Like I said, the middle is not something that John has ever spent any time in. That was way out there on the left-hand side and still ripped it through to number 2 qualified. Jeremy Callahan still number 1 as we see Salem Matter coming back in that beautiful 67. The Shelby rolling back as well.
1 pair left. Is there going to be another 60 thrown up on the board out here?
Well, I'm going to tell you it's not going to come from Pete Lovering, and I say that with complete respect, because the shoebox, who made it to his first ever A final, the Bricky from Engadine, will be lining up alongside the man that's back after 7 years away, Antonio Di Felice. That's how he told me to say it. I'm only going to say it once if I screwed it up. He's also Tony Di Felice. Either way, out of Donvale in Victoria, the 67 Chevy Camaro with a Noonan. It's a Murray Anderson built car. And anytime you say Murray Anderson, you go, ooh, okay. Top door slammer Jesus in a lot of ways. So for him to be still working on this car, the Noonan relationship is big as well. And Tony Di Felice joins us back in door slammer. Had a super team all ready to go in 2019, was ready to put it all together. And then that pandemic thing got in the way and stopped the whole comeback process. So for now, property development kind of contractor, Tony Di Felice, big Ferrari fan. If you go by his transporter, everything is Ferrari red. Big Ferrari down the side. He actually had his license pass in a Ferrari he bought at Imola Raceway. So he's got it bad.
Sounds like he's got the same disease I have, only with a bigger budget.
Only he's got the money, yes, yeah. Exactly right. Now, the guy in the right-hand lane, Pete Lovering, is one of our favourite dudes. KFC addict. He'll actually go through the drive-through in KFC and make sure that chips have enough salt. He'll hand back the nugget if it's not to his absolute, yep, he's that fussy.
In this car?
Well, I would love to see that. Wouldn't you? Imagine him getting through that with the clearance.
Don't make me come in there.
The Atcall Group, GRS Towing 55 Chevy Bel Air, the shoebox, Pete Lovering, who got into the A final alongside John Zappia at Dragway at the Bend, his first ever A final for Pete. And down comes Brody Davies. Folks, I want you to think for a moment what it means to this team to be into door slammer competition. And I want you to put your hands together for this family as they come down, because you can see the smiles on their faces. Dang, that's a good-looking hot rod, Alan.
It is a good-looking hot rod. Hard to go wrong with the 67 Mustang.
There's Brode hanging out the left side. How about it, mate? You're a slammer racer now. It's got a pretty good business card. Door slammer driver.
Yeah.
It's like dolphin trainer. It's got to be up there. Antonio Di Felice in that Noonan powered Murray Anderson Camaro. And here comes the shoebox. The unmistakable silhouette, Alan.
I'm just looking at the rear deck of that thing. You know, these things obviously are not the most...
Where are you going?
I try not to talk over burnouts. Now, obviously, they're not the most aerodynamic thing in the world, but at least putting a rear deck on the back has got to give it a little bit more stability. Looks like he backed up to a picnic table and then drove off with it.
This is like a bunch of boys all got together at the local pub over a couple of schooners and went, let's go drag racing. And having said that, he's been in the game for decades, so it's not an overnight decision, but they're all just a bunch of blokes. It's like a bunch of dads all got together. They love their racing. They pit right alongside Jeremy Callahan. And this shoebox team has got some renewed confidence. Pete is around the 578 mark, or thereabouts in his PB. And after making the A final at the Bend, his confidence is back up there. They lightened the body. He's even knocked it back on the KFC a little, he said.
Hey, race fans, wherever you are right now, if you can't see the racetrack, you need to fix that. Top fuel is under the tower.
Di Felice, first time in 7 years. His previous PB was a 577. Came down a couple of nights ago in testing and ran a 573. Got it all discombobulated at the deep end of the racetrack. But he's quietly confident. Good to have him back. Yikes, not on this one. Boy, that thing's... Look at Lovering. The shoebox, 598. It's a sub 6, it's a 5. He'll take that, the chutes work, but on the left-hand lane, Alan, is it still bouncing down the racetrack? Over the right-hand lane.
Yeah, I can. They're trying to stop it. It looks like it might be the idler pulley for the blower belt.
Well, Alan's got a $12,000 pair of binoculars, so he can pretty well see the serial number on it.
Freaking awesome.
So
I do
there we
believe
go.
that's the idler pulley off the blower belt. Oh, it's a top pulley?
No, it's not the top pulley. Either way, they will go back and regroup. Please put your hands together. Your number one qualifier out of Canberra in the ACT is Jeremy Callahan, 5.66 with a 3. John Sapia, great job for the Zap. He runs her in at P2 with a 5.68. You then go back to Emilio Spinozzi at a 5.73. Replay coming up here, Alan.
Yep, pretty short ride there in left lane.
Went straight across. It didn't actually hit the wall. It just started to, like, centrifugal force.
Well, that thing was turning about 7,000 RPMs. It was still spinning when it got over to the other side of the wall. They tried to stop it with a broom.
So, Emilio Spinozzi, number 3 qualifier right now. Brody Zappia, 5.77. Russell Taylor, 5.79. Frank Taylor, no relation, 5.83. Rob Harrington, 5.86. Pete Lovering, a 5.98 is 8th. 9th is Brody Davies, he's inside the top 10. Salem Matter, 6.17 is 10th. Shane Catalano, 6.30 with a 1 for 11th. Lisa Gregorini with issues of 7.36. Jack Danaher with some problems in 9.85. And Daniel Gregorini, a 13.1, obviously with issues as well for him. That's just 14 cars of the 16 that we'll be seeing. And I did see Mars. The old F truck rolls out, which means Wayne Newby is not too far away.
Right down underneath us, as a matter of fact.
So good chance for us to talk about Blast Top Fuel Championship action. We had the first round originally scheduled for Mildura. We were getting set on race day, and then a storm blew through. You almost saw a bloke in a big wooden boat with 2 of everything roll right through. It was like a biblical storm. It washed out the event. We went on to Dragway at the Bend. And the Rapasadas, who are normally on set to kill at that place, Alan, you'd remember, it was struggle street for them all weekend. They just could not glue the car down. Please put your hands together for Russell Taylor, folks, the 2-time and back-to-back Australian Door Slam champion rolls back. And he is currently, as we said, back in that 5th position, but you never see his best time in Q1. And rolling through the burnout pad, please put your hands together for John Zappia, the living legend of Door Slammer competition, currently in P2. The cool thing about Dragway at the Bend, Alan Reinhardt, was Phil Lamartina got the win. He did burn up some bits and pieces to get there, but Kyle Putland made his first A final, which is super cool.
You know, it's always cool when you get into the spotlight that bright for the first time, and it's fun. You know, that's why we come out here and fire these things up on Sunday morning, because you really just never know what's going to happen. No matter how good you run in qualifying, doesn't mean you're going to run a good race day. And we've talked about so many times. I think drag racing and bowling have a lot in common. You don't have to beat everybody in the house. You just have to beat the guy in the lane next to you. And sometimes you can shoot 252 and not get the job done. Sometimes you shoot 152 and you go home with the trophy. And for Lamartina, he will tell you, it was not his best performance weekend ever, but every time he came up, he was better than the car in the other lane. And at the end of it, he went home with the trophy, the money, and the points. And you're not going to apologize for that no matter what.
I love asking this question too, Alan. Could you put your hands up if you've never been to a Top Fuel event live before? If you're here for the first time, don't be shy. We love seeing this. And if there's a person sitting near them, just casually angle your phone towards them when the cars leave the line, because the reaction is always something quite incredible. We have 6 cars here this weekend, which for us, Alan, is a big deal. I know you're used to your competition in the US where Top Fuel, well, they don't grow on trees, but let's face it, there's a lot of them.
Yeah, we, you know, as a general rule, we've got a few more cars than you have over here, but we also, it's so much. Believe me, nobody on food stamps is going to have a Top Fuel car, but it is much more affordable over on my side of the world. By the time that you buy the parts, the tariffs, the shipping, all the stuff to get everything over here, it takes another level of dedication to want to run Top Fuel on this side. And I think that's one of the things that makes Santos so special, is because he's been very successful in business, but he has such a passion for the sport that he's not afraid to throw a couple extra bucks at it to make sure the Top Fuel is still continuing to thrive over here.
And to that point, Alan, as well, the defending champ who's not here this weekend, but the previous winner of this race is a guy called Larry Dixon. And Larry is great friends with Santo and drives for that team as well, because the Autosport International team. As you know, the word international is applied to it because they've competed with distinction in the US.
Well, they have. They actually maintain a shop in the U.S. They've got a hauler, they've got a car, all the equipment that's over in the U.S. right now. And from time to time, all they've got to do is fly the crew over there and jump in the truck and go wherever they need to go. Since you mentioned Larry Dixon, I'm doing a podcast now because I think I was the last guy in the world that wasn't. And Larry Dixon was my special guest last week. You can find it on competitionplus.com or competitioncptv.com. But I reached out to Larry, who I've known literally since he was a crew guy. And I said, hey, man, I'd love to have you come on the show. And he said, what do you need? I said, I need 20 minutes, 30 minutes of your time, maybe. And we don't talk just racing on Mike. We talk more about various things, how you get involved, other things that are going on away from the racetrack. We spent an hour and a half with Larry, just having him tell stories about how he got involved and some of the stories about his dad, who, of course, was a top racer back in the day.
Only recently passed away, I think it was like last year.
Yes, he did. And then, from just kind of moving on after racing, when Larry gave up the full-time seat over there and the businesses and the things that he's taken care of since then, including the world's only top fuel ride-along car.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. What an experience. We're just adding a little bit of extra rubber, a little bit of stickiness to this racetrack. Alan, the 368 that Damien Harris, so we had this situation where Phil Reed actually had the quickest DT. It was like a 372. It was like, wow, how cool is that? 373s. We got into the low 70s. Suddenly, Harris comes out with a 368 at Dragway at the Bend, but he backed it up and ran a similar 368 here at this venue here. To the point, the quickest and fastest ET and everything at this place is a 368 with Harris. But the quickest in the world, yeah, I was just going to ask you, do you see that's going to happen? Because Newbs ran a 371 last night.
Yeah, 371 last night on what was supposed to be a checkout run. And when I stopped back by the camp afterwards, Santino, let's just say, had a little bit of a smirk and a little bit of spring in his step, if you know what I'm saying.
Like he thinks it's coming?
Well, when they were looking over the parts and going over and servicing the car last night, he came up here with a pretty aggressive setup, and cloud cover is going to make the track even better. The weather conditions right now are going to make it very conducive for making horsepower. Here's an interesting little tidbit for those of you guys that are engine guys. One of the big factors that they use in tuning the nitro cars is compression ratio.
Yep.
And they change compression ratio by changing the thickness of the head gaskets. I don't know if anybody's been around these days, right? You get a catalog, order exactly what you want, bolt it together.
Yeah.
But back in the day, it was a very common thing. You take the heads off your car, send them to the machine shop, have them shave 30 thousandths, have them shave 60 thousandths. That would raise the compression ratio, and that would give you more performance. Well, they do that in nitro cars by changing the thickness of the gasket based on the weather conditions. And the object is not to make more horsepower, it's to make the same horsepower.
Yep.
So if you've got like hot, sticky conditions, you're going to run a much thinner head gasket, more compression. And if you've got a day like this, you're actually going to run a thinner head gasket. So it's easier to make power, and then it's easier to manage that power as well.
Last night was pretty good conditions,
Not
really.
bad.
Like, considering they ran it straight off the trailer. Newbs had a struggle street run like the Rapisada team, which is very unlike them, although last year they had a brutal round as well at Dragway at the Bend, but they're just such a professional operation. We kind of expect those things. But I want you to put in your mind a 3.68. And if you're new to drag racing, we run all these numbers, 368 at, 367 at, right? Well, if we can run a 367, that will be an Australian record for 1,000 foot top fuel competition. Now, 371 is Newbs' PB. He ran a 372 alongside Damien Harris with a 368. Nobody even saw that because they were like, oh, 368. And Newbs is like, oh, hello, hey, over here.
It's amazing how tunnel vision you get when a big number comes up on one scoreboard.
Well, it's a 330 mile per hour run, which for our words is 500 kilometers per hour, which is the magical mark that you want to get in this situation. So let's talk about Brittany Force for a second, and also Sean Langdon with 345 mile per hour, but the world record is 362 with Brittany Force.
Right.
Which we can talk about our mate Dave Grubnick as well and his connection, right?
He was the guy in charge of that.
So 362 compared to 368, you can't even click your fingers that quick.
No, I mean, the performance on this side of the world is right there. And a big part of the reason is because there are so many technical alliances. You know, the Reeds have spent a lot of time over the United States, working with Coletta's, working with the other teams. The Rapids are the same thing. They've brought crew chiefs over here to help. They've also been known to go over there and help teams in the United States. So that the information exchange is very high. The parts are basically the same. And the talent level over here is as good as anywhere in the world.
Alan, you just mentioned the Reeds and their relationship with Jim O as well. Bruce Reed's great friendship with Jim Oberhofer. Phil and Bruce are taking some time away from the sport at this point. They're hoping perhaps to come back with a different amalgamation of what they do. So I'm really hoping that we will see Phil Reed behind the wheel of a top fuel car at some point in the future. I'm not sure when that will be. We haven't said a lot. It's not necessarily our place to say that. I'm just going to say I miss my friends. I miss a cold cup of Gatorade every time I visit their pits, and I hope they come back soon.
And it's a better show when they're on the racetrack.
Absolutely.
So I say the same thing. I hope they do as well. Well, a couple of the Santo mobiles going to come out here and kick things off. I do want to say before they fire the things up and it gets really crazy out there, I personally and publicly thank you to Santo Rapazarda for bringing me here. We were at the Bend about a month ago. He approached me on Saturday, and if you know Santo, you know he's a guy who kind of gets what he wants.
How did he say it? I want to do your impression.
He said, "You're coming to my event in Sydney," and I said, "I am." And he said, "Yes, you are." I said, "Well, when is it?" He said, "May 1st through 3rd. I looked at my calendar and I went, well, "I'm available that weekend." He's, like I said, "You're coming to my event in Sydney."
There's a funny, so he's down on, I don't think we're going to get a shot of him, but down on the right-hand lane, just behind the, between the F truck and then
just behind
the ute after that. Yeah. Santo is down, he's walking towards the lane now behind Kevin Prendergast, the Paul Newman of Australian drag racing. And Santo is the bloke in the middle with a black shirt right now. This guy is on screen. He just got inducted, folks, into the Australian Motorsport Hall of Fame for his services to drag racing. He's down there in the middle. He's a proud Sydney businessman. Would you please put your hands together for Santo Rapazarda, folks, because that guy has done so much for our... Look at him, he's like, "Don't talk about me, but here are my boys."
Leave me alone, leave me alone.
Good work on the cameras. There he is, wandering down, shaking hands with everybody. What a character. So, Newbie and Sholov.
Yeah.
And Shane was good too. Shut it down at half track last night.
Yeah, but that was a planned shutoff. Shane has not driven this car recently anyway. This is the third car that they brought out of the shop. Santo's shop is actually so close to here, you could darn near start a top fuel car and drive it over.
Correct. Only taking 5 seconds.
Yeah. I actually jokingly told him the other day, I said, "You're going to have to win the race just to break even on your ticket bill." And he said, "No," he said, "that wouldn't even come close."
Nah.
Wouldn't even come close. They also wanted to say a huge thanks to folks at Atlantic Oil. Atlantic Oil is another Sydney-based business that has been on board with Team Rapazarda for better than a decade. And they're closing in on a decade and a half, as a matter of fact. But they're a big part of the team, and they also are going to have a lot of friends and VIPs and folks out here this weekend. Santos Cranes, Uplift Cranes, that's where the money comes in. Rapazarda Autosport International, that's where the money goes out.
Exactly right. The only canopy car in Australia, Wayne Newby, his wife Ali, bringing him up into line. Shane Olive backed up by his daughter Brittany. Shane has a pretty handy 383 as his PB up against Noobs, who ran his PB last night, albeit in exhibition trim, at a 371. So 2 of the 3 Rapazarda cars on the racetrack. Prepare yourselves, folks. Top fuel, Q1. And we're about to rotate the planet.
Off the pedal, pump on the high side. Engine tone changes, we're ready to race.
Olive, Shane Olive. You know what? A 381 is a PB for Shane Olive. Please put your hands together from Rudy Hill, New South Wales. Shane Olive. Nice job.
You can always tell by the body language of the crew guys down there. One side of the racetrack, they're clapping, they're happy, they're high-fiving as a career best comes up. And on the other side, a little bit of disappointment because the car didn't get all the way down the racetrack.
Look at all those black and red shirts. That gives you an idea of the sheer human resources it takes. Brittany Olive down there with the big lashes, smiling. She did a good job, did your daddy. Mia is down here as well, I think. So a lot of the family are here. Rob Cavannino would be pretty happy with the way that hot rod went down the racetrack. Issues for Noobs in the left-hand lane, however.
We're going to watch it again. Watch the cars leave the starting line. Noobie's car is more aggressive, was actually 500s quicker, getting the 60-foot mark. So he was definitely going to be deep into the 70s had it made it, but it didn't. You can see it chatter in the tires out there. You can actually see the marks if you're sitting up high enough, about, what, 70, 80 feet, and then it kind of just shook its way into tire smoke out there. But 285 miles an hour at the 8th mile for Shane Olive.
Handy.
Yeah, we'll see 290 before it's over with.
And he doesn't get to drive very often. That's the other thing about Sholov. He very rarely gets to run any sort of consistency. He actually won this race at 2 tracks. Now, to explain that, he won the first, well, was basically leading the points coming into this. It rained out through the event, and they went on to run the final night or day of it at Heathcote in Victoria. So Sholov is actually a Nitro Champs winner at 2 different racetracks. Phil Lamartina is in the hole. Wonderful to have that team out of Weeman in Victoria. The Carrot Kings in that Fuchs Lubricants entry alongside a guy that knows how to win championships and has won the Stan Sainty Cup a couple of times as well, Damien Harris. Doesn't that uplift crane car look sexy?
That thing really does. It's not that much different of a paint scheme, certainly not a whole lot of different colors from the rest of the Rapizzata Auto Sport machines. But just the graphics and the way they laid it out look spectacular. I love the oil wars, or the lubrication wars we've got going here. You know, Gulf Western Oil presenting the event.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Fuchs team that is down there, been part of Lamartina for so long. They come in on a hot streak after a big race out at the Bend. And of course, Atlantic Oil backing all the folks over there on the Rapizzata side of the racetrack. You know, we should come up with some kind of a slippery contest.
Darren Morgan always told me the best way to learn how to say Fuchs is say Fuchs as in chooks, not in ducks. You'll never go wrong. So Lamartina has won an Australian Championship, and he's done that with Darren Morgan. He's won that with Kelly Betts as well behind the wheel, and his young crew chief, Dean Rossiter, down to the left-hand side of the hot rod as we look down this strip as well. Harris is the only man into the 3.6s in the history of 1,000-foot top fuel racing. He's both into the NDRC Sydney track and national record. His crew chief is, of course, Santo Rapasada Jr. His personal best mile an hour is 331.5 miles per hour, which is fast. 368 with a 3. He's done a pair of 368s, and he's usually pretty unstoppable.
We've got one locked up down on the far end of the racetrack, and that's what the holdup is. Just got to make sure that he gets cleared and around the corner, and I believe it is Shane's car down there. These cars, and again, for those of you that aren't familiar with them, they utilize a centrifugal style clutch that has 6 clutch discs and 5 floaters. The discs are centered iron.
You got to wait for Santo.
Steel. Hi, Santo. Santo, I'm not hungry.
Oh,
I'm not hungry.
You have to have his party pies.
He's been trying to send me home at 200 kilos. Every eat.
I know. Well, it's a love language.
Yes.
Munja, munja, munja.
I'm sorry, just to finish the thought. Sometimes these clutches will literally weld themselves together. They get that hot, and the car up at the top end of the racetrack simply won't roll. When you see them towing a top fuel car or funny car through the pits, they're not in neutral. They don't have a neutral. With a centrifugal clutch, if the engine's not running, the clutch isn't engaged. And as I mentioned earlier, kind of like a glorified go-kart clutch. If anybody had mini bike or go-kart back in the day, when the engine was off, it would roll freely. That's kind of what these things do. But when the clutch locks together, the car won't roll. So it'll take a moment to either get the driveline unconnected or put some dollies underneath it to get around the corner.
The current champion or points leader in the Stan Sainty Cup in this championship is Phil Lamartina. His lovely wife Sarah is standing by on the left-hand lane, just on the other side of the concrete wall. I think she's got the gold and black shoes on. I haven't had a chance to look yet. Sarah is known. Oh, you got the binoculars out. Sarah, put a boot on the wall because Alan's got the...
They're gold and black.
Yeah, they're very, very cool, those shoes. They're like super, super cool. She has fluoro pink, she has fluoro orange, but she wheeled out the black and gold for Mildura, and we all went, wow, like that's next level cool. So Phil is currently leading the NDRC Championship for the first time in his career in the NDRC side of things. He is our last start winner for the Riverbend Nationals and would desperately love to maintain the RJ batteries, Fuchs, all of his great partners on board, and also Mewers as well, and maintain that points lead. But we know here in Sydney, that's where the rappers usually step up and run pretty stout. You've also got Kyle Putland to come soon as well, out of Maida Vale in Western Australia, who made his first ever A final and competed against Phil. They actually had a throttle cable fail.
So
that's what you call, right? Because when it goes out, when the candle goes out, you think, oh, geez, I hope they haven't hurt anything bad. There is the opportunity cost of could you've got the win, but it's a minor part failure in comparison.
Yeah, but you know what? Every racer in the world would tell me I'd rather launch the supercharger of the moon winning than have the thing quit and leave me no chance to win. They always want a chance.
So I've got
to
an
win the race.
interesting request here from somebody.
As long as I don't have to sing.
I can't, no, it's definitely not a singing situation. So I'll explain the combination for you later. We're keeping it a little bit, but funny car, if whoever goes #1 in qualifying, can you please say that?
Yes.
All right. There you go, Kelsey. That'd be Josh Lay's wife. I can say it now because the engines are running.
Yes, yes. That conversation has actually been had throughout the course of the weekend. All right, a little shot of 87 octane regular gasoline down the scoop, and the next pair fires up. The uplift cranes machine. That's Damien.
Ooh.
And the Fuchs lubrication machine, that's Lamantina.
So, Junior, not only does he do the setup on the car, he also does the engine program as well. A very, very smart man. That's his wife backing up the car as well for Damien, who's also a very handy racer as well in Brooke Rapasada. And Tino's partner, Jess Turner, is a track champion as well.
Interesting to note, Santo Jr. actually has a new fuel pump over there on Damien's car. They made a step trying to put a little bit more fuel volume in these things. And, you know, obviously the more fuel you can burn, the more power you can make. I'm wondering why the scoreboards aren't cleared yet, because this thing should have rolled over and got set. I'd hate to see us make a run down there and not get any information.
And this is last night's info as well.
Yeah, well, they didn't clear. Okay, there we go. Now we're cleared away and ready to go.
They heard you. Time to go. Lammers in the left-hand lane. Damien Harris in the right-hand lane. Can we get into the 3.7 mark-ish?
Piece of cake.
Sure. I'll go with that. We're in. Oh, that's a heck of a drag race. That's a heck of a drag race. It's 382, and Lammers will be happy against a 376. Hello. We did talk about living in the 70s. Put your hands together, Sydney. Nice job for Damien Harris. Nice job, Phil Lamantina.
Yeah, they're not going to be happy over on the Rapazarda side of the racetrack. The number on the scoreboard you'll take. But look at the speed. 295 miles an hour instead of 320 or 330. And we'll see it again on the replay. It shoved a head gasket out down there, and some of the fire was escaping as they were getting down to the finish line. So that is an unhappy engine, and that unhappy engine is going to require some even heavier maintenance than usual. We'll get that replay re-racked in just a second, but you saw the fire escaping down there from behind the engine, and that's why that speed is down. Isn't it ridiculous that you can run 3.76 seconds? It should have gone 25 miles an hour faster. I don't know, it should have gone faster.
There are a lot of anomalies in drag racing.
There are that.
Phil Lamantina will certainly take a 382 against his 377 personal best ET, considering they ate up a whole lot of expensive metal at the Riverbend Nationals in getting the win there for the previous round. So they'll take that.
Give you an idea, Damien Harris, again, you can see the number on the scoreboard, right? 295 miles an hour, 293 miles an hour at the 8-mile mark.
So it was
really nosing over. You should pick up minimum 40, and sometimes as much as 55 between the 8th mile and the finish line. But yeah, if you pick up 2 miles an hour, it basically had just evened off down there instead of continuing to accelerate.
I love the way that a 382 is pedestrian now in our sport. Like a year ago, you know, in that 70 mark was like, holy cow. Then Harris came out around a 368. Everyone was like, 70s? Meh.
Yeah.
It's just such a constant resetting of the mark, isn't it? Really cool to have this team in many different forms. But Damien Harris, Shane Olive, how about a round of applause for the Sholive out of Rooty Hill in New South Wales. What a part of the world that is. Damien Harris, Shane Olive, and Wayne Newby. And Noobs has the Stan Sainty Cup in his hot little hands. Got married on Christmas Day, or announced his marriage to Ellie, but I know he wanted to win that Stan Sainty Cup since it was announced. That
he got married on Christmas Day.
Yeah,
that's kind of a sissy move, isn't it?
Well, you know what? It guarantees you never forget your wedding anniversary.
That's what I'm saying, and it saves you a present too.
I would call that smart.
Saves you a present.
Not the getting married bit, but the idea of at least on a significant day. So the Pom, Steve Reed is in the hole. What an addict this man has been for Top Fuel Racing. Over 50 years of racing, drag racing in Europe, and over here in Australia as well. Won the event in 2006. So 20 years ago, he was competing here as well. This team really have poured everything they have into everything they do. His PB is currently a 4:32. Didn't compete after the previous round. They had some upgrades that they needed to do, but they have completely rewired this car. And he was telling me earlier today that he and crew chief Ray Ward have the best amount of goodies they've had in recent memory to go down the strip today. So he actually won the B final the last time we were here at Sydney Dragway, and he beat Damien Harris. You dare to dream, Alan.
Absolutely, absolutely. You come out here and fire the thing up and see what happens. Again, especially when you put nitro in the tank, you just never know what's going to happen when you hit the gas. They were doing an inspection down there, trying to make sure, I think, that there weren't any parts and pieces or little shrapnel that could be run over down at the shutdown or the braking area. I think that quad's going to clear the top end of the racetrack. We should be getting the signal to fire him up here pretty quick.
So in the right-hand lane is a guy called Rory Taylor. He's a bit of a legend of WA drag racing as well, around 50-plus years involvement in the sport since he and his brother first went to the now-defunct Ravenswood Raceway. And he is the crew chief for Kyle Putland out of Maida Vale in Western Australia. His lovely wife is standing by on the right-hand lane as well to climb over the wall and to back him up. And it's time for the pom up against the West Aussie. Steve Reed would just love to get a number. Putland went into the A final, his first ever, in round 1 at the Dragway at the Bend. And then they had that throttle cable issue. His dad and his uncles in this team, very much a family-based operation. Walker's Turf Supplies, Top Fuel Dragster in the left-hand lane of the pom, Steve Reed. And the Miller car of Kyle Putland. It's got a bit of heritage too, that car.
Yeah, it does. Bill Miller, a parts manufacturer, long time, and he's a guy that's always had ideas about, you know, how you can make little tweaks, little things, just a little bit different. As a matter of fact, take a look at the injector on the car over in the right lane, the part up on top of the blower, as opposed to the snorkel injector like everyone else runs, including Steve Reed's car, where the butterflies are up front above the driver's head. There's just a little scoop over there. The Gibson Miller injector is square. It's got 2 barn doors, bolts right on top of the blower. The theory being that if the air opening is actually closer to supercharger, you should have quicker response from the time the butterflies open until the time you have boost.
Does that always work?
Bill Miller thinks it does.
It's a theory. So a 389 is currently where the PB sits for Kyle Putland, and they have been getting more and more consistently into the threes. It's not going to happen this time. The pom looks good. The pom, 407. He nearly got into the threes. A 419 for Putland, and it was busy in the right-hand lane, but the pom, that's solid for Steve Reed.
That's a nice way to start right out of the box. We'll take another look at this one.
He nearly got into the threes.
Up on the big screen, you could kind of see that the flames weren't really happy on both sides, and then something went away down there about 500 feet in the right lane. And that's why Putland's machine slowed down, only 225 miles an hour. But for Steve Reed, they got a little bit further down, and they got, oh, so close.
And what a drive job, too, from Kyle, because that thing was never in the hey diddle diddle. It was all over the shop, that's for sure. So he did a nice job to keep it off the concrete, but the pom, Steve Reed will take that all day, every day. 407, nice job.
Damien Harris, number 1. Shane Olive, number 2. Phil Lamatina, number 3. And we get to see them all again later on as we'll shake it up even further.
Yeah, correct. And I think from last night, right, these are showing on our board as last night's exhibition runs as well. Which
Wayne's run was from last night.
Don't count in the scheme of things. So, X-Pro by Aeroflow Nitro, funny car. So do not go anywhere. These cars have exactly the same power plant that you have in a top fuel dragster. In terms of the noise and the energy, it's like seeing Metallica or Motley Crue. They're both going to be in your face. They're going to rip your head off, and you're going to try and keep them down the middle.
Which one would you go to? I'd definitely be the Motley Crue guy.
I have seen Motley Crue a couple of times, and actually with Kiss, and they beat Kiss, and I'm not happy about that. But I've never seen Metallica.
Okay.
Iron Maiden's coming here soon.
I'm not throwing rocks at Metallica. I'm just saying those are my choices.
No, I think James Hetfield would eat us both alive. The bang shift entry, you're going to see Morris McMillan, the current champion in this championship, after narrowly getting the job done, but he was beaten in Dragway at the Bend by Josh Lane. So McMillan, the killer Kiwi, the CEO of Rocket Industries, hoping to get the job done in that left-hand lane, up against the charismatic, the lunatic, the great fun, the now YouTube sensation, Justin Walsh in the right-hand lane.
The now YouTube sensation?
Yeah, he's loving it. He's doing Facebook Lives all the time and YouTubes, and he's become quite the influencer. Never been into the threes yet.
Really?
Yep, 4-0, 4-0, 4-0, 4-0. Maybe this might be the day. Morris McMillan, however, has visited several times the 3-second bracket, owns the quickest ET. He did not race with his wife Monica in the facility at Dragway at the Bend. First time she's never not been by his side. She too was a BAD A55 racer back in the day. She's back on the tools here this weekend, and Morris feels a lot better.
Well, I can certainly understand why, especially playing home race. You know, the Rocket Industries home base is just across the street here.
Yeah.
Close enough that they also are going to have loads of friends, family, customers and folks hanging out in the house this weekend. I mean, it's always fun to go out and win. It's always fun to go out and show off, but it's way more fun when you get to do it in front of all your friends and family.
Oh, absolutely. Morris McMillan has been a New Zealand door slammer champion as well. Actually had the Arnott's Shapes sponsored car, which is quite phenomenal in itself. A PB of 392 with a 9 for Morris McMillan, the quickest and fastest man in Nitro Funny Car competition. Has the Sydney mile-an-hour speed record, also has both ends of the national record as well. And Morris, since coming to Australia, like many Kiwis do to work a better life, is certainly one of the most BAD A55 racers in the country. Not only that, he's also... Oh, what have you got on the screen when we're looking here? Oh, Bean's biggest fan. Wow. Look at that. We've even got... So, you need to... I'm assuming that's Bean with that giant mullet at the front of the car just then. We need to get a shot of Bean. So can we get a shot of... I don't know if we can zoom down or not, but wow, we found him in the crowd. That's good work. Now, Spud is all about giving plenty at the moment, but Spud is our resident burnout stylist. So when he does the hit for Morris, you'll see him do this little leap and this kind of like Pilates thing in the air, Alan.
You got something about Pilates, don't you?
Well, I wish I could do it. Good to have you back, Monza. She had a netball injury that kept her away from the first round that we held at Dragway at the Bend. So don't play netball. There's a reason in that. Drag racing's not dangerous. Netball.
What is netball?
I knew you were going to say that. I knew it. I'm assuming she knows Bean, by the way. Oh, there's the mullet. Come on, Bean. Give us a bit of a style. Blow her a kiss. I'm assuming it's not your sister. Oh, there you go. Blow the kiss back. That's what we like to see. They're a good team. Gareth Rogers underneath the body just there as well with the bucket hat. Very, very smart individual. Another one of the many Kiwis that have come across to relocate and be part of that Rocket team.
I don't. Looks like they got the car clear at the top end of the racetrack. Just making another pass down there, doing some sweeping. I think they're pulling the FOD mat down there with the tractor.
And Alan, we got to say, tomorrow is actually battle day.
Yes.
Like this is qualifying, but I think old school drag racing fans be like, oh, tomorrow means there's only half the field. Well, not in this.
Right.
All run format means that every car runs every pass. So for us tomorrow, you will see 3 competition battles for fuel, funny car and door slammer, plus of course pro stock, pro mod, and well done with the pink stock thing as well. Please get around that. McGrath Foundation, wonderful initiative that the pro stock teams are working on. But tomorrow, please come out tomorrow. I think we kick things off around 9:45. We'll be opening the TV show on 7+. Fuel will run probably about an hour or so later on. Then you'll have funny car, door slammer, all those great Group 1 comps. So all day tomorrow from pretty well if you got here from 10 o'clock or thereabouts, you're going to see racing all day tomorrow.
I would suggest getting here maybe a little earlier than that. There was a little bit of traffic coming in this morning. They've got an event also over at the big track across the street over there.
I think it's the Super Cruise or something like that, I think.
Yeah, that is, you know, stuffed up the entrance lanes just a little bit. But be here early because the last thing you want to do is miss the first round when these guys are coming out and throwing down. That should be some of the best conditions tomorrow is when they come out here bright and early.
So the bloke standing behind you that you kind of shook hands with before is Nathan Prendergast, who is one of the brainchilds of this NDRC. It doesn't stand for Nathan Drag Racing Championship. Some people have often asked that question. Andy Lopez, his partner in crime, is down at the Motorex side of things. Please put your hands together for Kyle Putland, the West Aussie, up in the saddle. Some of the coolest moments I have in the NDRC is when Kyle won over in Perth. He came down the return road with all of his local fans. It was very emotional. They got into the threes for the first time. So that's what I love about drag racing too. The combatants come back down the return road in front of the fans.
Yeah, that's awesome. You get to see them go down there and then you get to acknowledge them when they come back, whether you want to cheer for them or Whether you want to
just wave.
Yeah, you know, if they beat your favorite driver and you're a little annoyed with them, you can show that pleasure or dis. I think the tractor's making one more hit, and we're going to roll around the corner. I threw it out earlier. I'll throw it around again. If anybody's got questions, comments, something you want to share with somebody, you don't have a contact, shoot me an email. I am dragannouncer@gmail.com. I do not monitor it live. So if you've got a problem right now, flag down, one of the ushers or one of the officials, and they'll get you taken care of. But I got a ton of email response when we were at Dragway at the Bend about a month or so ago, and I spent a couple hours on my return flight home, just tip-tapping answers away on the computer.
Legendary Steve Reed down in the right-hand lane there as well. Good to have you here, Steve. What an incredible legacy that family has, from Jim to Steve and Debbie, and of course his boy goes pretty good these days as well. And now the girls. In fact, the littlest one got into the A final of the juniors at Riverbend and had to take the big sister out to get in to race Luca Lamattina. Incredible story, the Reed family. Let's go. Aeroflow by Aeroflow X-Pro Nitro Funny Cars. Justin Walsh out of Ormo in Queensland up against the Kiwi, Morris McMullen. 392 is the quickest we've been, Alan.
All righty. I don't think I'm going to place a bet on that.
Watch the burnout. There we go. The Spud.
But I would not be the least bit surprised if we see a 3-something come up on the board down there.
I think you're right.
Pretty good conditions. The clouds coming in and out. I've been able to keep the track temperature under control out here. We just saw some pretty solid runs out there on the top fuel side of things. That lets the funny car guys know, whatever nitro category runs first, the other guys get a little extra read on the track. You can go out there with your grip-o-meter and you can check the temp and you can squiggle your foot around and do everything you want. But until you actually see a couple of cars go down, you just don't get all the information.
Graham Frawley works on the Justin Walsh car too, a very celebrated racer in his own right. Between Morris McMillan, who tunes almost the entire field, as well as drives his own car, and Walsh, who's driven Super Street, Super Sedan, Modified, Comp Eliminator, just Nitro Altered, Pro Alcohol, Outlaw Funny Cars, Nitro Funny Cars.
Is that all?
He's trying to find something he does well.
Still searching for the sweet spot.
Everyone needs a hobby. Gareth Rogers with the bucket hat usually licks the thumb and gives that to Morris, or he blows him a kiss. That generally gives you an idea what the run might look like. Keep your eye on him. There he goes. I think it was the thumb. First time for X-Pro by Aeroflow. Nitro Funny Cars. Let's get in the threes, boys. Especially Justin Walsh. He will go off if he gets this. Nope, not today. Morris down the middle, down the middle. 393, look at the boys. Have a look at the left-hand lane. That was so close to that 392, but it'll do to keep them happy for now. Come on, Sydney, put your hands together. Morris McMillan. I was watching the crew creeping down the lane behind him. They knew it was going to be a big number. Well done, Morris McMillan and the team. And Spud giving all the love to Gareth Rogers down there. Boy, that thing was happy.
Yeah, it was very happy. I believe I caught it before the screen rolled. It was 3.16 seconds to the 8th mile, and in a funny car, that is getting it. You get inside 3.2 in the 8th, and you have got it all going on down there. But a good run, even a big speed, 325 miles an hour. There's going to be a whole lot of smiles down there in that rocket pit.
Now, I saw a sneaky peek. Let's have a look at your replay right here. Your Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. That was top fuel from before. Right. Hello to everybody from Gulf Western Oil, by the way. Go the distance. Big thanks to Ben and his amazing company for all their support. The Damon Payton car, I saw a sneaky screenshot of what it's going to look like at the Winter Nationals, and oh my giddy aunt.
Yeah.
A lot of gold leaf in there as well.
Yeah.
That car is going to look very, very good. The PDS, Payton Diesel Services, Rocket Bang Shift entry. It's got an entirely new livery when it heads to Willowbank for the Winter Nationals. Up alongside Josh Lay, who's our last start winner, Alan.
Yep. I remember that, the bang shift machine over here, Rocket on the side as well. I got to tell you, the Rocket folks are kind of like the Rapazarda Crane folks. You know,
correct.
They put your money where your mouth is. Let's put some cars on a racetrack. Let's get out here and put on a show for all these great fans. We'll relive the last runs. We got the funny cars geared up now. The best part about it really was the crew reaction.
Yeah, watching them walking down the lane. Look.
Yeah. Look, it's making it. It's making it. It's making it. It made it.
So Lay, an accountant, not exactly a symmetrical way of spending your weekend opposed to the week, because you wouldn't ever justify what you're spending on the weekend. Not that he's spending it, it's Graham and Wendy that are doing that.
I don't know, though. There's a whole lot of number crunching, a whole lot of formula figuring out, a whole lot of stuff that goes on back in the trailer to make these cars run like they do on the track.
Just not the budget. Oh boy! He had the thing crossed up like a sprint car on the launch.
That was fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. Nothing to see here. These aren't the droids you're looking for.
I like that. Bit of Star Wars.
Yeah.
So 2 years ago at this event, he made his debut. Crossed over the center line, car filled up with clutch dust. He basically ran into the back of the chutes of Morris McMillan. It was a frightening introduction, and he's never forgotten it. We talked about it today for the TV show. He said he's actually scared of these cars, Alan. He has that, it intimidates him, so he has that respect constantly.
You've got to have respect. You definitely have got to have respect for these things, because it doesn't take long for one of them to get away from it if you are not staying out in front of it. Now, it looked like Damon Payton's car, they were a little bit late firing up, and they looked like a little bit behind in the routine as they come back now and just have the body up and are making the adjustments, setting it.
Don't forget, #1 qualifier. It's on you.
Yeah?
Well, that's what Kelsey said, and I'm scared of her.
Gonna have to outrun a 383 or 393.
Yeah.
Just saying. Might have to wait until this afternoon.
Payton has a 4:04 to his name, and Josh has absolutely been in the 3s. He knows how to get it done.
Last little adjustment on the idle screw, and it's in the hands of the drivers.
Brody Pilkington, crew chief on the Lay car. Also tunes Top Fuel motorcycles in his spare time. That's Gio. Lay, 395, it's in the 3s. I'll take that all day. G95. That's handy.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. Maurice going to stay #1 for right now. The 395 will slide into #2. Damian Payton goes 420 at 304 miles an hour. A little bit soft out there through the middle, but got her most of the way down there under power, and definitely some good numbers and good information you can learn from before we come back a little bit later on tonight.
Boy, a 393 for McMillan gets everybody up and about. Let's look at your replay here once more. Little bit of a wander towards the end, but a 395 mile an hour is certainly not where they want it to be, but that's an ET that will make them grin.
Yeah, I think that back-to-back runs over there on the Aeroflow side of the racetrack, and got a whole lot of happy folks walking off, but we are not finished yet, because we've got one more car coming up here. Luke Shepard, who came out yesterday, made an early shutoff run
but
during
looked
the
good,
open
right?
test and tune session, and they were very pleased with it after having some struggles with this car in the past few months. So it looked like they're definitely going in the right direction, and I would not be the least bit surprised. What's Luke's PB? Because I think he's about to bury it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, his PB was from yesterday.
That doesn't count.
No, but in his mind it does, right?
That's what Bob Tasca said when he went 340 miles an hour. That counts. No, it doesn't. Well, I did it. I said, yeah, but it still doesn't count.
Everybody saw it. This Valvoline car.
Let me ask you this. How many home runs did Babe Ruth hit in spring training?
Who cares?
Right, it doesn't matter. It doesn't count. I don't care how many people saw him.
When you went baseball on me, I'm like, oh, God, there's no crying in baseball. That's about the extent of it.
I figured Babe Ruth, everybody'd know.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a chocolate bar, right?
Yeah, yeah.
These guys, it's good to see them continuing to try and get themselves into the main field of the licensing process. The Tim McCarthy-owned Valvoline entry of Luke Shepard of Monte Carlo.
A former Don Prudhomme car, I'm told.
Got a bit of lineage, doesn't it?
I just think it would be cool to drive a former Don Prudhomme car.
I think it'd be cool to get him a 3 or a low 4 or something that just gives the team some confidence, because they've run several times with us at the Winters. It's good to see him down here at the Nitros.
I honestly don't think the number on the top of the scoreboard would matter at all. if the number on the bottom of the scoreboard starts with a 3. I think they would lose their minds.
Well, I know Justin Walsh has yet to get there. He's been close a couple of times. Peyton too, awfully close here as well. I think they just want a full pull. Realistically, hat just came off the crewman.
But yesterday, when the crewman was out there running around making his stuff, the hat blew over the wall.
No way.
And I suggested to him, because he just left it there. And then after the run was over, he ran down and picked it up. I said, man, that's your good luck charm. You can leave that thing, put a rock in it so it doesn't move. You know, the hat being over there in the photographer area, I think might have just been the thing that put the universe back on center, you know what I mean?
Alan, it's extremely critical where you point these cars when they leave the line as well, because where you point them is where they start to head anyway, because they do their own thing later. But getting that lineup angle to leave the line is critical.
It is. And funny cars are notorious for washing out a little bit. When they hit the throttle, they'll kind of squat down in the back of the car, will scoot over a little bit. But you really want to have it in the right spot. They will pick exactly the spot that they want the tire down on the starting line, and that is as crucial as anything. You miss that by 3 inches, and you can throw away a run.
Looking like a man lost is Brett Emma down in the right-hand lane. He's the crew chief for the Adam Murray car. Adam has business commitments this weekend and couldn't make it, but promises us he'll be at the Winter Nationals. But you can see Brett just kind of looking like a man who's lost his dog. You know, it's like, come here, Rover.
Yeah.
I know you're here somewhere. Brett lives and breathes funny car. Another hat. I hope they can blow the hats off this thing right now.
How long you have a funny car before you realize you got to hold on to your hat when they go by?
Well, you had to hold your hat because Morris McMillan just rolling by. Put your hands, get it for Morris. Heck of a drive. That's the second quickest ET in funny car competition here in Australia. He started to pull straight to that left side.
Yeah, definitely was hunting around a little bit the first 100 feet or so, and then started pushing over towards the orange block down there. Wise choice to click it off and come back and try it again later on. But it's going to be McMillan sitting number 1 at 93, Leahy at a 95, 420 for Peyton, Shepard 469, and Justin, who shut it off early, to a 541. That's the way we're going to wrap up that first funny car session. And we got more blowers and more loud noise cars coming at you next. Oh, we got to go to TV land, don't we? We got to go to TV land, don't we? 2 o'clock meeting? All righty. Well, the alcohol car. I hate missing the alcohol cars. I love the alcohol cars. Maybe because I love alcohol. So. Are we going to bail out? We're going to both bail out and leave you with a lone replacement? I would tell you I was nervous about this, but, you know, Rusty's probably better than 4 of me and Wade, so we'll let him take over from here.
I wouldn't get too excited about that. There's a reason they brought you over, Alan. So we're going to take a very quick break here at Sydney Dragway. We've just got that car of Luke Shepherd down there in the braking area. Once we get that cleared off, we will be moving into Pro Alcohol. Andrew Searle and Steve Carpenter will be the first pair up. We'll be back shortly with more after this.